you are, you're able to articulate, communicate what you are, the value that you bring to the organization. It helps to focus on your career strategy, or if you decide that you want to become a business owner. And also level as well as succeeding. We help individuals with two particular areas. First of all, we help them. Her name is Maxine McCoy. Founder and CEO of the Abundant Career Coaching, and also level women succeeding. We help individuals with two particular areas. First of all, we help them to discover their innate abilities. Yes, these abilities help them to identify their purpose and who they are from the core. Once you know who you are, you're able to articulate, communicate exactly what you, the values that you can bring to an organization, to focus on your career strategy, or if you decide that you want to become a business owner. We do it three ways. Discover your innate abilities, the ones that were born with it. No one had to teach them to you. Then after you understand that, design a blueprint, a career, a life blueprint for yourself, and develop opportunities so that you know exactly what you're going for. So one of the things that we do is also levels women succeed. Oh my, levels women succeed is all about empowering those professional women to stand up, stand out, take control of their career, so that you are invited to the executive table to take a seat at that executive table. Okay, so they don't invite you. You create your own executive table and take it from there. The other thing that I do, I'm proud to also serve as a 2020 scholarship chair for the Black Business Expo. I have been assisting them for the last 3 years in this capacity. Absolutely love it. I invite you to join us for the 12th annual Black Business Expo. This is an opportunity for you to get inspired and to ignite your entrepreneurship spirit. That's right. So it's a little bit of everything for everybody. Not only are we going to have vendors and expert business subject matters, they're going to be talking about seminars and workshops. It's going to be great networking. And above all, it is a virtual 24 hours free seminars, workshops, networking. There's no reason for you not to attend. There's no reason for you not to be able to see all of the great things that are going on. And invite a friend, invite coworkers, invite family, invite the community, invite other people around the world, because it's virtual. It's 24 hours, 5 days, starting November the 9th through November the 15th. There's something for everyone. Everyone is going to be on Facebook. Facebook. Why not use technology? That's what it's here for. And we want to be able to use it so that we can help everyone around the world see everything that we're doing right here. Now, this year is going to be different. It's going to have a lot of great surprises. So that's one of the reasons why you want to look at the agenda to find out what time you have, who's speaking, what you need to be attending if you're a business owner, how you want to networking, sure that you are not only meeting individuals but scheduling opportunities to follow up and come back and have a conversation with them. That's right. We're going to have government perspectives, inclusion speakers, inclusion, marketing your small businesses. I mean, so much great information is going to be here. 7 days of education, inspiration, motivation, connections, networking, sales. We're going to have fireside chats, seminars, workshops, corporate presentations, organizational presentations, government information, entrepreneurship presentations. Anything you think you need, you will find it here at this expo. So tell everybody, tell your friends, and so forth. Here we have Dr. Eric Kelly III. Dr. Kelly is advancing his legacy, his mother's legacy, and his grandmother's legacy. Now, they instilled in him, but believing in yourself. And that's what Dr. Kelly does. But he doesn't stop there. He also believes in the business owners, in adults, but his heart is also there for the youth. So one of his why is helping the youth in order to become entrepreneurs. That's right. And for generations doing this, because when we child, the child help their sibling or help family and tell family what's going on, then it's just generations. somebody who's an opportunity to go to school on a scholarship. I said, that's all she was getting information of his life. Jimmy has a that he's on now, willing to give back to help others. Yes, people are with him. And not just one side. It's all. He believes in helping others. His heart. How he the community and those and around the world. Around the world. So this Expo is big. It's not only humongous. It is presidential. It is probably have yet to this day. And that is going to be taking place 24 hours of the next 5 days. November 9th, 15th, from 8 around the clock. It will not stop until the 15th is over. So there's no reason not to come and be a part of this. So there's something everyone, like I said, there's so many opportunities here. Like you to be able to be a part of it. Dr. Eric and Kelly and myself, all the other and there's over 80 speakers worldwide. Worldwide. That's global, national. All the here in reaches worldwide. Why visits well, first of all, you know, for dinner places. Wait a minute, did I say free? I said free. All it costs you is your time. Time to take
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hi, and welcome to the Black Business Expo TV. Of course, we got a call in early this morning. Good morning. How you doing?
Hey, it's me. It's Tammy. I just wanted to. I'm still trying to give me just a few
Yeah,
minutes.
well, I'm looking at the screen with my phone, and I'll keep talking until you come on. Okay. All right. All right. Bye bye. And of course, this is the only thing that we can do when technology is acting all crazy. Technology is, sometimes you're working on technology, you're talking to people all across the country, and they have the glitches. And when you start out with a little glitch, it usually works out to be pretty much perfect. And this morning, the Black Business Expo is coming to you live. And this live on IBM TV is covering so many places. We're sending out to all of its social media uh, platforms, such as LinkedIn, such as YouTube, such as Twitch. Wow, Twitch. Such as Facebook. And when we begin to talk about the Black Business Network, you want to think about, why do we need a network? Well, the network is for an ecosystem that moves across the internet to places unknown and unseen. And as we begin this morning's journey, we're on day 4 of the Black Business Expo. We're going all the way to Sunday. And when you begin to talk about a journey, there's going to be some trials on that journey. There's going to be some things on that journey that you're going to go through. And our first day was a very interesting day. And I'm giving you basically a recap of what's been going on. Our first day was business to business. And doing business to business, we kind of had a few glitches here, a few glitches there. And then everything ran smooth up all the way up until 5 o'clock. And that's when the young men were uh, working to get on, and we couldn't kind of get the guys on, and then the ladies came on a little bit later, and everything seemed to work out. Then on Tuesday, the whole day was just beautiful. Smooth running, smooth selling. And on yesterday, we did the same thing. And today, we are waiting on our first guest. And our first guest is none other than HUD's Tammy Hall. And the HUD program here in North Carolina is a fantastic program that allows WMBEs, or women minority owned businesses, to compete, to be counted, and to be recognized in the state of North Carolina. As we look at the national scope each morning, it's called the State of Black Business. And this morning, the State of Black Business is going to be talked about from a North Carolina perspective. We've had a national perspective. We've had a business to business perspective, and now we're going to do pretty much a North Carolina perspective. As you listen to the Black Business TV network, what we want you to think about is calling your friends, calling your family, and asking them to come online. And once you come online, I guarantee you that something will be here that you will enjoy. And of course, you know, we are a live set TV. Everything is live. It comes the way that you are. You're able to say what you want to say as long as it is about business, technology, science, advertising, marketing. As long as you're looking to promote and market your company. Marketing companies is something that we do very well, as you may see. And for those of you who've gone to our website, um, you'll notice that the Black Business Expo USA website, um, it's not up, but the BBE triangle site is up. So as we look at going forward, we have to begin to think about how we appear, how we show up. And why do we show up? And one of the reasons that we show up is to inform and educate people across this fair country. I'm your host, Eric Kelly III, and in some circles, Dr. Eric Kelly III. And in other circles, I am just your humble servant, a man that's giving you something that's never been given before. When you're looking at history and the history of time and you're wondering, what is he talking about? Well, I'm reminded of Ted Turner. I'm reminded of Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos. I'm reminded of Steve Jobs. I'm reminded of all of these great thinkers who thought about something and made it happen in spite of. The Black Business TV, or the Black Business 24-Hour Network, was born out of the COVID-19 situation, where many people were hurting or are still hurting, where many people is still in their homes, wondering where is the next meal going to come from, who's going to pay the next bill. And so I was thinking that maybe the information that people have in their minds and the voices that they have, that some way we could share those voices across the internet in a way where people could still get work. And so what I did was I reached out to business owners who were great speakers, who were looking to share their voices. I wasn't looking for the millionaire guys, the millionaire women. I was looking for people who had voices for the Black business community, people who were in tune with what's going on with the Black business community. And so I started out with the first part of the program, which was going to be from 8 to 5. And once I began the 8 to 5, then I realized that there were different time zones. Nevada, for instance, Los Angeles, for instance, And so, understanding that, I decided that we would go on to 8 o'clock. And that was the first Monday of people that I called. And then all of a sudden, there were some other calls from other speakers who had heard about the Black Business Expo. And so, after getting more calls, I decided to do another group. And once I began to do another group, then Wednesday passed, and Thursday and Friday passed. And all of a sudden I had 7 days and 13 hours. And so that's the birth of the Black Business Expo TV. And right now, I'd like to bring to you, as I was relaxing there and enjoying myself, a lady by the name of Tammy Hall. We'll bring her up and we'll get her into her meeting. Good morning, Tammy. How you doing? Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You look so beautiful. Can
Oh,
you hear
thank
us?
you. Thank you very much.
Well, we know you. We know that technology sometimes acts a little strange, but we're gonna make it happen. I'm not gonna keep you long. I'm not gonna do a great introduction this morning because we're 8 minutes in, and I'm sure that you have something that North Carolina needs to hear, and not only North Carolina, the world. This platform goes all the way to Africa. I want you to know people in Africa are going to be watching you today, along with people in Los Angeles and in London. And I hope you know you're going to do a great job. So I'm going to get off the screen and allow you to do what you do so very well in the state of North Carolina.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. So it is my awesome pleasure to be here with you this morning. Had a little bit of technical difficulty, but not really sure where everyone else is. But here in Durham, North Carolina, it is pouring down raining. And so technology did not want to work just as well as we would have liked this morning. But guess what? Nothing can stop a good thing from happening, and the Black Business Expo is a really good thing that's going on. So thank you, Dr. Kelly, for the collaboration and the coordination that's gone into putting this event together so that all of our business owners out there can understand resources that are available to them. So as Dr. Kelly said, I am Tammy Hall, and I have the awesome pleasure of serving as the director for the Office of Historically Underutilized Businesses. It is my proud privilege to be a part of this 75th governor of the great state of North Carolina, Governor Roy Cooper's administration, and working under the awesome leadership as well of Secretary Michelle Sanders. And what we know about DOA, it's kind of the heartbeat of state government. Everything that happens in state government somehow passes through Department of Administration. And part of that is the program that I operate, which is a program that's been around for, since probably early 1990s, put in place by an executive order number 150 by Governor Jim Hunt, which actually created this office, and then a number of legislative initiatives that came into play during that time period also helped to really build a foundation of what this office is all about. And just cut through the chase. This office is here to level the playing field, to ensure that business owners, no matter who, what, when, where, you have the opportunity to participate in state of North Carolina supply chain, if that's something that you choose to do. So specifically, my office is an office that runs what I call an ethnic-based, race-based program. And we run a race-based program, and governments all over the country are allowed to run a race-based program when you have had a disparity study. A disparity study gives you the predicate that you need, gives you the statistical data that you need to show that there are some practices in state government that prevent some business owners from having a fair chance at playing in the game. And so certainly here in North Carolina, we are one of those states across the nation that have had a disparity study. We have a more progressive approach to ensuring that we have business owners, and particularly our Black business owners, participate in our supply chain. But we have the ability to develop and actually implement policies and guidelines all across this state. It's fairly simple when you look at the dynamics of state government. Those cabinet agencies directly under the governor's purview, certainly we have more oversight for in terms of ensuring that they are working with our business owners to provide opportunities. But the depth of what this includes and what our HUB program in general includes, we have 10 cabinet agencies that are directly under governor's purview. And then we also have our Council of State agencies. We have our support agencies like the North Carolina Lottery. We then also have 19 plus public universities here in North Carolina. We have 50 plus, somewhere around 58 community colleges here in North Carolina that are all by statute and by executive order required to run a HUB program. So what does that really mean? What that means is that we have determined from our disparity study that at least 10% of those particular agencies' budgets should be allocated to minority and women-owned businesses. So what the courts have allowed us to do is ensure that these agencies make a good faith effort. So can we just give a contract? No, we can't. But can we make the efforts and document the efforts to ensure that we have done a broad spectrum of reach to ensure that businesses have an opportunity to participate? Yes, we can. And that's what our agency does from a compliance mechanism, is to ensure that all of those agencies that you had heard me talk about earlier, that they are meeting compliance by making a good faith effort. Now, you can only imagine this is a daunting task because we have 100 counties here in this state. And it is somewhat mind boggling when you think of how we can provide compliance to those 100 counties. But thank goodness for technology, because we do monitor and track the spend based on requirements for agencies to report in to our office on a quarterly basis. And then our office ultimately puts together a final report. But the compliance is only one piece of what we do. We also own the certification process. Somewhere around 2007, 2008, 9 timeframe, the legislature passed what we call statewide uniform certification. And what that meant for business owners is now you have one place here in the state of North Carolina where you can become certified. And that particular location is my office. So prior to the legislative initiative, you went from city to city, town, municipality, local governments to get whatever types of credentials needed for you to be a part of their databases. And yes, we found that to be quite daunting for our business owners. And we all came together and thought of a next best solution, which was to have a one-stop shop. And that stop shop is my office. And so we certify businesses based on the legislative criteria. And the criteria says you must be 51% owned and operated and involved in the day-to-day management operation. So you just can't be a silent player in the game. You must be involved in the day-to-day operations. And then what it also says is that you must fall into one of the ethnic categories. So Black, Hispanic, Latino, American Indian, Asian, white female. And then we also have our disabled category, which really comprised of our disabled veterans. And to all those vets out there, veterans out there, a happy Veterans Day week, because yesterday we celebrated Veterans Day. So just pause for a hot minute. My dad was Army veteran, and my brother is a retired Navy veteran. So happy Veterans Day to all of those vets out there, and thank you for your service. So our office also certifies our disabled veterans, as well as what we call socioeconomically challenged business owners as well. And I don't believe we have any in those category, in that particular category. But throughout the database, you will find the one question I often get is, where are Black females? And so I want to make sure we understand how our office certifies. So because we run a race-based program, we certify first based on race, ethnicity, and then we move to gender, and then more of a race-neutral program, which is disabled and socioeconomically. So Black females will fall into our Black category. So when we look at all of the categories that we have roughly here in the state about 4,500 business owners that are certified in the state of North Carolina. And so what I, would request today is that if you're listening and you have a business, I would request and ask of you to reach out to our office or Google North Carolina Hub, HUB, Hub office, and you can find everything you need to know about our office, our certification process. We're in the midst of COVID, times we've never seen before. And so because of that, we have streamlined the business and the business requirements and made them a little bit more simplistic for each of you. But certainly we have a simple process, and I would ask that, if you are a business owner, and what we know is that the census, decade ago, the census said we had 180,000 minority and women-owned businesses here. I can only surmise what the the census that we've just closed on will say about our business owners. But what I will say to each of you is that you must show up in the game. It's very difficult to hold agencies accountable if you don't show up. And when I say show up, I mean, we must have you in the business registry. We must have you in our database, because that is what we're holding businesses accountable for. We're holding, when I say businesses, I'm actually meaning our agencies. We're holding our agencies accountable for doing business with these certified businesses that show up in our database. 10% is the goal. And I always tell people that's the floor, that's not the ceiling. So the least of my expectation is 10%. The most of my expectation is much larger levels of participation. And once again, I just want to share with you that our website is North Carolina. If you Google North Carolina Hub, HUB, we do have the certification process on there. You complete an application. The application also has a number of documents that we need to certify that you are who you say you are. And it's the documents that are requested are not very difficult for a business owner. Driver's license, your bank statement, or something that shows you have a business bank account. You need a statement, a personal statement, a professional statement, someone that can speak reference to you. So you'll need some references. If you have your business organized and incorporated, you may need to submit your company documents to show who's 100% or 50%, or in the case that we're concerned about, 51% owned and operated. So your incorporated documents would need to show that information. What types of equipment do you own? How did you start your business? I started my business from a savings account. So how did you start your business? So it's some of those types of simplistic type questions that will be asked, but they're asked for a reason, so that we can get to the bottom of ensuring that the businesses that are in our database meet the criteria that the General Assembly is holding us accountable for. So the application is online and it is available. You can begin the process online. And you certainly can email us, and we will work with you to ensure you get the information that you need. But certification is another bucket that we do in our office. We also do business development. If you look at our website, you will see we just completed vendor orientation. So when you become a certified business, it's not just you becoming a certified business. What we know at that time is we must do our best to educate you and inform you of how to now do business with state government, because that's very detrimental to your success. So our office offers business development trainings, whether that is understanding purchasing 101, understanding construction, understanding grant funds. We are prone for disasters, particularly hurricanes, and so you should understand what does that require our state to do relative to our minority and women-owned businesses. So there are a number of different trainings. So we're not just going to certify you. We will certify you, and then we will do our best to get you up to speed and educate you on the government process, which can be daunting and tasking, but it is well worth it. One of the questions I get all the time is, why should I even pursue state government contracts? Well, guess what? State government runs regardless. In the good times, in the bad times, we are still buying. So even though we're in the midst of a pandemic, we're looking for PPE providers all over. So it is nonstop business. It's a continuous business. So for those business owners that are looking for consistent work, for the most part, state government is up and running, and we are truly open for business. So think about the opportunities for you to become certified, and I'm hoping that you will find them of value to certify with our office. As I said, we do hold each agency accountable of meeting the goal. So when you talk about, well, what does state government buy? Well, what I would probably say is, what do we not buy? Because we buy almost anything you can imagine. We spend in purchasing and goods and services, we spent $8 billion last year. So if you think about that, that is a whole gamut of spending. Anything from professional services to office supplies, furniture, cars, um, consulting. And certainly now that we're in the midst of COVID, we are buying as many masks and um, thermometers and digital thermometers, all types of things that we are buying at this point in time. The other site that I would say is worth you Googling is North Carolina IPS system. It's the Interactive Purchasing System. But for short, if you just Google North Carolina IPS system, you will find every formal opportunity, and I say formal opportunity, that's out on the website. So the general statutes tell us what formal projects are. They tell us that for procurement, it may be anything that's 15,000 and up, depends on an agency's delegation. For construction, a formal project is anything 500,000 and above becomes a formal project. All of the formal projects are required by law to be advertised. And so once you set up your business in our system, you'll be able to define what types of notifications would you like to receive. It'll give you a list of different commodity items. And so when you go through the commodity items, you check the ones that are of interest to you. And what the system is set up to do is, as soon as an opportunity hits the system, it will notify you of that particular opportunity. Now, what I would say really quickly is, many times I tell business owners, if you're waiting for the system to notify you, and that's your method of determining where the opportunities are, you're probably late to the game. Because by that time, there have been a number of contacts made, relationships built. And so the likelihood sometimes is that you're going to be trying to catch up and understand what the requirements are and what type of commodity item is needed, and what should the cost be. And state government is the lowest responsible bidder. And so at that point, you may be just determining what cost. I know pretty much, so I've got an overhead. I know what it costs for me to purchase these supplies and goods, but you've got to drill all that down and come up with the lowest responsible bid to be in the game and possibly win. And so in order to do that, you've got to do some research. Figure out of the 10 cabinet agencies, which one of those cabinet agencies are you more interested in doing work, and target them. Target the key players in the contracting areas so that you can build relationships. And then maybe you can even ask for some samples of previous bids that have won, that give you some ideas of what should you put into your bid. So all of those different types of things should be done ahead of time, so that by the time there is an opportunity that hits the system, your business is ready, you're prepared, you've done your research, and now you can move forward with putting together the best proposal that you can. So, the process is it's a bit strenuous, but the more research you do on the front end, I think it really does. The research and attend our webinars and seminars that we host through our office, I think will be of great benefit to you, to get you prepared to participate. $8 billion is a lot. I think last year when we looked, we did maybe about 6 billion, close to 7. And so clearly each year our expenditures have gone up in state government. Cost of doing business has gone up. And so with that, I'm just, for me, I'd love to see many more of you participate in the process. When I look at our percentages, what I know is that we have a goal of 10%. But what I know in goods and services is we're at about 5%. But even when I look at that 5%, we have still spent more money. So more money has gone into business owners' pockets, our minority and women-owned businesses, than any years that we look at. So at each year, I need to see progression. And although I'm stuck in the middle of this 5%, I am seeing the dollars amounts go up, which gives me a little bit of relief in that we're doing our very best. But even in the midst of that, we know we can do more, and we can always entertain a better opportunity to provide business inclusion for our business owners. So certainly, I ask you, everything is right there on our website. It's on the first carousel. The carousel, usually if you just scroll through the carousel, it'll give you every opportunity that's coming up in state government. It's right on the very front of our website. And once again, just Google North Carolina Hub, HUB, and all of the information will be right there for you. So you've heard me talk a lot about goods and services, but what we're also known very well for around the country is our construction. We learned many, many years ago how to perform construction and get participation, minority and women-owned business participation on our construction projects. So as you've heard me talk about our levels of success somewhat in our goods and service area, we have, for the most part, done an extremely good job of getting minority businesses involved in our construction process. This past year, we roughly spent of about a $2 million or $2 billion spend. We did about overall 20%. And that's really good because you heard me say the floor was 10, and we've doubled it in meeting our goal at about 20%. But even with that, we know we can do more. I'd like to see more of our rural community business owners become involved. I know that there are opportunities there in our rural communities. I've spent quite a bit of time with the governor's Hometown Strong office, which is focused on making sure that rural communities understand how to do business with state government. So we're in our rural communities, and we really are trying to get our businesses engaged in the process to ensure that we have maximum levels of participation. So, we have some great opportunities, and I would ask all the listeners for the morning to, spend some time on our website and just research and see what you find there and what you don't find. Feel free to reach out to me and my team of excellence in the office that we have, and everyone is as knowledgeable as I am, and so I certainly ask that you reach out to them and allow us to help you understand state government business and what we have to offer. The webinars have been a great avenue during COVID. As many of you know, it's no secret, COVID hit minority businesses harder than it hit any other businesses. It hit our communities of color harder than it hit any other communities. And so because of that, the governor rolled out one of our most recent executive orders that addresses inequities in communities of color. It's Executive Order 143. And Executive Order 143 put in place the Andrea Harris Task Force. And for many of you on this webinar this morning, I know that you knew Ms. Harris as well as I knew Ms. Harris. She was a very present body and spirit in state government. She ensured that we were very aware of communities that were disproportionately impacted, not just by COVID, but just in general, lack of access, lack of resources. And so this particular executive order was dedicated to her, in memory of her. And that task force has been in action. And I am a part of the Economic Opportunity and Workforce Development Task Force. And our particular task force is charged with, coming up with some strategies and ways that we can do business differently. Ways that we can improve our business inclusion. To me, it's a no-brainer. The more that we open up and allow others to participate in the game, we drive the cost down here in North Carolina. We know that having a diverse group of businesses, at the end of the day, they bring innovation, creativity. They're thinkers outside of the box. So it's a no-brainer for me that we open state government up and we allow all of our businesses to come to the table and be a part of the discussion. And so on the particular task force, the Andrea Harris Task Force, the subcommittee that I am a part of, we have done just that. We have business owners that are a part of that task force. It is a public meeting, so I engage your audience to also visit our hub website, as well as our North Carolina DOA, Department of Administration's website. You will find a whole page dedicated to all of the tasks that we are undertaking in the name of Miss Andrea Harris. The full task force meets once a month, and the subcommittees meet once a month. We have a report that's coming up that's due to the governor. Our biennial report is due first week of December. So some of the recommendations from the various committees will be put forward to the governor for consideration and possible implementation where possible. So the committees have been working extremely hard in the name of Ms. Harris. And we constantly remind each other that Ms. Harris would want us to do something different. She would want us to be bold. She would want us to be unapologetic about the way that we see things and how we for business owners to participate. So we're excited about the Andrea Harris Task Force, and in particular Executive Order 143, which also charged with ensuring that we had one minority business owner at the table for any contracting opportunities 200,000 below. So any of those opportunities that were in that threshold must have a minority business participating in the process. And if for some reason a minority business owner cannot be located for that particular project, they must ask for an exemption, a waiver through Department of Administration from Secretary Michelle. And so we are hoping that this particular effort continues to open up opportunities for minority businesses. And I know I often hear people say, well, do we need additional legislation to ensure that, state government is doing what it should be doing? And although I believe legislation is great, it's a wonderful addition, but I also think the right thing. And the right thing is the governor has given us very clear vision, has given us very good directions in terms of, I want to see a government that looks like the people of North Carolina, and that is diverse. And when we look at state government and its diversity, that drills down to our business inclusion opportunities as well. And the governor has been very clear about wanting to see business inclusion in our contracting opportunities. So it's a matter of doing what I can to work and build relationships across this state that opens the door for each and every one of our business owners to participate, and not only participate, but win some contracts. For me, it's okay to allow me to come to the table and be in the game, but how about asking me if I want to play? Do I want to play? And if I do want to play, how should I play? And how can I best offer my skills and assets and abilities to support what state government is doing? So I'm going to kind of stop there and go back to Dr. Kelly. And if there are any questions that I can entertain. Excuse me. So I see a question. Sorry, I just had something go down the wrong pipe. But I see a question. It's about what industries. So certainly right now, our healthcare industry is important. Construction industry that's booming here in North Carolina, as well as we have a number of professional services, whether that's consulting or even our include opportunities always available in government. So I'm not sure if you guys are seeing me or not, but my system keeps going out. So we'll just continue through this. Um, we'll continue through. If there are any other questions, what is the process of getting in the directory? So to get in the directory, you must be certified. So you must be a certified business owner through my office. Are there any other questions? Can a startup business get listed? Absolutely. So once again, there is no clause on the type of business. As long as it is a legitimate business here in North Carolina, you are eligible for certification. When are the next seminars and are they being held virtually now? Absolutely. We are doing everything virtually at this time. We typically will use a Zoom process, use the Zoom platform, or we will use Microsoft Teams. But all of our webinars and seminars are being held virtually. Any other questions? Would love to hear about your personal business history. So prior to coming into state government, coming back into state government, because this is year 14 for me. So prior to coming back into state government, I did have my own and still operate my own diversity consulting business. So I do federal compliance. Thank you for sharing this information. It is appreciated. No, thank you for being up early this morning. Although we've got some bad weather coming through, thank each of you for being up this morning and listening in to this. Dr. Kelly.
Good morning. How you doing? How are you doing? How are you doing? It looks like you gave it to him though. I want you to know you gave it to him as hard as you could. We really appreciate what you're doing this morning. A couple of questions before we get out of here. You know, some companies may not want to be certified. Okay, and when they don't want to be certified, how do they? Can they still do business with your office if they're not certified?
So let's be clear. I do understand that, there may be some that would not like to be certified. I clearly understand that.
Mm-hmm.
But in order for me to benchmark and hold agencies accountable,
Mm-hmm.
I need for them to show up in my database. Now, that's not to say I will not assist and help, but I need for them to show up in the database.
And what are some of the things that you're looking at in the coming months? I know this COVID-19 is slowing everything down for all of us because, in my business, I'm a shake your hand, how you doing kind of a business, more of a networking business because we provide seminars and workshops for people across the state. How has that really changed?
So, the governor just had to send us back a little bit in our phasing of opening up the state. And part of that is because our COVID cases are still continuing to rise. So, until we can drive the curve down and we can have some eradication of this disease and pandemic, we will continue to stay in a virtual space for now. So, what we have to figure out is how to use technology more and be able to develop a relationship via electronic methods.
Now, I'm pretty sure you enjoy your job because you are here early this morning, and we're 24 hours, so we're gonna replay it so people will see it that don't get a chance to see it. As you think about all of the businesses that have come through your service, what is one success story that you remember vividly coming through and them actually getting more than they ever thought they would get by coming through the hub program?
Oh wow, oh, wow! So we have so many of those stories that we can talk about. I'm trying to think of one particular moment in time. Now, granted, this is 17 years of doing this work in the state of North Carolina. And I can tell you, not to be boastful or overly proud, but I've had success everywhere I've been. And so, businesses here in North Carolina, I am no stranger to them, but they also know that I'm very serious and passionate about this work. And so when I try to think of just one business owner that has exceeded above and beyond, there's probably not one that I can think of right off the bat that I want, but because there are so many of them. We have had some tremendous amount of success, whether that's been here in Durham, working with Deborah Giles and the city of Durham and the county of Durham. We've had a tremendous amount of success with our own businesses that have been working in this area. And we're very proud of all of them. We're very proud of all of them. So, but we do hear all the the benchmark. I'm able
Well, it, well, it,
I'm able to actually see.
well, it looks like our internet is going in and out, technical difficulties, but we're going to move on and on. We want to thank you for being on this morning. Is there anything that you'd like to say before you leave? It seems that we're having some technical difficulties. We want to thank Tammy Hall from the HUD office and her great office that do great things not only here in North Carolina, but she does great things in your community. If you're a minority owner, 51% as she says, um, reach out to her, reach out to her office, the HUD office here in North Carolina. Reach out to them, get certified. Certified has its privileges. And one of the things that she did say is that while it may be a slow process or a process that looks at all aspects of your business, once you're in, then you're in. And of course, they look to include you in what they're doing. The HUD office is a great office. We want to thank her for being on. We do have our next guest coming up. We oh, welcome back.
So the system is, I mean, it's storming here, so sorry.
Oh, that's all right. I was saying to people that, we do have these issues when it comes to technology. It's the only drawback. One day they'll have it where we can beam in and out, just beam us all around.
That would be the right answer. But thank you so much, Dr. Kelly, for allowing me to participate. It has been a wonderful opportunity. Before I leave, I cannot leave without telling your guests that, as I said earlier, we must drive this curve down, this pandemic out of here. And the only way we do that is by following the science and following the governor's directives for us to wear our face coverings, wait patiently, and wash our hands. So thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Well, we truly appreciate you. What is the website and a number that people can reach you as they need to get qualified for your services?
Okay, I will certainly leave all of my contact with you. But if your listening audience, because our website is a very long, long worded link. So if you would just Google North Carolina Hub, HUB office, it will go directly to our office. And my email address is Tammy, TAMMIE .hall at DOA.nc.gov.
Well, I want to thank you so very much for being on the show today. We had a great time. I know sometimes 40 minutes kind of pushes a lot of people, and a lot of times we have questions, but when you're giving out great information that you were giving out, then people are just sitting there saying, oh my goodness, I got to get on board. Is there anything you'd like to say before you leave us?
So, as always, thank you for doing a great job in bringing us all together. You've done an some awesome work here. And I thank you, but I also want your businesses to reach out to our office. We want to get you connected and win some contracts.
Well, I heard you. I heard you. I heard you. We one of the things that I will do. I don't know if you guys actually reach out to businesses or do the businesses have to reach out to you. Which one do you guys basically do?
So, either one of them will work.
Okay.
Either one of them will work. We will reach out to you. If you tell me where to go, we'll go.
Well, the reason I ask that is because we have business owners who sign up for the Black Business Expo each and every year, and we have a database that I'll send to you that you can reach out to some of our Black business owners. But you got to understand, just because we're the Black Business Expo does not mean that all of the businesses that support us are Black businesses. The Black Business Expo is a way to raise scholarships for kids. That's why we do it. And we utilize corporations and companies to reach out to us. So of the 3,800 people that are listening that signed up for this show, I'll send you that our information in, and I'm sure that there'll be some great businesses, whether they be minority or majority. You'll be able to reach out to them also, because I understand that information and research is king, and that's one of the things that we work to do all of the time.
Well, thank you, and thanks to all the all your businesses out there. I know that it's hard right now, but certainly I want to do my part to help out. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, and we look forward to seeing some of the other great people that you know. I know I reached out to you and say I had a list of folk, but when you get 84 speakers to speak across the country and to speak to North Carolinians, you know it's a daunting task, and you know. We only did one day last year at the Marriott downtown. Now we're doing 7 days, and it's just Tammy. It's just been amazing. It's just truly been amazing. I hope you stay tuned. I hope you give some questions to some of our guests. We have Fran Harris coming up next from Fran Harris Enterprises, and she is a millionaire, and I mean she has companies all over the world, and it's going to be great. She's going to talk about raising money for your company. And I think sometimes people there she is. Hey Fran Harris, how you doing this morning?
Good morning. I'm doing well. Thank you, Miss Hall.
Hi. Good morning. Good morning to you.
And of course, Fran says she's not an early riser, but she's here for us, man. And I tell you, it's always great when you get I call her one of the great ones. You know, anytime you win a championship in my book, I'm already ready to go. I'm always ready to go. Fran, anything you'd like to say to Tammy before she gets out of here? Can you hear me? It looks like she's frozen. She may have to go out and come. But thank you, Tammy Hall. We'll see you later, okay? Thank you.
All right. All righty. Continue doing good work. Thank you.
Okay. Fran, it looks like you may have to go out and come back because it looks like you're frozen, and you're frozen with a big smile on your face. Yeah, we're going to let her go out, come back. Sometimes, you know, technical. We're having a big storm here in North Carolina. And that storm is really giving us some problems this morning. But you know, like I say, when you start out on a kind of a ticky tick note, when you come back, it's always good. And Fran Harris of Fran Harris Enterprise are up early in the morning with us. She's gonna pop out and come back in. And you know, as you pop out and come back in, we want to thank each and everyone for tuning in. And of course, Dr. Hardy down there, we want to tell you you have been a trooper for us. You've been here every day. You have been here. Thank you so very much, and keep the questions coming. And then for those of you who would like to be on our next quarter, because I did explain that we're going to do the first quarter for 4 months, and then we're going to come back 4 months from this time with 84 different other speakers. And the National Mastermind Group is going to be a part of what we do the next time. So be sure to tune in as we turn you on. And as she goes out, she's going to come back, and we're going to make it happen for you this morning. Now, I was talking about how this thing all happened, and COVID-19 is what has made this happen for us. And thank you, Veronica, Dr. Veronica Hardy. And as you look at the things that you're going to be able to do with apparatuses like these kinds of platforms, we're going to continue to bring you great speakers from across the country, from across the globe. And one of the things when you talk about building an ecosystem, this is what you do. You build it by bringing people from all walks of life. And we're still waiting for Fran. And we still haven't cut into any of her minutes. So I love that, because I love to be on time. And so as you think about it, we want you to email us at info@blackbusinessinfo.com to get more information about what's going on, not only here in North Carolina, but across the country. And then again, what's going to be talked about this morning is going to be more than outstanding, because Fran Harris is going to be talking about Speak and Make Millions. Speak and Make Millions. And I can't wait to hear about speaking and making millions, because I want to make millions. And then her Black Business Summit is still a great way for you to go and communicate and do some business with other businesses from across the country. One of the things with the Black Business Expo that we do is we support Black businesses from across the state of North Carolina. So if you are a organization that's doing a Black business, please give us a call, give us a contact. One of the things that we talk about all the time is that this work is work for all of us. And this work is enough work for all of us. And so we're going to take a quick break, and I'm going to see if I can reach out and get Fran, and I'll be right back. Seems like Mark is not getting those notes either. So they're leaving me out here. Yeah, we're going to play a video, and we'll be right back. Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions to what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do pictures so big. And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at. The way I feel when I'm drawing, when I'm creating something, is I feel free. I feel like there's an anticipation of something that's going to come. I try not to draw first. I try to draw second. And what I mean by that is I try to allow myself to kind of get into the piece and just relax. Sometimes I miss time. I'll draw 2, 3 hours, sometimes 4 hours. And while I'm drawing, it's just a free. I just feel free. I feel like time stands still. That's what it's all about in terms of the lines and the colors of my work, is to get an expression, to go deeper and past just what you see on the surface, but to go in and try to find an expression that everybody gets a different taste of what that expression is, whether it's anger or whether it's being happy or whether it's being, kind of calm or nonchalant. That expression that people take away from the piece is the most important part of what I do as an artist. Bold is the size of my pieces, where I try to do the piece larger than life, kind of push forward toward you. That's what the boldness is all about. It's not so much about the lines, it's about the size. The Face of Change art show is inspired by my mother, but more importantly, it's a historical moment in time as the pieces depict different emotions and expressions of Barack Obama. The 44th president is indicative of the 44 pieces of art that I have done in this particular collection. When you begin to think about expressions and portraits, this is a portrait gallery of expressions of what transpired as Barack Obama ran for office. Some of the pictures are abstract and some are expressionistic. And I combined both of those forms of art to create this collection of art pieces. Overcomer, brilliant, ambitious, motivated, awesome. drama. And of course, I know you guys are sitting there saying, we thought we knew everything we knew about Eric Kelly III, and boom, there's my art. And I wanted to break the monotony because we all are talented people. And sometimes we don't share all of our talents because we spend a lot of time doing the work for students. Thank you, Sandra, and thank you for being a trooper. You've been with us all week and making great comments. But what I wanted to talk about until Fran gets back, she got knocked out. Hello. You know what? You know you're wrong for that one. You're waving like, I'm back. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? How you doing? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not even gonna stop. I'm gonna go let her go because again, we're 9:05 and y'all know how I am with time. And I don't have no more time, but thank you. She's gonna be talking about money, 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 money. Take it away, Fran.
Hey, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Eric. Thank you for the vision of the Black Business Expo. Happy to be a part of it. I'm broadcasting live from Texas. I'm a Texas girl, and as we say in the business of television, the show must go on. So, as you know, there's been some technical difficulties. One of the things that I'm going to talk about and speak in my presentation, Speak and Make Millions, is the show must go on. The show, and it's kind of ironic that this happened on a topic called Speak and Make Millions, because what you learn on the speaking trail is that things tend to throw you some surprises and you have to be ready. So I'm actually broadcasting from my phone instead of my computer because my computer decided it wasn't awake yet this morning. And I feel you, computer, but the show must go on. So thanks for having me. We're going to talk today about how you can build a 6, 7, 8-figure and beyond speaking brand in whatever area that you speak in. So we're going to start with a quick introduction to me. I have been a paid speaker since I was 16 years old, and that happened. I won't say by accident. That happened. I wasn't planning to be a motivational speaker or an inspirational speaker or any of that. That happened because I was an athlete in Dallas, and they were doing this Fellowship of Christian Athletes banquet, and they invited some top athletes from the city who identified as Christians to participate in the banquet. And I was one of those students. So I got the opportunity to speak, and I thought I was just speaking just to share my story. And when I left the stage that night, they handed me $500. Now, I don't know about y'all, but when I was 16, getting paid for something that wasn't really manual labor was very exciting. And the fact that it was $500 was a huge boost because I never gotten paid to speak. So I didn't have any clue that it was a career that you could even pursue. What I want you to do right now before I continue is I want you to smash that share button. If you know somebody who should be listening to the Black Business Expo and specifically Speak and Make Millions, smash the share button and invite those people. And it's very important that we share the message. We're talking today in Speak and Make Millions about sharing your message. It's important that we share the message and we get the messages out there when there's good news for our community. So make sure you share this video. So I got this opportunity to speak as a speaker with some other great dignitaries in the Dallas, Texas area. And it dawned on me that you could actually get paid to speak. Now, for some of y'all, if you grew up in the church or if you grew up around, you had corporate parents, then maybe you already knew that. I grew up in a church in Dallas and I was always on program. Y'all know what that means. I was on the Easter program. I was on the Mother's Day program. I was on the Father's Day program. I was on the First Lady and Pastor program. I was always on program because I enjoyed talking. No shock to most of you already. I enjoyed talking. And I remember when I was little, and I don't know how they did it in your church, but the only thing I could do when I first got to church in terms of a speaking engagement was these two words. Some of y'all may remember these two words. I said, Jesus wept. And they said, "Oh, that baby gonna be good. That baby gonna be famous. That baby's gonna be a motivational speaker. That baby's gonna shock the world with her voice." I had no idea that those two words could spark such an outrage, in a good way in my church. But it was all about the spoken word. It was all about having the opportunity to share a message. So Speak and Make Millions today is about you sharing your message, sharing your story, sharing your genius and your information so that you can literally change your life and your family's life. So the first thing we have to do is kind of identify what kind of speaker you are, right? So I can't cover, obviously, in 40 minutes, 30 minutes, I can't cover all the different kinds of speaking that there is in the marketplace. But let's talk about two of them. Let's talk about inspirational speaking and let's talk about informational speaking. All right. Inspirational and inspirational. Inspirational and informational. Okay. So let's talk about those two types of speaking. Raise your hand, even if you're in replay, if you're live with me right now, if you're currently getting paid more than $10,000 a month to speak. All right, put that in the chat. If you're currently getting paid more than $10,000 a month to speak, and whether you are more on the inspirational end of the continuum or if you're more on the informational end of the continuum. Okay, so put that in the chat right now. Where are you now in your speaking career? Now let's break these two areas down. If you are an inspirational speaker, right? Sometimes people call them motivational speakers. If you're an inspirational speaker, then primarily what you do or will do if you haven't started your speaking career yet is you will tell people, you will share your story. You bring the masses a story. It could be your personal story of how you got started in your life. It could be a story of, it doesn't always have to be tragedy, but there could be some elements of that. It could be triumph. It could be tragedy. It could be success. It's your story. Inspirational. You're there to inspire your audience to get to their next level. Okay. So what are you, more of an inspirational or an informational? All right. Both of them big businesses. Right. So that's what an inspirational speaker typically does. They share their story from the stage. They share their story virtually, and people get inspired to take an action. Then there's a second kind of speaker called informational speaker, or sometimes instructional speakers, right? So those are people who go and they bring a very specific topic that they're talking about that typically is business or nonfiction or something like that. So it's informational, how to develop a better mental health during a pandemic, how to become a $1 million speaker, which is what I'm doing right now. So those kinds of things are instructional and informational. So which are you? Informational, or put those together, or inspirational speakers? Now, with both of those, and if we were here all day, if you were in one of my trainings, we would talk all day about the type of speaker that you truly are. All of the speakers, even though we can't talk about all of them have one thing in common, and that is that they are transformational. The people who earn the most money as speakers are very clear that whether they're instructional or inspirational, there has to be a transformational element to their message. Okay, so meaning after people hear you, yes, they may be inspired if you're an inspirational speaker, or they may be ignited if you are an instructional speaker or an informational speaker. But at the end of that talk, at the end of that session, that seminar, that retreat, whatever it is, they should feel some level of transformation. They should feel, even if they're not going to necessarily take all the action that you implored them to take during your talk, there should be this beginning transformation that happens, because what you talk about, whether informational or inspirational, whatever you talk about should stir something up in them such that they want to be a new person, a new leader, a new business leader, a new minister, a new mom, whatever it is. They want to be new, right? They want to be different. They want to go to a different level. And that's the difference. All right. So sometimes people go, oh man, I want to share my story. And I go, what is it that you want to, what do you want to achieve? Well, I just want to inspire people. I just want people. The first thing, write this down. The first thing you need to do, if you're already speaking and you're not doing this, or if you want to become a speaker and you're not doing this, is to pretty much quantify and clarify the impact of your speaking. So don't just say, I want to inspire people. What do you want people to do? What do you want to inspire people to do? That's the transformation, right? Otherwise, you're just going there to kind of entertain, and there's nothing wrong with that. But when we start talking about impact as a speaker, every great speaker, and I'm not just talking about people speaking from the stage who are great at it. Every great speaker, when I'm great for me, also includes a financial element. So every great speaker who's good at their craft, who connects with their audiences, but who also makes a living as a speaker, all of those speakers have an element of tremendous impact, whether it's the number of people that they reach or whether it's the number of people who actually take action and transform their lives. So what is it as a speaker? Doesn't matter what you're talking about. What is it that you want to achieve? What's the impact that you want to have on your audience? So as a trainer in corporations, the impact I want to have if I'm presenting on my bully proof. I wrote a book a few years ago called Bully Proof My Company, and it is literally about the nonsense that's happening in our world in general. But when it comes to companies, all the little dysfunctions that can rob you of peace and prosperity and productivity in a business. So when I talk about those, I talk about the impact of bullying on those three areas, right? Bullying impacts your peace because you don't want to go to work when people are being mean. You don't want to go to work when it's like a circus and nobody is monitoring, if you will, the culture, right? It robs you of productivity because instead of people working for the mission and the good of the company, then people are going around doing these gossiping things and they're undermining leaders and they're right. It robs you of profitability because you're not getting the most out of people. So there are very specific ways that I measure every talk that I give, that I measure every speech that I give. And so I want you to start thinking about your speaking in a very different way. Yes, you want to inspire. Yes, you want to ignite. Yes, you want to instruct. But you also have to think of the impact that your words are having on your audience. How are people not just listening and being excited and stirred by what you have to say or your message, but what are they doing? What are they doing with your message? All right, so that's what I want to say about that. Let's move on to some common mistakes that I see folks who want to either be paid or paid more in their speaking career. So let's talk about maybe 3 to 4 of the mistakes that speakers make, whether they're just starting out or they've been in the game a long time. So if you're just starting out, one of the biggest mistakes that I see with people is just not getting started. Not getting started, right? You got all these excuses for why you won't just grab a mic. I got one here on my desk. Why you just won't grab a mic and start talking, right? Or you just won't take it to the streets and start talking. One of the things that I have my students do who are in my accelerators, my speaking accelerators, is that part of this is before the pandemic. So I'm not sending anybody out there now, but before the pandemic, one of the things I would do for new students, for people who, for whatever reason, could not get out of the gate, I would say, okay, so your assignment this week or this month is to go out just as people who are out there playing guitars and preaching and whatever on the streets. You're going to go out to a safe, busy part of your community, and you're going to deliver a 5-minute speech. And usually when people get that assignment, they go, what did I sign up for? This woman is crazy. Like, no, I got to get you out the gate. And the only way to get you out the gate and to get you out the gate fast and where you don't have to think about it, is to put you in a situation where you have to do what you say you want to do. Because that's the thing for me as a mentor and as a accelerator. I run several accelerators. Is people will give you all these excuses for why they can't do what they say they want to do. Man, I want to do what you do. I want to make $1 million as a speaker. I want to change my family's life by starting to make $20,000, $30,000, $50,000 a month. That would change my life. That would change my family's life. Okay, go to the streets, 5 minutes, Speak on a topic that you know very well. I'm not going to even give you any parameters for what the topic has to be. Speak on a topic that you know very well. Now, I lose some people. I'm gonna tell you, I lose some people for a few weeks. They ghost me, y'all. They ghost me. They go MIA, won't return calls. I'm joking. They return calls, but they're nervous about that, because what most people do is they want to button up everything, get it all perfect, get my topic down, make sure my hair looks good, make sure my makeup looks good, make sure my tie is fixed. And all I'm saying is take your message to the streets. If you really want to be a successful speaker, you've got to be ready to drop that message wherever you are. So nobody has died. No humans or students have died through this exercise. Nobody's been harmed by just going to the streets, safe areas, lots of people, and sharing their message. It is a powerful icebreaker into the business, right? I could set you up very neatly and very low risk and go, okay, let's meet on Zoom or Microsoft Teams and let's do. No, if you want to do this, if you truly want to be great at this, you got to be ready to drop that message. And as you guys saw this morning, everything, I got my computer right here, big iMac, I'm ready to go. Lighting is good because it's all about the lighting. And then internet didn't work. Be ready. Be ready. All I did, I got my thing here, got my cell phone, put it in my tripod. We're rolling. You don't need conditions to be perfect to be great as a speaker. And in fact, that's my next mistake that speakers make. They think it has to be perfect. They think it has to be amazing. No hair can be out of place. No, and all that is a bunch of procrastination. All that is just keeping you from your greatness, because it is a message. It's the instruction that transforms people. It's not whether my headband is out of place. Now, if you want to get stuck on some other stuff, because people do get stuck on this, oh my God, I couldn't listen to him because of this. Oh my God, I couldn't listen to her because of this. That's you getting stuck on stuff. But as a speaker, as someone who wants to be hugely successful as a paid speaker, then what you have to do is to stop making excuses and to let go of this illusion of perfection. Okay? You don't have to get it right out the gate. You just need to get going. All right? It doesn't have to be perfect. Because what I'm waiting on when I hear a speaker, and as are you, whoever's here with me right now, you showed up because this information is important to you. The morning didn't start off perfect. We already know that. The internet was tripping this morning. But I believe so important. I believe so fervently in the message of teaching people how to take their message, their story, and build 5, 6, 7, 8, and beyond figure businesses, that I'm going to be ready for whatever shows up, because it is important that this message gets to us. Here's what I'll say. We talk a lot about the pandemic. We talk a lot about recessions. And I can tell you, of all the things that I do, this is probably in the top 3 in terms of being a recession-proof, a disaster-proof career. Because all I need to speak is an audience and me. I don't even have to be there with you. We're having a conversation right now. I'm teaching you the things that have resulted in millions of dollars in fees and contracts with my voice and you. Would I like to be there in North Carolina for the physical event? Absolutely, because I like the interaction. I love the interaction and the energy of being with people. But we're not doing that right now. And the speakers who know what I'm teaching you today are still making millions in a pandemic, right? It's the mindset. And it's understanding that to be successful as a speaker, I don't need to be there with you for you to get the transformation. I don't need to be there with you for you to get the information or the instruction, right? So if you're tracking with me, if you like what you're getting right now, let me put it in the chat. Oh yeah. If you like where this is going and you believe this is something that you're going to be able to put into play as soon as we get off this week, next week, type oh yeah in the chat. recession proof, disaster proof career is speaking, coaching, consulting, and training. Absolutely recession proof. All right. Again, thanks to the internet. Love the internet for that, because now we're going to get into the two. One second. Now we're going to get into the last two mistakes that speakers make. So the first one was not getting started. Track with me. The second one was what? Trying to get it perfect. Doesn't have to be perfect. The third one is not understanding the business of speaking. Not understanding the business of speaking. Now, when I say that, I think people, they go to the, and I'm going to talk about this a little bit later, they think that speaking is just getting booked, right? And so therefore, if nothing is incoming, then they think the market is dried up. I don't know, speaking is not working anymore. It's not a thing that's working anymore. People have actually said that. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? Oh, well, I'm not getting any invitations to speak. Well, that's because you got the wrong business model in your head, right? So thinking that the speaking business is all about inbound requests and inquiries. That's the third mistake, right? And then the fourth mistake that most speakers make, beginners or veterans, is not understanding the economy, the economics of speaking. And in some cases, it's not even about not charging enough. It's just not understanding the impact that they have. So it's not about charging, because I'm going to share with you the business model that you should be using here in a second. It's about looking at the entire economic pie and the impact that your message has on an organization or an audience. All right, so let's jump into the old way, the old business model. This is the old business model of speaking, and how many of you are actually just still using this exclusively, and that might explain your bank account. Okay, all right, so the old model of speaking was somebody found you, however they found you, word of mouth, on the internet. They invited you to speak. You negotiated a fee, and you went to do the speaking engagement, and they paid you a check, right? Invited you to speak, go do your thing. They paid you, right? Raise your hand if you've ever used that model. Somebody invited you to speak. You perform the performance, if you will, and then they paid you, right? I made a lot of money like that. Here's the thing about the old way of becoming a speaker, the old way of doing the speaking business. The problem with that model is what? For that model to work, I got to go somewhere. I got to hop on a plane. I got to hop in my car. I got to pack a suitcase. I got to be away from my family. I got to go there. I got to be in a hotel. I got to be in a hotel. I got to stay there the day before, depending on where I'm going. I got to do the event. Then I got to do what I just said on the way back. When you've traveled, when you've been a speaker, honestly, back in the day, as in 20 years ago or whatever, that gets old. And the only thing that makes you excited about it is the money. I mean, I enjoy being with people in Ohio and Virginia, and that's fun. But after a while, it gets old, y'all. After a while, it gets very old to be hopping on a plane every week, losing your car. Does this sound glamorous? People think speaking is so glamorous. Losing your car. Where did I park my car? Oh, you go to, I've literally walked to a space that I thought my car was in. Oh, that was last week that I was in, right, D5. This week I'm in X3. And next week that's your life. Now, some of you may enjoy that. I do have friends who say, I love hitting the road, just boom, getting out there and just wide open road and just driving forever. I put 100,000 miles. Okay, good for you. That ain't me. I've done that, where I've been on planes, trains, and automobiles for at least 200 days out of the year, at least, roughly. And when your career starts, it's exciting. If you're a speaker, you know it is exciting. You got this book in your calendars looking all good, and you got this, oh yes, I'm in California this week, and I'm in New Mexico that week, and got pretty old. Making a lot of money, but it got old. So that's the old model. And the problem is, and please lean in on this, the problem with that model is not that it doesn't work. The problem with that model is that it requires you to physically be there to make it work. Well, you say, well, what's the problem with that? I mean, I'm healthy, I'm doing well, I'm young, I haven't started my family understands. What's the problem with that? There is a problem when your business success is predicated on you, period. That's a whole different seminar. But when it requires you to be in the building, it requires you, that means it's not scalable. That means you can't grow it because you are just one person. And unless you come up with a way to clone yourself, if you have, hit me up because I love that. If you found a way to clone yourself, you've got to do all the work. And that's the problem with that business model. Okay. Real prime example, when I realized that, things were going to be different, not just with the internet, but things were changing because of the internet. A few years ago, I went to London to speak at a business conference. And when I left there, I had played professional basketball in Italy. And when I left there, I actually went to in Italy. So I left London and I went to Italy. And when I got to Italy, I was sick as a dog. I don't know what happened, like this cold, this whatever. So when I got to the place where I played basketball professionally, I was sick for the first 3 days. I was in bed. So the first day I get there, I can't talk to anybody. I can't see anybody because I think they're going to have to call the doctor. That's how sick I've been. I've never been that sick. But the most important thing that happened with that was that I lost my voice. I literally lost my voice. So a few hours after I'm in the bed, my friend and her husband, they come up to, check on me. And they say, how are you feeling? And I get ready to talk and I go, and nothing came out. If you've ever had laryngitis, raise your hand. It is the freakiest, craziest thing when you get ready to speak and nothing comes out. Nothing. So there I am in Italy, getting ready to have a good time. And my friends come up to check on me and I have laryngitis. I can't speak. So I grabbed my phone, communicating with my family. But one of the other things that I did was I grabbed my phone and I logged into my PayPal account. And this is going to transition us into the new model. I logged into my PayPal account. This was 2003, 2004. And for the daily revenue, it was a little bit under $10,000 for the daily revenue. Now, the reason that is important is because there I was 4,000 miles away from where I live in Texas. And I'd made almost $10,000. In the old model of speaking, that wouldn't have happened, right? Because you got to be there, physically be present in that model to be able to make money. In the new model of speaking, which we're going to talk about now, you get to have those experiences that I just had in Italy, which is to log into my phone and to see that I made almost $10,000 with no help from me, no physical help from me in the moment, and no voice. 4,000 miles away from home, laryngitis, and I'm making almost $10,000 on that day. So let's talk about the new model of speaking and what you should be doing. Most of you are, if you're hanging out with us at the Black Business Expo, then you already know the power of the internet because you're here and you understand that here we're getting exposure to all these great experts and gurus and geniuses and Black excellence that we're getting right now by not even leaving our home. Roll out of bed, do your basic morning rituals, and we're live. That's the power of the new model. So the new model of speakers that's going to take you to 5, 6, 7, 8, and beyond is one in which you do not necessarily have to be there. These days, I get the opportunity to go when people call and say, we'd like you to come and speak in wherever. I can say, okay, maybe I'll be available. Maybe I'll want to do that. Maybe I won't, because what I understand now with the new model is that my lifestyle is not dependent on whether I can physically get out of my bed, get on a plane, and go do a speaking engagement. So where I would have, 100 speaking engagements 15, 20 years ago, now I may have only 20 and make triple the money. Okay. How many of you would like to do less, but make more? I mean, how many of you enjoy the thought of being able to decide whether you want to be on a plane 300 times a year, to decide whether you're going to go and drive 50,000 miles a year, to decide whether you're going to accept speaking engagements or not. How many of you would like the option to choose and not have it negatively impact your income? Everybody, most people are going to select that. So let's talk about the new model. The new model is, you are not just a speaker who goes to pick up a check and then comes home and then rinses and repeats that process. You're not that person. Okay. The new model is, you have some of that money if you choose, you have some of that physical go speaking at engagements, but now you're looking at the speaking business more of not just you being a speaker, but you being an expert. And as an expert, you should be at least entertaining, coaching, and consulting, and training, and speaking, right? And teaching. So it's a 5-pronged approach to your 5, 6, 7, or 8 plus figures: teaching, training, speaking, coaching, consulting. All 5 of those, you could have 5 or 6 or 7 figure income streams from each of those. But at minimum, you should be selecting at least 2 of those. So maybe you want to be a speaker and a trainer. So whether you go and you train in corporations, or you train nonprofits, or you train in churches, or whatever, maybe you're a speaker and a trainer. Little hint there. The training business, the speaker personal development training business, is close to $50 billion industry every year in companies. So there's money right there for, depending on your topic, for you to be tapping into, just by the sheer nature that companies and governments, as the person Tammy was before me talked about, their services, people are looking for people to fulfill these services. So if you're just out there speaking, you're missing 4 other revenue streams. You're missing the opportunity to create a course. You're missing the opportunity to consult with people. You're missing the opportunity to go and train in person or virtually. So can you start to see the possibility of leaving the old model of speaking behind, or at least incorporating that one revenue stream of going to pick up your check and speaking in person, with this hand over here that has 5 different revenue streams? And that's a minimum. The new world order of speaking is limitless. It is completely unlimited, especially with the internet. So let me give you a scenario. I have one client right now who really just became a professional speaker, and she lives in Seattle, Washington. And one of the things she wants to do is to teach to actually teach ISDs, independent school districts. She wants to offer her services to independent school districts. So think about how many independent school districts there are out there, and think about the environment that we're in right now. And think about how many of your friends, or maybe you, have been just going crazy at the thought of teaching your students on the internet, homeschooling. Like it's exploded a whole new industry. So her area of expertise addresses that. Just by a show of hands, do you think someone who's focusing on upgrading the experience of homeschooling for parents, obviously we're going to be in this situation from a pandemic standpoint, whether you agree with it or not, at least for another year. Some facet, some form of this, we're not going to be able to go out. Businesses are still going to be, schools are still going to be half this and half that. How many of you know that someone who's looking at the trends that have been caused by the pandemic are going to be positioning themselves to win? Absolutely. So we worked together. She and I worked together on what her offering was going to be. At first, she wanted to offer something to teachers. And I said, well, teachers may or may not want to do that. They may or may not opt to do that. So let's keep workshopping what your offer is going to be, what you're going to be offering the marketplace, because it's a great space to be playing in given where we are with the pandemic. But let's take it higher. I want you working less and making more money. If you go and try to offer this to teachers, now you got to find individual teachers. That's not going to be fun. And you're limited by how much they're willing to invest. And let's face it, teachers are not paid as well as they should be. So let's take it higher. I kept saying to her, I want you working less and making more. I want you working less, having greater income, having greater impact, and making more money. We kept workshopping. We finally got to the ISD level. I go, now you're thinking. Because all you need are a couple of independent school districts, and you've made $1 million in the next 18 months. The way we set up her business model. So that's what I'm saying to you. Not only are you looking at your topic, but looking at how your topic fits into what's happening in the world today. What's happening in the world today? And do you have a topic? Do you have a course? Do you have a training that you can share? Do you have a virtual presentation, workshop, class? You should be thinking of your normal topic, if you will, in the context of the world that we're living in today. And let's face it, some of what you were doing in the old world that's pre April of 2020 may not work right now. Maybe it comes back around later, but you have to shift. You have to look at what's happening economically in our country, in our world right now, and leverage your expertise and your story, whether it's your inspiration or your instruction, to create and generate a whole different revenue stream for yourself. I'm going to take a quick break, a quick break right now, and drink some Electra. And then check the time. Eric, if you want to hop in, let me know where we are, because I'm on my phone. I don't know what time it is. So I want to make sure I am respecting the time so that folks can hop in on the next thing. So what time, how are we? Somebody put it in the chat. Just chat me and tell me what time it is, because I can't see it on my phone. So hopefully what you're getting out of this is some excitement about what's possible for your speaking career. Right? What is possible for your speaking career if you adopt the new way of speaking and making millions? As I share with you, just to recap a little bit, when I first started out, it was all about going and being there physically to speak to folks, and it was fun. And then you get physically tired, fatigue sets in. And now there are opportunities, many opportunities for you to become a paid speaker, a highly paid speaker, without even leaving your house. Okay, without even leaving your house. All right, let's talk a little bit about this myth of the book. Because what used to happen 20 years ago, people would say, oh, I want to write a book. So I want to talk about the importance and also the myth of the book. All right. So 20 years ago, actually, I wrote the first book on African-American woman entrepreneurship. Simon & Schuster published it called About My Sister's Business. And you can still probably get copies of it on Amazon. But that was the first book written about Black women and entrepreneurship that was published by a major house. And back then, you had a book. Oh, yes, I have a book, right? And nobody really bugged you about necessarily how that book was selling or what that book could really mean for you as a speaker, coach, consultant, trainer, or teacher. And what I learned from that experience was, while it was fun to be out there on book tours and getting all the media exposure, I did not maximize what that book truly was. So this is what I want you guys to lean in and, take a note, put a pen in this. A book is not a book. If you're doing it the right way, a book is a bag of money. A book is the genesis of a bag of money. And here's what that means. You've taken all this time, you've taken your years of your experience, your expertise. You've taken, months to write this book. You put it between a laminated cover. Looks great. It's hot. You're looking at your book cover. And then you sell it for what, $9.99 to whatever, $29.99. That's 20 years of your life. That's all the hard work that you put into learning whatever you put into that book. It's your story, right? You've invested a lot of your life. You've invested a lot of your time into this book. And then you put it in between. It's a sandwich now. You put it in between two laminated pieces of paper. It looks good. And you sell it for $9.99 or you sell it for $29.99. That book is worth, no telling what that book is worth depending on what it is. That's what I mean by your book is not a book. It's a bag of money if you leverage it the right way. Okay. So if I wrote the book about my sister's business, that book was instantly, and I wrote it in, it was published, I think, in 1996. That book was coaching, consulting, training, speaking, teaching, frameworks. I mean, licensing. That book, I didn't realize it was my first $1 million. I didn't realize that where I got all of my content from that I was doing, I was speaking and was from that book. So while it's okay to sell a book for $15, you leave hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars on the table if you're not taking that same content and turning it into those 5 things that I talked about earlier. If you're not turning it into videos, if you're not turning it into teaching, if you're not turning it into coaching and consulting, you're leaving hundreds of thousands, easily millions of dollars on the table by not turning your book into a bag. You hear people say, secure the bag of money. And sometimes I still see this. I still see people saying, I got to write my book. I got to get my book out there. And I'm like, do you know how much money you're going to make selling that book? Even if it's a bestseller, unless you're Michelle Obama, or unless you're, I heard that Donald Trump actually got $100 million book offer recently. Unless you're at that level, your best bet is to turn the content in that book into cash. And that's the last thing we're going to talk about, which is how do you take your book, your knowledge, even if you haven't written your book yet, and I'll tell you here in a second why the book is important. Even if you haven't done that yet, how do you take your knowledge and turn it into cash fast? That's what this is about. Speaking is something, as I mentioned at the beginning, you can turn it into cash fast if you know how to do it. So here's why a book is important. A book is important because it's still the thing that tells someone that you are an authority, an influencer, a guru, whatever word you like on that topic. So when I wrote the book about my sister's business, people were like, oh, well, she's an authority on business. Oh, she's an expert on Black business and entrepreneurship. That's how you are perceived when you write a book. Right or wrong, that is how it's perceived, because that is the place that books have had in our lives. Right? If you wanted to find out about something, if you wanted to learn something, what did you do? You go, let me see if there's a book about it. So it automatically in your mind, it's an authority. The person who wrote that book has some level of authority in your mind. It's the way we've been conditioned to see books. Plus, if you're getting in media, right? If you're getting in media, they go, she's the author of, he's the author of, they're the author of, right? They hold up a book. They need a book to hold up. It adds a different level of authority. Let me tell you this real quickly before we kind of start opening up to take questions. In 2008, when Barack Obama was still a senator, or before he was actually president, I went on Fox News. I got a tip that Fox News was interested in talking about who was going to win the 2008 presidential race. So I predicted, not even really knowing who Barack Obama was, candidly. I started studying what he was doing on his campaign trail. So they brought me on Fox News to talk about the 2008 presidential race. And I predicted that he was going to win, not because he was better, smarter, or whatever than Hillary Clinton or whoever was running, but because he was leveraging the power of social media, community marketing, and the internet to grow his following. So I took the presidential campaign and predicted the winner based on business, based on marketing, right? So I'm on this 4 or 5 minute segment on Fox Business News. But I got on there because when they told me that the producers were looking for someone who was a business expert to talk about the presidential campaign, and y'all need to track with me, that's a Black woman talking about the presidential campaign in 2008. That's the first thing. But when they told me that they were looking for that, the first thing I did was write a book because of what I just told you. Because when you're getting booked for media, or when you're getting booked for speaking engagements, sometimes people will say, well, do you have a book? Right? Why do they do that? Because it's a tangible representation of what's in your head. It's a tangible representation of whatever you're going to talk to them about. Plus, I knew from being in the media that people would go, well, does she have a book? So I wrote a book. But here's the thing. I only had 3 weeks. I only had 3 weeks. So I could have gotten a paper book done in 3 weeks in this day and age. But what I did instead was I just wrote an ebook. Yes. You are hearing correctly. I wrote an ebook. I wrote an ebook, got a fancy schmancy cover done, because all the people in the media want to do is to be able to say, she's an expert, he's an expert, they have a book. I know that sounds simple, but that is how it works. They go, he wrote a book on this, she wrote a book on this. It's the ultimate authority amplifier. So you have to write a book. But don't think that book is going to make you money just from the money on the pages. So basically, I wrote this ebook. They didn't ask me whether it was a real, a hardcover book or whatever. So when I go on Fox Business News, they go, we brought an expert on to talk about the presidential campaign. Her name is Fran Harris, and she wrote a book, and then they flashed my book cover on the screen. They flashed my book cover on the screen. She's written the book, Obamapreneur. How to blah, 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 blah. I can't even remember what it was because I wrote it like in a day. That is the power of the book. So I'm going up against people who probably had more Washington, D.C. experience, who whatever. But when it came time to talk about the presidential predictions and who's going to win and why, I had a very compelling story about why Barack Obama was going to beat Hillary Clinton. And it had nothing to do with his education. It had nothing to do with his experience, because clearly he didn't have a whole lot of experience. She had more experience. So I had a unique hook with my book, which leads me to the other thing. It's not the book. It ain't the book. It's the hook. Obamapreneur ebook on Fox Business News. That's the power of the book. Okay? So get creative, but understand the book doesn't have to be War and Peace. It doesn't have to be 400 pages. It's your knowledge, your expertise, your genius, sandwiched between two laminated covers. And that's why, because it's your knowledge and expertise, that's why it's so powerful. And that's how it can become very profitable. All right. So I wanted to leave you with that, because I know we've got these notions in our head about, how long the book has to be and who needs to publish it. And do I need a book deal? And I got on Fox Business predicting the presidential campaign winner with an ebook. All right, y'all, there we go. No excuses. That's the last thing I got to say about no excuses. You just got to get creative. And I guarantee you are sitting on a multi-million-dollar stash with your knowledge, if you will take it and exploit it and leverage what you know to make dough. Training, teaching, coaching, consulting, and speaking, you are there. Whatever financial illusion you're under, I don't care where you went to school, if you went to school, where you live, where you don't live, what your childhood was. The business model has been laid out for you in this 45-minute presentation, but also you see many, many examples of people who are creating amazing recession-proof, disaster-proof lives and companies based on what I talked to you about today. So I wish you the absolute best in your speaking career. If you are interested in potentially working with me and my team to help you get to your 5, 6, 7, 8 figure and beyond, you can go to speakandmakemillions.com. Just the name of my presentation, speakandmakemillions.com. You can go there to apply. Speakandmakemillions.com to apply. Now let's open it up for some questions. And because I'm not on my computer, I'm on my phone, I'm going to have to pull out these glasses to see what we got here. Hello, Veronica, again. Good to see you. Very good to see you. I appreciate that, my sister. I appreciate that so much. Any questions for today? How to speak and make millions, how to tap into your own genius. Let's see. I know a lady who has a story she would love to share, but she seems to be stuck on it being so perfect and having the right platform in order to get her message out. Yeah. Meanwhile, thank you for that, IBM TV. Meanwhile, and this is very true. Meanwhile, 17-year-olds, and I'm not even exaggerating, are online talking about their story and making 6 figures. I get it. There's nothing wrong with wanting a good representation of your brand out there. But even when you finally dot all your I's and cross all your T's or whatever, there's still going to be work to do. So why not just fire up the camera and just get your story out there. I'll tell you what I think about people who are perfectionistic. They think it's a badge of honor. They think it's, oh, I just want it to be right. I mean, I'm a perfectionist, and they revel in saying that. And the reality is, many of them are scared. Many of them are scared of the rejection. Many of them are scared of the criticism. Many of them are scared of the trolling that they're going to get anyway. You're going to get that stuff anyway. So put your story out there. Take a leap and go out there and put your expertise online, because the reality is you cannot control what people are going to do with it. So come from your heart, figure out who you want to help, and then just start helping them. All right, cool. Who we got here? Are there any other ways other than writing a book to get expertise title? Yeah, I mean, if you don't want to write a book, here's the thing. Here's what I'll say about that. Write a book, right? Like, you would tell your parents, I don't want to do that. Your mom would be like, do it. Do it. And here's why I would recommend that you do it. I recommend you do it for all the reasons I talked about. It is an amplifier. It's an authority amplifier. But if you don't want to physically write it, this is how I've written some of my books. For instance, I will take this recording from this presentation and I will have it transcribed. I teach people in my Speak and Make Millions Accelerator to not write it, because it takes a lot of your time to write a book. It really does. And unless you enjoy that, I don't recommend it. So what you want to do is to do what I'm doing right now. Record it. Go do a Zoom on your topic. Do a workshop on your topic. And then just use a service like Temi, which is what we use, TEMI.com, or Trent, TRINT. There are many of them. They're transcription services. And you can also use YouTube for free, but that Google that. But they transcribe it, and now you just have it. Now you just need to send it to someone to edit it. Isn't that crazy? You don't even have to write it. Record it, and then upload that recording to a transcription service, and they will spit out the transcription. And now all you need to do is to go in and edit that, and you have a book. Boom. Simple. All right. So that's how I would handle writing my book. Let's see what you got here. So how do you get your book before the people that want to place it out on a platform? Okay. So Sandra, if you are, depending on where you want to be, I mean, writing for Amazon is pretty simple. Use the process I just mentioned, which is to record your talk and then transcribe it, and then you and an editor edit it, and now you have a book, right? So with Amazon, you can literally just upload it, go, search for Amazon book Kindle, and then you can just upload that to Amazon. You can be in business within a few days after you write your book. If you're talking about selling your book to a publisher, you have to write what's called a book proposal. And the book proposal is a sales document that talks about who you are, why the book is needed, who's the audience, how many people are going to buy the book potentially based on your presence online, based on how much money you're going to spend on marketing, and those kinds of things. That's what I did with About My Sister's Business. And this was 1995, and I got I think just under a $40,000 book advance. And that was 20 something years ago. Right. So now it's a very different in terms of, back then we didn't have Facebook and Instagram or whatever. So my marketing section of my book proposal was all about the money I was going to spend, my 20 city speaking tour, because that's telling the publisher that they're going to get their advance back. Today, if you're writing a book proposal, I literally talked to a literary agent last week who said, well, your client wants to write a book. They wants to help her find a book publisher. How many followers does she have? So it's a different world. So if you are trying to get a book proposal these days, your social presence is way more important than it was when I sold About My Sister's Business and got a big book advance. All right. What we got here? How do you choose a topic? And is the topic important? Yes. How do you choose a topic? I mentioned when we were talking earlier about your story. So if you're inspirational, the topic is whatever story you want to tell. You want to tell the story of how you were orphaned at 13 and then you found your birth parents, whatever, right? Inspirational story. You want to tell, if you're instructional, I might tell the story of how to go from working in a corporate environment as I did with Procter & Gamble and leaving that job because I didn't want to work for anybody to starting my business. So I might create a topic on speaking where I'm showing someone how to transition from corporate life to running their own company. So the topic is very important for a number of reasons. Good question, Eric. It's important because you need to know who your audience is. And if I wanted to do a topic on, let's say I wanted to do a speaking training on how to become $1 million speaker, and nobody was interested in that, is that a good topic for me? No, it's not. It's not a good topic because nobody's interested. So you got to decide, are you speaking for you, or are you speaking to transform others? And if you're speaking to transform and help others, then you need to verify that there are people who are actually interested in the topic that you want to speak on. All right, great question. I may as well leave these on. I am an interviewer. I love that idea, but a lot of material involves more than 2 people. Yes, it does. Great question. Interestingly enough, Temi, TEMI.com, actually transcribes multiple speakers. Ha! Did you? It's crazy. So let's say you were doing a panel and all the audio is clear. The artificial intelligence of Temi can pick up on different speakers. I just printed out one of my transcripts the other day, and there were 3 of us, and it had speaker 1, speaker 2, speaker 3. So that takes care of that. There you go. All right. Any other questions? Well, Veronica, what you got, Veronica? Veronica says, thank you for everything. You appreciate it. I hope the rest of your day is beautiful. Thank you. You too, my sister. I appreciate you hopping up early. Probably isn't early for y'all. But everybody, thanks for hanging in and being here. And I wish you the absolute best in your speaking career, your coaching, consulting, training, and teaching career. And again, if you are interested in joining one of our accelerators, go to speakandmakemillions.com to apply. Eric, where are you?
You know where I'm at. I'm right here with you. You know I'm not going nowhere. You know, come on now. Talking about where are you? You look, you was closing down and I was sliding in. I was okay. She getting ready to give me that pass. I'm getting ready to take that jumper, baby. I'm getting ready. It's all bottoms always anyway. You know, we want to thank you for being on. And of course, my phone is going to ring on and on and on. And that's crazy, but this is what we do. Look, you've been amazing. I wanted to get you to say a couple of things about your Black Business Summit before you get out of here, because you know, we're doing something on this side, and I keep talking about making history, and we are making history, and I know that I'm an old man, and I'm gonna be moving on, and you're a young lady, and you got all the stuff. I didn't know all this. You know, I your email bounced back, right? So I said, okay, I gotta go and find her because she's gonna be on it tomorrow. You know how I am about the internet. I get on here and get busy. And so I went in again, and that's a Black Business Summit. I said, that's okay, cool. And I kept typing, I said, Enterprise, okay, cool. Then I said, Eric, you know what you gotta do? You gotta talk to this woman about what she's doing, and the world needs to know all the great things that you're doing. The Black Business Summit and the Millionaire Speaking Group. Talk a little bit about both of those. Sure. I'm sure that there are people out who need to know that information. And, you know, after this is over, I'm going to do a brainstorm with you, as I call a scramble storm with people, and see how I can help you in what you're doing.
Yeah, so the Black Business Summit, I'm going to actually, I mentioned this a few days ago in my other segment, that I'm going to actually offer the followers and the members and the evangelists of the Black Business Expo a very special deal on the Black Business Summit, which is a collection of interviews that I did with over 20 Black geniuses in everything from how to start an Airbnb business to how to raise capital to how to develop your millionaire mindset. All of these people are 6, 7, 8 figure earners and exceptional people, right? Because I can go and interview great earners, people who are making millions. But if they're not the right kind of people that I want to bring to my people, then I don't interview them. So these are some of them are personal friends of mine, but I'll make a special offer when you're finished. I think you're wrapping this up in a couple of days. So I will send you the information to send to all the folks who were a part of this so that they can get access to the Black Business Summit and how they can be involved in the next one, which starts in January, and I will interview them as well. So we got a whole new crop of Black geniuses coming in for interviews. So I'm trying to... What I'm doing is building the largest collection of interviews of Black genius.
Now, how long are those interviews going to be?
So those interviews are typically no less than 30 minutes, right? Okay. Some of them are shorter, maybe 1 or 2 are shorter, but we have some time to kind of get into their story and what they do and how they transform lives. And they're typically 30, depending on how long we and the guests go, but they're typically 30 to 45 minutes at the most.
Well, you know what I'm thinking. If they're 30 minutes to 40 minutes, you know what I'm thinking. The network that I'm working on, it'd be great to have them in rotation as we continue to do what we do. And again, that's another thing that I want to talk to you off stage.
Sure.
Now, talk about Black Business University.
So Black Business University is growing as a library of Black courses taught by Black instructors, obviously. So if people have a course on publishing, or people have a course on how to start a nonprofit or whatever, what's missing in the marketplace is this central location that you can go to take a course or listen to an interview by one of us.
That's
And
right.
so that's what we're building with Black Business University. It's transitioned over the last 6 or 7 years. Initially, it was this big library of just courses by whoever. And we still do have some courses that it doesn't matter where you are, but I want to showcase our expertise. So what we're doing now is curating courses and ebooks and those kinds of things, so that if you're looking for a Black leadership author, you know where to go. You don't just Google it. You go to Black Business U and you go leadership, and then all the people who are teaching on leadership or who have products on leadership, you can find them there.
So it's going to be pretty much videos there. Is that how it's going to
be
work?
videos and infographics. And so it's different expressions. So it's ebooks, audio, videos, infographics, white papers, or like I like to call them black papers.
Well, I got something that I want to talk to you about on that key too, because I'd like to see the university be a live university where people can come in and actually go to courses and have some live speakers to actually be talking, and that way to make it, you know me. I'm always about the live stuff. I like that interaction, and I think that's just another piece that may add some more what I call luster to what you're doing.
Great.
Well, anyway, I know you got to get out of here. We thank you for your time.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you go online and find her. It's Fran Harris. She's doing a great job. Fran, anything you want to say in terms of your email, or in terms of a website people can reach on this particular subject? You talk about the speak part.
Yeah, definitely.
Leave that with us before you go.
Yeah, if you're interested in learning how to create a 5, 6, 7, 8-figure business with speaking as the foundation, then you can go to speakandmakemillions.com to apply. Speakandmakemillions.com to apply. Thanks, Eric.
Okay, thank you so much, and we'll see you tomorrow, as a matter of fact.
Right.
Can't wait. Look. I saw that. Bright and early. Okay, thank you so very much. Okay.
Thanks, have a great day.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. And of course, as we move on and on and on, we're going to bring up another gentleman, and we're going to move right into it. We're not going to slow down. We're going to make it fast. Dr. Gentes. Hey, Dennis Rogers, how's it going this morning?
Good morning. Very well, Dr. Kelly. How are you, sir?
I'm doing pretty good. We're going to let you go right in, and we'll talk to you on the other side.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. How are you, entrepreneurs? My name, again, is Dr. Dennis Rogers. It's a pleasure to be here with you. My doctorate is actually in political science, but I am a self-care specialist. I take care of myself. Got a little shiny forehead this morning, eating my blueberries, my superfoods, drinking my water, getting a little perspiration in this morning. And so I wanted to come to you and talk to you about a couple of things. One of the first things I want to talk to you about is self-care. Then I'd like to talk to you about examples of Black business excellence. Thirdly, I'd like to talk to you about increasing your network. And finally, I'd like to talk to you about mind expansion and obtaining global customers. Okay. So self-care. If you watch the news, you'll see quite often that leaders in our community have health issues. I was watching, and they said that Al Roker, who's been on Good Morning or Today Show doing bear with me, I'm getting it together, Today Show doing weather for Forever and a Day. He literally has been diagnosed with prostate cancer. And so, of course, we hear, that we should get our prostate checked out, men out there, women, the men you love, the men you care for, your fathers, your brothers, your uncles, etc. But I always ask these questions like, well, they seem like they're at the top of their career. They're certainly generating enough resources to go and get medical care. Why is it they did not catch this earlier or address it earlier? And, a lot of times business owners are so busy generating revenue, addressing the pressing needs of their clients, their customers, and even their family members that they forget to take care of themselves. And I'm coming at you from a little different angle here. I'm literally in my hotel room in Washington, D.C., taking meetings, but taking a moment to recuperate and take care of myself in the process. Not sick, just staying healthy. So I want to talk to you about three people I met. These people all lived to be 100 years old. They were 100. They were active. They were elegant. The first gentleman I met who lived to be 100 lived in Montgomery, Alabama. And in Montgomery, Alabama, at 100 years old, I asked him, I want to know, because so many Black men check out at age 65, at time of retirement. After they pay into retirement system, they cannot collect retirement payments. And if they do not adopt their grandchildren, then those retirement payments that they paid into the system literally just disappear. And so we're losing money on the back end as well. And he said to me, to live to be 100 is an interesting thing. I'm healthy. I can walk around. I got a few aches and pains, but I'm all right. He said, here's how you do it. He said, have you ever watched a bird build a nest? Where you going with this? He said, it takes the strongest twig it can find, and it lays a twig. And it takes the next strongest twig it can find, and it lays another twig. And it continues to find the strongest twigs it can find until ultimately it has a nest, it has a home. So he said, to live to be 100 is to think a strong thought. It's to think a healthy thought. It's to take a strong action. It's to take action to remain healthy, to walk, to stretch, to drink your water, to have loving relationships. He said, this is how I've lived to be 100. I met a woman. She's now 105. 105. You become a centenarian at 100, a super centenarian at age 110. So she's on her way. At age 72, she built a house, and her family members were like, Mom, why are you building this house? She said, if I don't live in it but for one day, it's my house. She's lived in it 72 to 102. That's 30 years plus 3. She's lived in her house for 33 years. And in her house, she fits 100 people during the holiday season. So that gives you an idea of how big it is. And she's actually in Mississippi. Real interest in this Southern connection. And on one side of her house is her son's house. On another side of the house is her son's house. And they come and they check her blood pressure every day. Her daughter does her hair once a week. She's a member, the senior mother of the church, the family church. So she's one of the women who sit on the front row of the church. And it points directly to having loving relationships, having people that care for you, listening to them, staying spiritual, having an outlet for your frustration, limiting those negative, emotions and chemicals in your body. And again, she's 105. The third woman I met, didn't get to talk to her as much, but she was in the garden at the church. And imagining a 100-year-old woman gardening at the church. So they're living long enough to enjoy the fruits of their labor. So there's a book. The book is entitled Blue Zones. I encourage everyone to get the book Blue Zones. There's a website, www.bluezones.com. Blue Zones is written by an author who traveled the globe looking for centers of population where a significant number of people live to be 100 years old plus. He finds 5 such centers. One is in Nepal, one is in California, one is in Japan, Okinawa. Many people have heard of the Okinawa plan. One of them is in Latin America, right? I may have missed one, but ultimately he finds in the blue zones that loving relationships, having a purpose, having a garden, having an art, experience, having a pet. All of these things extend the quality of life. They extend the life and they extend the quality of life. So in COVID season, I'm going to encourage you to engage in self-care. I'm going to encourage you to eat your superfoods, eat your beets, eat your blueberries, eat your strawberries, eat your sea moss. If you're up on Dr. Sebi, check him out. Get your sea moss on. Get your minerals up, right? Get your sunshine. You saw me out the other day kind of sweating in the sun. The intent is self-care. If you're a person who goes to the gym, I encourage you to go to the gym. Stretch before you go and after you go. Water sports, good for aerobics. Keep the heart up, right? Keep the lungs pumping well. Take care of yourself. Encourage your loved ones to take care of themselves. And then I'm going to encourage you to take care of your mental health as well. Mental health, from meditation to prayer to reading scripture to checking in with a psychologist. A lot of people are using success coaches now that can help kind of circumvent self-destructive behavior, seeds that may have been planted when you were a child, traumatic experiences. A lot of people going through childhood traumatic experiences. Seek out professional health care that can assist you in caring for your mind and being mentally healthy as well. So that's it on healthcare. That was 15 minutes of the presentation. I just want you to take care of yourself. So while you're enjoying the fruits of your labor and you're generating revenue and you're engaged in business, you're also taking care of you, the driver of your business, the driver of your life. Do you have a health plan? How do you choose to be healthier next month than this month, next quarter, next half a year, next year, in the next 2 years? Do you have health goals? Sit with your health professionals, not just the Western doctors who talk to us about how things are going wrong and now I got to remove something like your appendix or surgery. But also I encourage you to engage in Eastern care, right? Whether you do acupuncture, which I do acupressure, which I do massage, etc. Iridology, where they look at the iris of your eye and they can determine whether or not there's trauma going on inside your body, because the 360 degrees of the circle of the pupil of your eye relate to a different organ in your body. I encourage you to be open-minded about caring for yourself because it's crucial. Okay, so I'm going to transition out of that and I'm going to deal a little bit with examples of excellence in Black business. And I began with this a bit earlier, talking about the various folks that we discussed. But I want to begin by talking about A.G. Gaston. And the reason I'm going to talk about A.G. Gaston right after talking about health is because A.G. Gaston lived to be 102 years old. That's right, a businessman in Alabama, and he wasn't the first 100-year-old man I was telling you I met. He lived to be 102 years old. A.G. Gaston started out in construction, and he noted that everyone was hungry after, working a hard day's work. So he opened up a food stand, and people began to buy sandwiches, etc. One of his buddies wanted to take a young lady out and, wanted to borrow a loan. And so he provided him with some currency so he could go out and, entertain the young lady he was interested in. And ultimately, he brought back additional revenue. So he did. He charged interest and he generated revenue. And from that, he saw after burials where people would pass the hat, and he started an insurance company, a burial relief company. And in the process, of course, generating revenue, had challenges. At one point, people challenged his ability to pay back. He had taken in so many receipts, and in the end, there was a funeral that cost more than the receipts he had. And, he made it work. He found a way to make it work. That built more trust. More people came to work with him. And ultimately, he built an insurance company. And the thing about insurance companies is that they generate a lot of cash. There's a cartoon I saw once about insurance companies, and insurance companies like a camel because it just continues to generate revenue. You got 1,000 customers, 10,000 customers, 1 million customers paying a $20 premium a month rather. then that's $20 million in revenue a month. That's pretty impressive, right? And so ultimately, insurance companies, and this is why in Durham, North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance Company was an economic driver. And you may recall they were generating a lot of cash, and up came Maceo Sloan and said, let's start NCM Capital. And the cash from North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance Company was used as investment capital with NCM Capital, right? This is happening with all these insurance companies. A lot of income is being generated. A.G. Gaston, back to his story, went on to create a hotel. It was more like an inn, but during the time of the Green Book, of course, when Black folks were traveling and they were looking for safe places to stay, if they didn't stay at the preacher's house or their loved one's house, they would sleep in their car, or just for safety reasons, they were also staying in Black-owned hotels. A.G. Gaston actually owned a hotel that generated revenue. If you've ever played Monopoly and you go around the board, the object of Monopoly, of course, is to turn your greenhouses into red hotels because they generate a significant amount of resources, even though the hospitality industry is taking a hit right now. Nonetheless, A.G. Gaston lived to be 102 years old. His assets kind of went in different directions, which speaks to the need for a succession plan. Do you as a business owner have a succession plan? What is it? What does it look like? Who's in it? When you and your partners, if you have partners, come together and you establish a partnership agreement, what is the exit strategy on the partnership agreement? God forbid one of the partners pass away. Does the partner's family member have an option to purchase or not? These are things one should think about when structuring their business. A.G. Gaston, I'd like to talk to you about a couple that was in business. Get your minerals up. That's right. Get your minerals up. There was a couple in business, and it's Sheila Johnson married to Bob Johnson. And many of you may have heard this story before. Bob Johnson, who was working on Capitol Hill with Walter Fauntroy, and he served on the not internet at that time, cable commission, one of the committees that dealt with cable. And Bob Johnson gets in a taxi with an older gentleman, and the older gentleman is trying to do, basically old TV or elder TV. And Bob Johnson listens to him, says, that's a good business plan. Could I have a copy of it? Guy gives him the business plan. Bob Johnson said this himself. He takes the business plan everywhere there's old, he scratches it out and put black. First time I heard him say that was I read an article about him speaking at Strayer University's graduation, and he mentioned that story, and it's actually online. You can look it up. So these are his words, not mine. Ultimately, with Black Entertainment Television, his first customer was the District of Columbia, and it was under the leadership of Mayor Marion Barry. So again, elected officials can assist in generating Black millionaires and Black middle class through their deployment of resources. So with the District of Columbia as their first customer, I think they had maybe in their cable network, let's say 200, 300,000 network subscribers. Let's just say 200. So back in the day, cable used to be paid for through this idea that it was bundled, and you pay, $20 a month for all your cable networks. And so Bob Johnson's company would get $2 out of that $20 a month. But again, just like a camel with insurance, $2 a month times 200,000 customers is cash flow of $400K a month. And you can kind of get some things done, particularly with his business model where he showed videos and he'd do live entertainment. And initially he was showing Amos and Andy and things of this nature, comedy shows, kind of resauced comedy shows. Ultimately, he asked his wife to leave her high five-figure employment as an executive and to come to assist in the building of the business. She did so. She came up with the show Teen Summit. I know that a lot of protests have gone on around BET is problematic in lieu of this content, particularly with the videos, et cetera, late night videos, et cetera. But they had a teen show that was aimed and directed at instilling values of virtue in teens. And Ananda Lewis was one of the spokespeople for, and Prince de Jour I think, were the first guests, and then came Free and AJ Calloway, et cetera, et cetera. So in the process of getting an outside investor to invest in the cable network, them retaining majority ownership in the cable, somewhere along the lines, they decided to issue stock. And thus, the rest is history. Became a stock company. During the time they were looking to do stock buybacks, Michael Jordan was the spokesperson for the stock buyback process. And ultimately, this plays out later when Jordan, through Bob Johnson, becomes owner of Charlotte Hornets team, majority owner of Charlotte Hornets team. Ultimately, this business flourishes. It is sold, and the marriage is dissolved. Sheila Johnson goes on to become a partial owner in the Washington Mystics basketball team, the Washington hockey team that wins a Stanley Cup. The Mystics won the national championship. And I don't think she's a part owner in the baseball team, but she's partial owner in two sports teams we know of. She also has the Salamander Resorts, which are out there in Middleburg, Virginia, which is a 6-star resort for that matter. And she's additionally gone on to purchase or to build private homes that are available for purchase on the property as well. She's the major financier behind the forthcoming South Carolina and Charleston, South Carolina, the forthcoming Charleston, South Carolina International African American Museum. And she's doing quite well for herself as a businesswoman with business acumen. She does everything from these designer scarves, which are absolutely gorgeous, to endowing fellowships at Harvard University because of the revenue she's generated. And so these are examples of business excellence that I encourage you to tune into. Look at the lessons to be learned, both locally in Durham, in the state of North Carolina. Mr. Joe Dudley, of course, NCM Capital, and now I think it's not Pioneer, Piedmont Capital, which has right there in Durham assets of $10 billion under management. No, I think it's 13 billion now. 10 and 30, whichever. It's a lot of money under management, right? So these business people actually leave footprints. They leave examples for us to tune into. So I like to point that out to you. Now I'd like to talk to you about increasing your network, right? Don King used to say, "My power lies in my people ties." George Fraser uses the phrase, "My net worth is directly related to my network." And he, of course, is the networking guru, which I understand there was a presentation yesterday at 1 p.m., as well as one Monday at 1 p.m. that we have that you can go back and revisit as Mr. Kelly continues to circulate this wonderful information for us. And thank you. Shout out to Mr. Eric Kelly. Matter of fact, let's take a commercial break. This messaging is being brought to you actually by the Black Business Expo USA and now the Black Business Olympics USA. Well, Olympics are global, but we'll get to that in a moment. Ultimately, the intent of this network is to connect Black business owners and to connect Black business consumers to Black business owners. So B2B and B2C should transpire as a result of this network. Ideally, you're hearing from business owners. They're informing you of how to be in touch with them. You're contacting them. You're taking business meetings, and you're expanding the network. Because in addition to the network, what Mr. Kelly is doing is he's playing a leadership role in building the Black business ecosystem in the state of North Carolina, in Durham, North Carolina, in the state of North Carolina, in the region, in the nation, and internationally, as we have Londoners presenting during this Black Business Expo and Black Business Olympics. And so the Black business ecosystem, what is an ecosystem? I often think again of Jacques Cousteau, who when I was young, he would be on television, PBS, going underwater with goggles on and showing us, the algae underwater, the living creatures underwater, the octopi underwater. all of these entities living together, the starfish, the dragon horse, seahorses, and they live coherently together in a way that it was good for the entire environment. And when we think of a business ecosystem, we think of the same. We think of funding, we think of human capital, we think of insurance, we think of business and industries from laundry to brick making to construction to pipe fitting to wiring to electricians to drywalling. We think of all of the trades. We think of the professional services and management and brandology. We have a brandologist speak earlier. And we think of the financial services that are required, the retirement planning, the estate planning. We think of the entire kind of elements as a unit, as a cohesive, as a interdependent grouping that creates the business ecosystem wherein all entities can flourish, right? All business entities flourish within an ecosystem. And then there's also this notion of Black business architecture, right? How do you lay out like a blueprint, a map, right? A pen and paper, and you say, what do we want to build? How do we want to build it? For what purpose do we want to build it? And you be about the business of bringing in partners that can help architect the structure of an individual business and or the business community under which individual businesses operate. This is what this network is about. This is what Dr. Eric Kelly is about, and he's been about it for a while, and he's a long distance runner. And this is what we encourage you to join us and to be about as well. Building a Black business ecosystem by which we all prosper, building a Black business architecture by which we all are part of the process of building the successful businesses. They're collectively owned. I know that most businesses operate as individual entities, limited liability corporations, C Corps, S Corps, publicly traded entities. In the Black business architectural concept, there is a collective ownership element to business. Excuse me, and a collective responsibility for the success of that business. And when we're mutually engaged and interdependent, and your success is my success, and my success is your success, then we have no problem picking up the phone, calling each other, and doing business with one another. Circulating dollars, circulating skill set to get us all up to speed. All right. So that's it for the commercial. This station is brought to you again by Dr. Eric Kelly, the Black Business Expo USA, and the Black Business Olympics. All right. Okay, so I'm just reading the chats here, and I'll jump into increasing your network. So when you think about your business network, I'd like for you to consider this, that there have been others in your industry sector, there have been others in your business before you arrived. Somehow you were inspired, even if you're in an innovative, new kind of way of doing business. There is some truth to the notion there's nothing new under the sun. And ideally, you were inspired by someone that you've reached out to say, you inspired me to be in business. I want to thank you for the inspiration, as well as inform you of what it is I'm doing. And then most times they have an opportunity to say, well, hey, I can support that. I appreciate that. If there's anything I can do to be of assistance to you, let me know. So we know, to be a friend, to have friends, you have to be a friend. Reach out, call your people, send them birthday cards. Thanksgiving cards now is coming up. Christmas celebratory cards, New Year cards, Black History Month cards. Find a reason to stay in touch, both in print, old school in print, a handwritten letter still is golden, right? A word of encouragement, a card, get healthy, sympathy. We know you're going through COVID right now. You're in the house. We appreciate you. Be encouraged. These personal, intimate relationships can evolve and have a supportive nature to your business, right? In addition, there are others in your business in other parts of the country, other parts of the world, other parts of the state, even in the same city that you collaborate with, that you're not necessarily directly competitive with. It isn't a Coca-Cola versus Pepsi-Cola situation, but there are others who support your business, as well as there are those in your supply chain. There are those who supply your Crane paper, if you use Crane paper. that supply your pens. If you use pens, you may go to, Office Depot, Home Depot, and buy the big pens off the rack, or you may go to, here in Washington, D.C., there's a place called Farney's, and it's where all the presidential pens are made, Farney's. And it's adjacent to Mechanics and Farmers Bank, actually, right downtown Washington, D.C. But there's a brother in there out of the entire store, one brother with a white coat on. He's known as the pen doctor, and he will hook your pen up. He will fix it. He will let you know if it's time for a new one. It's like going to an auto mechanic for your pen. So even those products that you use in the creation of your business, if you are using financial instruments that are backed by insurance companies or other entities, they're in your supply chain, right? If you are using your technology and your computer, your phone at home in order to communicate with your folks, then that hardware is in your supply chain, as well as the skills required to keep your hardware running smoothly, right? Like behind the scenes here, you don't see him, but there's someone keeping this, Brother Mark, keeping us moving smoothly in the background. He's a part of the supply chain of the Black Business Expo. In short, we want you to say thank you to your supply chain. We appreciate you. I want to continue to do business with you. Is there anything I can do for you in addition to writing you a bigger check, right? Because the supply chain makes the business go, and the business going is what this is all about. So in increasing your network, and you think about your supply chain, I want to give you a quick history of a gentleman by the name of Perrin Mitchell. Perrin Mitchell was out of Baltimore. He was a Congress member. And Perrin Mitchell is considered the godfather, if you will, even though Adam Clayton Powell did some things, but we won't go there. The Minority Business Development, MBDE, Minority Business Enterprises, right? So in the 70s, really, this notion of creating ways for Black businesses to get in on government contracts and things of this nature. And it brought together business owners, some who were competitive, maybe in different parts of the country, or maybe even competitive in the same town, for the purpose of saying, as minority, as Black-owned business owners, we want a piece of the pie. We pay government taxes. Our family members pay government taxes. We want to do business with the federal government, the state government, and the local government. Sandra Lucky, we see you. Thank you. Yes. And ultimately, with the Minority Business Enterprise, and then I think it changed its name to Minority Business Development Enterprise and Minority Women Business Development Enterprises, MWBDE, the intent was to increase business flow for minority and women-owned businesses. In the state of North Carolina, there's a similar entity, and their vision statement, I think, is the number 17%. It may be 12%, but for 12% of the state contracts to go to minority and women businesses. They use the term historically underutilized businesses, right? So for the sake of conversation, let's say the state budget of North Carolina is, I think I looked at it the other night, it says $800 billion. $800 billion. 10% of $800 billion is 80 billion of those dollars are supposed to go to historically underutilized businesses. And North Carolina is a very interesting state, an at-will work state, a state with a history of discrimination. We hope our business partners are listening and we can correct that in lieu of Black Lives Matter and the way to move forward. Ultimately, in accordance with state statutes, historically underutilized businesses are supposed to be doing somewhere to the tune of $80 billion of state business. That doesn't include Wake County, for example, that has 13 cities, county business and or city business in these 13 cities in Wake County. But we just want to, share that notion with you. So through the minority women business development enterprises, there are opportunities to network with businesses that can be in your supply chain, to network with entities that can be your customers or your clients that can help you generate more business and your bottom line, as well as there are chambers of commerce. So in Durham, I know there's the Greater Black Durham Chamber of Commerce. There's the other Chamber of Commerce as well. And so most of the other entities were established earlier. They experienced discrimination. And we, as people of color, went on to develop our own brother, sister like entities. So there's a white Chamber of Commerce or a Chamber of Commerce. They may argue that we're not white. We'll do business with anyone that wants to do business with us. Then there's the Greater Black Durham Chamber of Commerce. There's the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. And then there's the U.S. Black Chamber of Commerce. There's also a National Black Chamber of Commerce. There's also the National Black Business League that was founded by Booker T. Washington, and W.B. Du Bois gave him the inspiration, but he went on to found the National Black Business League historically. With all of these entities, there's an opportunity for you to network. I encourage you to join, it's almost like Eric Kelly said when he was in school, he joined 20 organizations. I encourage you to join as many of these particular organizations strategically as you can to expand your network, to be in the deal flow, to generate more revenue. So I encourage you to join the U.S. Chamber of Commerce in Washington, D.C., because they have a Black specific business development initiative that you should be a part of. In addition, I encourage you to join the U.S. Black Chamber of Commerce run by Ron Bugsby, which has some relationship, I do believe, with the Greater Black Durham Chamber of Commerce. And there is a network of chambers of commerce around the country. So let's give an example here. You're in the widget business. You're distributing your widgets in Durham, North Carolina. You want to distribute your widgets in Phoenix, Arizona. You reach out to the Black Chamber of Commerce in Phoenix, Arizona, and you say, I have widgets. They come from Durham, but I'm interested in working with the businesses in the Black Chamber of Commerce there in Phoenix, Arizona. And they say, great. Hey, by the way, are you interested in having an office of widgets here in Phoenix, Arizona? You say, well, hadn't thought about it, but talk to me. And they say, well, here's what it takes to set up a business in Phoenix, Arizona. We would love to put some people to work in Phoenix, Arizona, working for your business. Are you willing to expand? And then if you're in an ecosystem of business development, we can have those conversations about financing and preparing yourself to expand into Phoenix. Plus, you have a network of businesses that ideally are willing to support you because you're in their network. And these Black Chambers of Commerce are kind of all over the country, right? You can look them up. They're out there, and there's an opportunity for you to expand, do business, as well as to expand your supply chain by looking at who's supplying what out of these various chambers of commerce. Same is true with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, right? The benefits of being a member of these chambers, one, they are supposed to lobby government on your behalf of their membership, in order to make sure that policies are beneficial to businesses, as well as to ensure that the businesses are aware of the policies, right? So often we hear the state of business in Durham, the state of the state of business in the state of North Carolina, state of business in the United States, state of the union. Well, in order to make sure that they're receiving information from you, you're in the network, that you're receiving information from them, join the network, stay in the network as well. And then in addition to kind of those catch-all organizations like Chambers of Commerce, there's some very specific entities. For example, there's the American Manufacturers Association. And if you're a manufacturer, I encourage you to join the American Manufacturers Association. There used to be an international Black manufacturers and marketing organization as well called IBAMEC, right? In the same way, there's an American Manufacturers Association. We spoke earlier about there's an American, they call themselves the Direct Selling Association of America, Direct Selling Association, DSA. These are folks, again, Joe Dudley and others that were in direct sales. There is an American Association for everything imaginable. Literally, someone is starting a new association now. These are nonprofits. They're in the business of information flow. They are in the business of connecting you to others you're interested in connecting with, thus expanding your network. I encourage you to be in tune to the associations that are related to your particular business industry, locally, within the state, and nationally. There's a, believe it or not, North Carolina is a North Carolina Wine Wholesale Beer and Wine Wholesalers Association. It's a trade association for those in those industries, whether in distribution, the creation of, production of. There's an association for just about everything. Okay. And there's an opportunity for you to expand your network there. All right, we're doing good on time. It's 10:44, and I hope you're enjoying this conversation. This more or less monologue is brought to you again by Black Business Expo USA and the Black Business Olympics. Dr. Eric Kelly, thank you for organizing these opportunities for us to communicate. Okay, so now I want to talk to you a little bit about expanding your mind relating to your customer base. Who are your customers? How many do you have? Hi, Sandra Lucky. I am. That's right. I am that I am. I am who I am. That's right. Okay, so as you consider expanding your mind, here's what I'd like for you to consider. Thank you for your time and information. Oh, you're so welcome. So welcome. Look, there are 300 plus Americans, right? We know that here recently there have been 150 million Americans that got out to vote. That's about half of the Americans that got out to vote, and some of those are that other half are not voting age population. There are 300 million potential clients depending upon your business, right? 350 million, more than that, some are uncounted. Let's say there are 400 million people breathing air on this land we know as the United States of America, including Alaska, Guam, Puerto Rico, Hawaii, the territories, right? District of Columbia. These are all potential customers for you and your business. Now, if your business is aimed for video game playing men, young men between the ages of 15 and 24, then there's a segment of that 300 million that your business is aimed at directly. And I want you to consider that, right? So within the United States, there's a market for your business. Technology makes it possible now to translate language, to project your images and your voice and your ideas out visually through hearing, literally to the world. There are 54 countries on the continent of Africa producing products, goods, and services, raw materials. Do you have an Africa plug, as the young people say? Do you have an Africa Connect? Do you have a relationship with anyone in any country on the continent of Africa? Mine's is for the people who've been abused. Yes. So there are abusive business practices taking place on the continent of Africa. There are abusive business practices taking place in the state of North Carolina. Your business, which is the topic of this discussion, ideally is not involved in abusive business relationships. And ideally, you will vet out with whom you do business internationally. You'll get your passport. You'll travel to where they are. You will engage them visually. You will walk the grounds of their business, and you will have an opportunity to figure out through your business alliances whether or not they're legitimate, credible, and they are not abusing people. Within the European Union, there are 26 countries. This is another outlet for you to do business. And then in the larger Europe, there are additional countries. In Asia, there are additional countries and prefectures for you to do business. Have you considered doing business in the Caribbean marketplace? There are people in the Caribbean marketplace that speak English. They're Anglophone. Just like there are people in the Caribbean marketplace that speak French. They're Francophones. The same is true on the continent of Africa. They're Francophone countries, they're Anglophone countries. And ultimately, there's an opportunity there for you to supply them or for them to be in your supply chain or to be a conduit from one business to another business. There are opportunities there that exist for you. And so, what I'd like for you to consider as I see Dr. Kelly rejoining us is the notion that within the coin of the realm, there are global currencies in play. There are 198 countries for you to consider doing business in. And we'd like to, through the Black Business Network, be a part of connecting you to those opportunities and those individuals that can be a part of your supply chain overseas.
Well, hey man, great job, great job. You know, as always, you're always at
Thank
the
you.
right place at the right time. And of course, for those who don't know, you know, Dr. Dennis Rogers is flying all over the country. He's a global globetrotter. As you can look at his backdrop, you can see he's in another space and another time. And that's what the internet does for all of us. It gives us the opportunity to move around and still be involved. Thank you, Doc. I'll talk to you pretty soon. I'm going to bring on Deborah Giles. And
So,
Deborah Giles,
take care.
mhm. Deborah Giles is coming to us from the city of Durham. How to do business with the city of Durham. And of course, Deborah Giles, how you doing this morning?
Good morning. I hope you're doing well.
Well, I'm always doing well when I see beautiful women like you in my presence. You know, it's always great. And of course, we know that you're going to give it to us good today. And so I want to thank you for being on the show. And I'll see you on the other side.
Absolutely. I've got to try to figure out how to manage all of this new technology here. I need to figure how to bring up my presentation this morning. I certainly hope that all of the listeners are doing well, and hopefully we will have this presentation started soon. I got to share my screen here. So just give me a moment or two to figure that out. Okay, so it seems that I'm going to have a little bit of an issue with showing you my PowerPoint, but nonetheless, I will talk you through things that I wanted to share with you today. First of all, I'm the director of the City of Durham's Equity and Inclusion Department. And this department is actually a change from our previous department, which was named the Equity Assurance Department. And in the beginning of 2019, the City of Durham decided to embrace something that many of cities and governmental entities are looking at now, and that is the major role that governments have played in actually perpetuating racial inequities, not only now, of course, through the years, but facing the fact that they really need to play a role in ensuring that there is equity for all, and all have the equal opportunity for success. And so the City of Durham changed the name of our department in 2019, and we became a department of two divisions. One of our divisions is certainly racial equity and inclusion, and the second division is the one that we're going to spend most of our time on today, which is the Department of Contracting and Compliance, which mostly impacts our small businesses. And so I also want to take this opportunity to thank Eric for giving me this opportunity to participate. He has done a yeoman's job in doing the work necessary to make this Black Business Expo Olympics just a wonderful, wonderful opportunity for not only educating minority businesses, but also promoting business opportunities. And so we certainly want to thank him for all he has done. Our sort of learning objectives for today are to sort of talk to you about two programs that my department offers, then to have you understand the participation goals that the city uses and how they are used, and then talk some about what the city buys and sells. Oftentimes on auction, the city sells things also. And then we're going to also talk about tips on bids and proposals that must be submitted in order to acquire the opportunities. So I would start by saying that it's the purpose of the Equity and Inclusion Department to create an environment that promotes, supports, and advances equity and inclusion in the City of Durham's contracting and organizational decision making. And so for this purpose, we're going to focus on the contracting side of things. We have our contracting and compliance division that is responsible for implementing the city's Equal Business Opportunity Program and the Small Business Enterprise Program. And I'm going to share with you, starting with the Small Local Business Enterprise Program. Now, this is a program that the city implemented in 2011 through a legislative action. Fortunately, even though the legislature was in control by Republicans at the time, we had a delegation from Durham that was willing to push forward to give us this opportunity, and they were successful. The Small Local Business Enterprise Program was established largely to increase employment opportunities for our city residents and to enhance the tax base by promoting opportunities for small local businesses. We are under no confusion over the fact that our small businesses are the backbone not only of our local economy, but our state and national economy. And certainly anything that we can do to uplift small businesses is going to be of a benefit to us all. I would say that Charlotte was the first government to have such a program, and Durham was the second. I don't know, there were some other governmental entities that were seeking to have small local business programs, but because of the dynamics of their local entities and the state, I don't know that they have been successful thus far in doing those. Our small local business enterprise program is race and gender neutral. That means that it's open not only to our minority businesses, but also to our non-minority businesses. And the purpose, of course, is to support them, and that only for this particular program, we have 4 counties that are eligible to participate. I'm being asked if I have a presentation to bring up, and I do. And certainly any assistance that we can get to bring that forward, I'd be happy to have that done. And to Mark, how would you like for me to provide the PowerPoint to you? I'll continue to go forward. The Small Local Business Enterprise Program not only affects 4 specific counties, and those 4 counties are, of course, Durham, being the biggest of them all, along with our Orange County, Chatham County, and Person County, and this is called the Durham MSA. The Durham MSA is established by the federal government and not something that we decided upon ourselves, but certainly gives us an opportunity in this format to be sure that we try to get most of the resources in this program to folks who are in Durham. It also applies to contracts that are $500,000 or less for construction and $100,000 or less for architectural and engineering services. We don't apply this program to procurement of materials and equipment, but the city of Durham seems to spend most of its money in construction, architectural, and engineering services, and therefore we would like to make sure that we get our share of those resources right here in Durham. We also don't apply this program to any service that belongs to another governmental entity like the federal government or a state government. And if we're precluded from applying the program to those services, certainly we adhere to those legal requirements. In order to be eligible to participate in this particular program, you just have to be a business that's non-governmental and able to meet the size standards for a business for at least a small business by the United States Small Business Administration. Some of you may know that there is a list of standards offered by the SBA, and certainly most of the businesses we know can fit that category because we're certainly a lot smaller in terms of architectural and engineering services of achieving up to $7 to $15 million a year over a 3-year period, and certainly less than $30 million in construction. For the most part, they don't have any requirements in terms of the numbers of employees you can have, although in the past, they used to have standards for at least 100 employees or up to 500 employees, but that does not do now. They don't do that now. So most of the firms that we know are in fact eligible, and we can certainly meet the requirements for the small business program. Another requirement for this particular program is that you have to have a principal office within the Durham MSA, and at least 25% of your full-time employees have to reside in one of these 4 counties. That's because the bottom line of it is we want to help our own. We want to help those folks that are within our MSA, and we're going to make sure that if you're a business that is applying to be one of our small business enterprises, that you're not only in the MSA yourself, but that you're employing people who are here. And so in order to say that you have a principal location here, you have to note that most of your employees are located in that office, and that you're transacting the majority of your business activity through there. In this program, we also will accept regional branch and satellite businesses, but they too must have at least 25% of their full-time employees to reside within the 4 counties, and they must have been within one of these 4 counties for at least a year before they can even be considered as a member of this program. We are the entity that, and when I say we, I mean my department is the entity that certifies firms for the City of Durham's small business program. And we manage all aspects of that. We do have the certification forms on our website, and we will be able to share those with you, and would love to have businesses to seek this certification. The City of Durham is very interested and always interested in supporting those of its own. So I hope that this information is being useful to you. I will at some point make this presentation available so that you can have it for your records, and I will send it to Eric and make sure that you have it for your records. First of all, because in some cases I do include the websites for the information that you will find and need. So with that, I'm going to move on to our program called the Equal Business Opportunity Program. The Equal Business Opportunity Program is the program that seeks to make sure that there are contracting opportunities for minorities and women doing business in the city's marketplace. And so this is the one that maybe in this format means the most. And so just to be clear, the minority and women's businesses are defined by our program, and certainly all ethnic minorities, Black, Hispanic, Asian American, and American Indian, both males and females, are considered to be minorities in our program. For the definition of women, we are certifying women as white females or other ethnic females who identify as white females. Some might ask, so I'm a Black woman, why can't I be certified as both? In the way that the state of North Carolina certifies firms now, ethnicity takes the precedent over the designation, and then others. And so for minorities, both males and females are classified as minorities. So there are at least 2 entities that we spend, well, actually 3, that we will accept certifications from for participation in our programs. And one of them, of course, you may have heard from her this morning, Tammy Hall, who's the director of what is known as the Hub Office, which is the state of North Carolina's historically underutilized business office. And she has most of the certifications. In fact, the state of North Carolina took over certification of women and minority-owned businesses as early as 2009. So she has the largest database, more than 4,000 firms that have certified as women and minority-owned businesses. And that is the place where most governments will look to utilize women and minorities. So be sure that if in fact you're not certified already and are interested in providing a service to a governmental entity, that you consider getting certified by the State Hub Office. And I have that information for you as well. I'm going to provide this entire presentation so that Eric can disseminate it to those who might be interested. The other entity that we accept certifications from is the Department of Transportation. They have what they're calling a DBE program, and that's Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program. And so this group has a certification that we accept, but we accept firms who have been identified not only as a disadvantaged business enterprise, they must be identified as a minority disadvantaged business or a woman disadvantaged business in order to be used in our program. And then, of course, we will accept certifications by the Small Business Administration, though we hardly see many of those. And so when we talk about certifications, let me be sure to tell you that there is nothing that the city of Durham is doing that a firm, no matter who they are, cannot apply to service. However, when it comes to women and minorities, we certainly want to know that we're servicing you. And we can't just say, oh, well, I know them. We look at you and you may look like you're an African American, but you in fact may not be an African American. You could be from some other place. You could be from Great Britain. You could be from anywhere. And if we're looking for firms who are African American, we need to have some entity that certifies you as such. And that's why we put emphasis on certification. The city of Durham also does put goals as an important aspect of its Equal Business Opportunity Program. Like I said, any firm who believes that they're qualified to meet a service requirement is certainly eligible in order to participate. And it doesn't require that you be certified to do it. However, because we have an interest in knowing that we're reaching the population that we choose and really want to service, we do need, number one, to have you certified, but then where you may be small and unable to service a large contract all by yourself, to give you an opportunity as a subcontractor to do that. And so our focus is on subcontracting opportunities and setting goals for subcontracting opportunities on large contracts for which a minority or woman-owned business may not be able to service on their own. And so the city of Durham certainly respects prime contracting, and I can't tell you how excited I get when I realize that a contract is going to an African-American firm and they are the big guys on it. It makes me so excited. But we do recognize that, and we do not set goals at all on contracts that are small, because many of our businesses can handle a small contract all by themselves, but just have problems with large contracts. So when the contract is less than $30,000, we're certainly not going to set a participation goal on that. But for things that are larger, we are going to have a look at it and look at whether we're going to set participation goals on them. And so the city of Durham, after its last disparity study, decided that it would not just set an overarching goal for itself, but set goals on the various contracting aspects of its work, so that there are 4 categories of contracting activity performed by the city, and each one of those contracting categories has its own set of goals. The goals for construction based on our disparity study, it was to set goals at 11% for minority firms and 7% for women. On professional services, which is architectural, engineering, and surveying, we have a minority goal of 8% and a women's goal of 6%. For services, which is sort of general services that are not professional services, we have a minority goal of 7% and a women's goal of 5%. For goods, we have a goal of 2% for minorities and 4% for women. Let me just say that during 2014, the city of Durham did a study. They had an external group come in, take a look at what was going on with the contracting activity, and help the city then decide, number one, whether they were still engaging in some level of discrimination. And of course, not hard to find that. Then to help determine what kinds of goals the city should set based on firms that were out there indicating that they were ready, willing, and able to perform the work. So based on that information, the goals that the city has set and I've shared with you were put into place. And so when we have projects which are reviewed, anything over $10,000 is usually reviewed by my office for some level of participation by minorities and women. We will look at the scope of work and specifically look at whether there is an opportunity to break work out so that there are opportunities for smaller firms to participate. The project has to be certainly more than $30,000. And we also look for minorities and women to participate on this particular scope of work. So if it's a construction project and we see that we have sufficient firms who can in fact participate, then we're going to set the construction goals on that. However, if we look at a project and it seems to have only one opportunity and one scope of work, let's just take something like surveying. If we take that, we know that we can't really break anything out of that. It's only one scope of work. But what we will do is if we've got minority firms, in which we do, that perform surveying, we're going to notify them and encourage them to bid that work as a prime contractor because we won't be able to set participation goals on there. And when the city of Durham sets goals, they look first to see who's out there and who's able to perform the service. And based on that, they can set both a minority goal and a women's goal. They can set just a minority goal, or they can set just a women's goal. It just depends on what the scope of work might be and what the project might be, what kinds of opportunities are present, and who's available to perform the work. One thing to say for persons who might in fact be bidding on the city of Durham's work, if we set a minority and women-owned goal on a project, that goal has to be met even if the prime bidder is a minority or a woman. However, the best thing is that if you're a minority firm bidding on a project that has a minority goal set on it, and you've been certified as such, your firm would automatically meet that goal. So you would be good. Usually non-minority firms are going to be required to meet any goal that we set. But the good news for firms who are minorities or women is that if we have goals set, you certified as a woman or minority can meet that participation goal yourself. However, if we have a goal that's minority and women, you can only meet the one for which you are certified, but you would still be required to meet the other goal if it's present. I hope that's clear and not confusing to you. The state government has also made it such that they've given a window of opportunity for firms to escape from meeting our participation requirements by setting up something called good faith effort. And so when a firm can't meet a goal, there's a series of questions to which they have to respond to show what steps they took to be inclusive. And that information is then reviewed by our department to determine whether, in fact, we believe what they said and that they can show us that they made the effort or not. And so if a firm does show that they have really reached out, then of course we by law have to let them go and not meet the goals. But if they demonstrate that they did not make an effort, then we can in fact reject that bid and then move to look at someone else who may have made a better effort in meeting the goals, or who at least made an effort to reach out and may have not been successful. So, what kind of stuff is the city buying out there? Well, it's a long list for sure. But the city is buying cars, and there are minority car dealers in the state. Sometimes they bid and sometimes they don't. But for the most part, we've got opportunity there. Auto parts, we've got folks who make and sell signs, office supplies. We have a woman-owned business right now that is supplying office supplies for the city of Durham. The city is buying gym equipment, and in fact encourages us all to go to the gym as a part of the city's wellness program. Buying a lot of equipment for police. We don't seem to find anyone, I haven't been successful in finding anyone at this point who does much for police equipment or fire equipment. For fuel, we have a minority firm and a woman-owned firm that supplies some fuel for the city. The city purchases chemicals, particularly for their swimming pools, and I certainly know of at least one that is a supplier of chemicals. Computer hardware and computer software. Certainly we have a technology solutions department that in many regards buys and manages its own equipment, but we do reach out, particularly for software. And right now we do have software being provided by minority firms. We have pipes. You may not think about that much, but we do have a minority firm that regularly supplies pipes for the city of Durham, and that's a pretty good little business, and the firm is doing quite well. We have park and recreation equipment. We even buy sand and salt. When the winter comes and the weather gets bad, everybody's looking for the city to do something, and we have to purchase those supplies, sand and salt. Certainly, the most of what we do is in construction and repair, professional services, architectural engineering and surveying. And certainly that's where, and services, just the sort of broad services. The services range from auditing the city's books to the janitorial services provided specifically to some departments. And so we have a wide array of things that can be done and purchased by the city. We just need to have those women and minority-owned businesses who are actively seeking to provide the services that the city needs. We have on the City of Durham's main webpage, if you go to durham.nc.gov/bids.aspx, you will find all of the things that the city is offering at any given time. The other thing that happens is that you have an opportunity to sign up for emails or notifications for any opportunities that might get posted, and you don't want to have to worry about whether you've gone up to actually look yourself. You can, in fact, be notified. The City of Durham also has its information posted on its Facebook page and on Twitter. And another thing that you might do to find out where to get the work is by registering with the city, not just be registered with one of the certification entities that I mentioned earlier, but also as a vendor with the City of Durham itself. And that's within our finance department. And when we pass out this particular presentation, I do have all of these web pages noted for your information, because we want you to be sure to use them. You know, it's quite busy, particularly for small firms, when you're, number one, trying to carry out your work, but then have to spend time looking for work. Because if you don't look for work, hey, you won't have work to do. And so it's very important, but there are means for you to have this information sent to you so that you don't have to look for it. And we certainly want you to be able to utilize that. So with that kind of look at how to find the business, I would tell you that oftentimes when you are a certified business, my department also notifies you about the work that the city is doing once a week. If you're certified by the city, we are pulling down at least 1,400 firms that we stay in touch with on an ongoing basis in our department. And each week we send out a newsletter that has information on what the city has bidding and proposing. And so it's very important, again, to be certified so that you can receive this information as another means for not having to look for it. It's coming to you in your email box. So to sort of round out my conversation, I'm going to share with you some tips for submitting bids and proposals, because that is the normal way to acquire opportunities from the City of Durham. One of the things that I would often just really encourage you to do is to participate in pre-bid and pre-proposal conferences. These are now being held online, and so that makes it easier in many cases to participate. But aside from just the pure networking, and I have to say that my experience has been that many times small businesses don't value networking, but we live in a world where people need to know who people are. And that's how business is done. It's a who you know kind of thing. And so the only way you can really uh, be successful in many regards is to get out there and get to know some folks. And these pre-proposal and pre-bid conferences are a way to get to know, number one, who's going to be bidding. And if you're too small to bid the project all by yourself, you knowing who to bid to gives you an opportunity then to reach out to them and sell yourself as someone who might help them meet their participation requirements if some exist on their project. And so this is really a tremendous opportunity, I think. And so I hope that those of you who do also agree with that notion will certainly proceed to attend the bids and proposal meetings. Another thing would be to make sure that you read the solicitations very carefully and very thoroughly. Don't just skip through because you may just miss something. And I can't tell you how sad it makes me to find that a proposal has been deemed non-responsive and non-responsible because they left something out. And that shouldn't happen, because if you can just, if you can't and you've got an assistant or someone who's helping you, make sure that they pay attention to all of the details within a bid or proposal. Key words to pay attention to are must, shall, will, required, and mandatory. If those words exist, then you need to pay attention and make sure you do exactly what they say. Because again, these are the trip ups that can occur and ultimately deem your proposal or your bid non-responsive, something we definitely don't want to see happening to you. Then you make sure that you respond in as much detail as might be required to make sure that you are being responsive to the requirements of the bid. I've got a little nose run here, excuse me. Don't assume that the city knows anything about your business. And so if there's an opportunity for you to share it, even as an attachment, then certainly do that. Then make sure that where there's an opportunity to ask questions, which generally during a pre-bid or pre-proposal conference, that is a good opportunity right then. Number one, to find out the details of what the bid or proposal is about, but also to ask any questions that you might have. There is no stupid question. The only time there's a stupid question is that you held on to it and didn't ask it, and therefore did not follow through and meet the requirements of the proposal. So you just don't want to do that. Make sure that you ask the questions you need to ask. And even if it's not during the time that of the conference itself, that you watch for deadlines for submittal of questions so that you can get them in due time and have them responded to in time for you to make a good proposal. So with that, I do have information on my contacts that I'm going to be sure to get supplied. And I'm certainly open to any questions that might be had around how the city of Durham does business and and just what might be on your mind relative to our work. And so I'm not sure that I can see questions that may have come from the chat, and maybe someone can share those with me. I would certainly note that doing business with a governmental entity is a challenge from time to time. And I will certainly admit that we as a governmental entity don't necessarily try to make things easy. I do say, though, that we certainly feel the need and the challenge to try to make sure that people know and understand what the rules of engagement are, and that by knowing those, it helps you in making proposals and getting engaged in doing business with the city. And so certainly the staff in my office are going to make themselves available to you at any point. I'm not seeing, Mark, any questions in the chat. If you have some, then feel free to share them with me. I saw Eric on. He said, does the city and the county work together on contracts? I would have to say no. Both, I want to be clear that it's not that the two governmental entities can't work together, but oftentimes they're bidding different things, and each entity has its own share of products and projects that they're putting out at a given time. So the county advertises all of its contracting opportunities on its own website, while the city is also advertising its contracts and opportunities. So it's not that they can't work together. The bottom line of it is they're often doing different things. And then the question is, what's the number one thing that surprises me about Durham people and their knowledge about the city? I think certainly one thing that surprises me is that people in Durham are very engaged in what's going on within their government, particularly city government. And back at a time when we had people coming into meetings, all you had to do was tune in, and boy, the room would be full. People filled up the room to attend, pay attention, ask questions, and engage themselves in the activities of Durham. Another, of course, Durham being the kind of environment that it is, practically everybody knows at least one somebody that's sitting on city council, and maybe more than that. Some know them all. But I can assure you that people pay attention here. And even when you don't think they're paying attention, they most certainly are. And so I think, to me, that makes Durham a very engaging community in which to live, because we know what's going on and we care about what's going on. Let me just make another observation, though. Um, One thing that I do know is that there are a lot of businesses in Durham about which we know nothing. People are being very successful, and we don't have a good process for knowing or just trying to find where minority and women-owned businesses exist. The city of Durham has put together a web page under the auspice of economic and workforce development now, where firms hopefully who are Durham-based firms, will have an opportunity to be at least listed and know what your service offerings are. And that will be another way in which to um, make sure that you get sent information about what the city is doing, but also have some limited experience with marketing your business too. But it's amazing to me how many businesses do exist, and we just simply have no ability to know that those businesses exist. Certainly, we have the Greater Durham Black Chamber of Commerce here that also has a listing of businesses. But certainly, they, like the Chamber of Commerce, list those businesses that are members of their organization. And certainly, the Durham Business and Professional Chain is another place that, and another group that certainly is the oldest of business organizations that have represented Durham businesses, that has a listing of their membership businesses as well, and that's also very important. I was asked, why did I get involved with the city? Well, I'd have to say that I've probably worked in every governmental entity at some point in time. But I got involved in the city of Durham because just to share that oftentimes it's people that you know that get you involved in things. At the time that I got involved with the city, one of my high school classmates was working as the head of the Durham Parks and Recreation Department, and became aware that the city was going to be looking for someone who had been who knew something about substance abuse treatment, and that a particular sort of program that they were going to run. And because I had worked in the substance abuse field, they asked me if I would work in that area, and I applied and came in, and I ran this grant program for a while, and then just decided I'd stick with the city. And so for that reason, now I've been involved with the city since 1995. So it's been a very interesting environment, but since I'm a former elected official, having worked on the Durham County side, I thought I'd come on over and spend some time with the city. And so Kimberly is asking me to explain how to become a subcontractor. It becomes a matter of networking with those bigger businesses who are working in your area. So if you are in construction or architectural engineering or any service industry, and you are looking to subcontract because you're not quite big enough, then you have to try to get to know those firms that are large and working in that area. Try to establish some contact with them and encourage them to utilize your firm to help them meet their participation requirements. It seems to be hard and people don't like to cold call, But you can certainly send a firm your information, and if they're interested, they will get up with you. But you also have to do some follow-up with them to let them know that you're interested in working with them. And that's really how you have to do it. It's about who you know, and if they don't know you, make sure that you make every effort to help them know you and the quality of the work that you perform, and they will certainly give you due consideration. Certainly, we see that's been the primary way that minority and women-owned businesses get contracting opportunities with the city, because some of these projects are huge. We're talking multi-million-dollar projects. So just make sure that you reach out. And if you want to contact me about the specific work that you're doing, and who I might know that you might reach out to, then I can be reached with my name, Deborah.Giles at durhamnc.gov. You can email me, and I will certainly try to be more specific to your interests. Any other questions? I thought I explained how to become a subcontractor a moment ago, and maybe you have something more specific that you want me to respond to. But becoming a subcontractor simply means that you're a smaller business that's trying to do business under the auspices of a larger firm, and also make yourself some money. That's the whole concept behind subcontracting. And so it doesn't mean that you don't have a business at all, but that your business is small enough to where if it's a big project you're trying to get on, then you, in fact, are going to be willing to work under a larger firm in order to get some money for yourself. I'm being asked, what's the hardest part about working with the city? I think the hardest part is the city's sort of inability and unwillingness in many cases to break out projects in a small enough manner for our firms to perform on them by themselves. Much of the work that they do is certainly very big, and we have some large firms, but that seems to be one of the things that is a concern, that there is difficulty in getting people to do what is necessary to engage our firms. And certainly the work is every day. I'm reminded that it's often said, particularly in the Durham Committee on the Affairs of Black People, that the struggle begins every day. And every day you get up with the idea that you're going to do everything you can during that day to try to help some minority business gain an opportunity that they would not have otherwise accessed. And then I'm asked, what do I know that we know that Charlotte followed Atlanta. And I'm not sure what you mean when you say Charlotte followed Atlanta. And what are y'all following? The city of Durham is following its own ordinance as it relates to the inclusion of women and minority-owned businesses. One thing to say about Atlanta, because I think I saw that on last night, and the references being made to Maynard Jackson and his work. And certainly, we in Durham can be as proud because he lived here for quite a while. But what I would say is that they have a strong mayor form of government, and when Maynard became the mayor, he was able to exert that power to say that he these are the goals, and this is what we want done, and things can be done. And so at this point, we don't have such courageousness, let me say. And that's not to say that our mayor is not concerned about minority and women's business participation, but sometimes it takes a project going before government like the city council, and the city council saying, hey, I don't like the participation that's on there, and I'm going to send it back. They don't even have to say out loud that they don't like what's going on. They can just send that project back. And then, of course, folks will be encouraged sometimes. Sometimes you just have to tell people no. And when you tell them no, they're going to do what they think they have to do in order to be successful the next time around. And certainly that's what happens with a lot of our non-minority contractors here, for sure. Someone is asking about, is there a way to see the presentation and the comments at the same time? And I'm going to send this presentation to Eric, and he can certainly disseminate it to anyone who is interested. Has there been a small, big, or great risk to work under or with a big company? Well, of course, the biggest risk is not being paid by the firm. And the one thing I will say is that for those large firms that are working for the city, you have my office to back you up when they fail to pay you. I can tell you that I had a situation like that, and ultimately we withheld funds to the large business in the amount that was owed to the small firm, and ultimately challenged them to pay the small business. And then if they chose not to, we were going to pay the firm directly from the resources that we had held. And so unfortunately, that firm didn't pay, and we ended up paying the small business from the resources we've held. So I would say that that's one of the biggest risks.
Deborah Giles, Deborah Giles, Deborah Giles.
Yes, Mr. Kelly.
You did a great job. I know it was getting a little rough on you there for a minute. People was a little slow about asking questions, and that's one
No,
of the
look, I think it's just been great, and I don't mind tough questions. Let's keep it moving, and certainly anything that I can answer offline, I'll be glad to do that as well, because I believe in speaking the truth. And when it's going good, it's going good. But when it's tough, hey, it's more work to be done.
Well, we want to thank you for being on. Definitely got to have City of Durham. I'm from Durham, and no matter what I'm doing, I always call my people in Durham. No matter what it takes, I'm always an advocate for Durham and the Durhamites. So I call you every year, irregardless. I'm
Yes,
still
you
gonna do
do.
what I'm still gonna do what I got to do to have Durham in the house.
Okay. Well, let me tell you, I'm going to send you this presentation, and you may disseminate it at will. Okay.
I thought you was going to say you was getting ready to send me some money. You said, I'm going to send you. I was, oh, money, 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 money.
Look,
Anyway,
you're gonna have to
anyway,
keep hope alive on that one.
yeah, well, hope is, look, my great grandfather say hope is not a strategy. So I don't keep hope alive. I just keep pecking at it. That's what I keep doing. I keep knocking at the door. Maybe the door will open one day.
Absolutely, absolutely.
All right. Thank you so very much for being on it.
Listen, you take good care, and all the best to all of the listeners.
All right. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye. And of course, we get ready for our next presentation. We're 6 minutes away, but I'm going to go ahead and bring her up right about now. Latasha Besgatti of Infinity. She popped in and she popped out. Where'd she go?
Okay. Can y'all hear me?
Oh, you got the headphones on today. That's cool, man.
I do. I
Good.
do.
You're looking good. Glad you're here. We're glad that you're getting ready to, as I say, get down with the throwdown. And we're going to rock and roll. And I know you're going to do an awesome job. And I just want to say, as I've said to all of the speakers, thank you so very much for being here. And we look forward to the rest of the week with the things that you're going to do. Okay?
All right. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right. All right. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. And thank you for being a part of this great conference this week. And I know that you've got a lot of information. I'm going to expound on some of the great and wonderful things that Deborah Giles mentioned from the city of Durham. So today, and for this session, I will be talking about business certifications. And so Deborah just shared of how to do business with the city of Durham. And so I'm going to share not only about how to do business with other local municipalities, but also state government, and talk about federal government and corporate entities, and what are some of those minority certifications, or what are all those certifications that we are talking about as it relates. So, and a lot of times when we're talking about certifications, so that you don't get confused in terms of it. So I'm going to break it down in terms of all the different certifications that are available for business owners. So first, as I always do, just introduce myself. As Eric mentioned, my name is Latasha Besgatti. I am the owner and chief strategist of Infinity Bridges. I am also a mompreneur, a mom manager of 2 teenagers. So I always like to say that I'm training the next generation of entrepreneurs. And so I've been working with entrepreneurs for the last 20 years. So now let's get right into it. Let's talk about it. What are certifications, and why does a business need them? Well, of course, if you think about it, certification is just that formal process of saying your business is owned and operated by a person who meets several different criteria. So whether it is a minority-based business, whether it's a woman-based business, whether you are a veteran-based business, whether your business is owned and operated by a person with a disability, whether it's owned or operated by a person that is in the LGBTQ category or classification, and then or whether it's a small business. And when we get into small business, we're going to talk about economically disadvantaged. We're going to break all of those things down and really go into what I call the alphabet soup of certifications. So that's what you want to do. And certifications, as Deborah probably have mentioned, is really a result of just evening the playing field, is what I like to call it, for business owners that fit into these categories. And they showed it's a result of what they call a disparity study. And in that disparity study, it really did show that there was a huge gap in between what contract and opportunities were offered or awarded to people that fit within these different classifications, as well as majority businesses. So we want to make sure that everyone has a seat at the table. So what are these certifications? Here's my alphabet soup of certifications. So you see that there is MBE, Minority Business Enterprise Certifications, MWBE, Minority and Women Business Enterprises, SDB, Small Disadvantaged Business Certified, VSOB, Veteran Owned Small Business, SDVSOB, Service Disabled Veteran Small Businesses, or DBE, Disadvantaged Business Enterprises. And then you have Hub Zone, historically underutilized business zone, which is actually where the business is physically located and where the majority of the employees are. And then you've got also your disabled owned business enterprises. Then we've got your NGLCC, which is the certifying entity for the LGBT businesses as well. And then last but not least, you've got your certified for small disadvantaged businesses within the SBA. So we're going to break all of this alphabet soup up in terms of certifications and talk about what they are, what they mean, and then at what point should your business be going after certifications. So one of the things you want to talk about is why should your business be certified? Well, of course, as I mentioned before, it provides that equity in contracting opportunities. So it gives you not only a seat at the table, but it also gives you that opportunity to be able to grow your business. Keep in mind, certifications will not guarantee contracts. So I'm going to say that again. Certifications will not guarantee contracts. Still, you need to be able to have your expertise, you need to have your experience in the industry, and you're going to have to perform on that particular contract. However, it will open doors in networking with the right connections. And as Eric said, Deborah Giles with the City of Durham is one of the people that is the right connection. It also helps you diversify your business revenue stream. You don't want to have all of your contracting opportunities with one particular, whether it's just local government or federal government or state government. So it helps you have several different revenue streams for your business. And then most importantly, it's about relationships. So people do business not only with people they know, but people they like. So it's about that relationship. Who do you know? And being able to, who do you know that can either open a door or award a contract? So that means, and then the last advantage of certifications is it does help local, state, and federal government as well as corporations meet their corporate or supplier diversity goals. So their government or corporate supplier diversity goals. So on whatever project that uses whether it's local, state, or federal government dollars, there is a goal for minority participation. If it's a corporate project, there is a goal for minority participation. So you want to, so being able, so a certification helps aid in that process. But once again, it does not guarantee the contract. So what is involved in a certification? So first and foremost, there's always an application process. So whether it's an online or paper, there's still an application that you have to do to be certified. You also need to know what we call your NEXT code, the North American Industry Classification System code. This really puts what industry your business is in and really helps them identify what services your business can provide. You do also have to provide proof of eligibility. So if you're a minority, if you're a woman, if you have a disability, if you're a veteran, you have to have proof of these things. And I know you may say, well, people can just look at me and tell that I'm a woman, or people can just look at me and tell that I'm African American, or people can look at me and tell my race or ethnicity. So why do I have to? No, you've got to be able to provide. So by doing that, you're providing birth certificate, passport, driver's license, something that has been typically governmental issued that then states that. You also want to provide information about your business. So that means However your business is structured, whether that's your legal structure, your articles of incorporation, your bylaws, company minute meetings, you have to provide that information about your company. So you want to be able to keep this information together. Next, you want to provide proof of business management. One of the key things about all of these different types of certifications is the fact that it needs to be 51% owned, operated, controlled, and managed. So let me just go ahead and say it and go ahead and bring the elephant in the room, as we say. If your business if is 51% owned, and let's just say, for example, by a white female, however, that person, she does not manage the day-to-day operations, she does not make any business, then that business does not meet the certification criteria and qualifications. It needs to be owned, operated, and managed by that person who has 51% or more. And then you need to be able to show that you have your financial systems in place. So that's your tax returns, your financial statements, your agreements, leases, and all of those things. Now, of course, some of them will do interviews. Of course, now that we're in COVID, it may be a virtual interview, or they may now just go ahead and waive the interview process, but we're making sure that you have all of your documents. Typically, it does take about 60 to 90 days. Some of the ones that we'll talk about today are processing a lot faster. The other thing is denial appeal process. So if you've been denied, there is an appeal process. So you can reapply. And then most of them will have a renewal process, which is typically every 1 to 2 years. So you want to make sure that you do the renewal process as well, or the recertification. So now let's talk about state and local certifications. And I'm so glad that I come on, I guess, after Deborah, because some of the things that I have for the city, she probably went in a lot of detail. So I won't go into those. So first and foremost, where I always say is the first stop is the state of North Carolina. So the North Carolina Department of Administration has the historically underutilized businesses, the HUB office, HUB. And this office is a statewide where all firms can get certified to as a minority and or small business status. So of course, doing business, so when you think about it, if you're trying to get hub certified, this is going to be able to do business with state agencies. And so of course, any type of goods or services that you have. So if you have a product or if you have a service. Also, it works to really eliminate any barriers to reduce the participation with the firms that are trying to do business with the state government. And I want to give you an example of state doing work with state government. So you could think about in terms of any of your community college system, any of your state universities. Also, don't forget just state agencies, and then any agency where the state is funding. So that can be a vast array of funding opportunities. And this can go from anywhere from construction projects to service-based products. I like to even say, if you think about one of the funniest ones that I've ever seen in my career, and you don't even think about it, is the prison system. North Carolina still operates a state prison system, and I had a client years ago that their service or their product was underwear and they sold the underwear to the people in prison. And that was their product that they sold to the state agency, which was the prison system or the department. Now, you may laugh and say, well, I wouldn't have thought about that. Keep in mind the state and even federal government, procures or purchase, either one, those terms are used simultaneously, a lot of different goods and services. So And I always like to say from as simple as pen, paper, and notepads all the way to underwear. Okay, so it does do a lot of different things. Now, so let's talk about, in addition, so there are two different programs that the Hub office administers. There is the Hub certification that was put into place years ago with Executive Order 150. In order to be certified, you start with registering in what we call e-vendor link or electronic vendor portal, and then you request the Hub certification. All of it, you can do the vendor registration online. There is an application where you can uh, download the statewide uniform application. You can download the checklist of documents and then submit those via email to the office. And then what's new that they've done is created a small business enterprise program. And so this is something that is new as of this year. And this is to really look at and give a opportunity for small businesses with 100 or fewer employees and less than $1.5 million in annual net income. So keep in mind that there are opportunities to support small businesses as well as minority, women, and veteran-owned businesses. So if you're looking to get certified, which I always say, start with the state because the state will also cover the local government entities like the city of Durham, Charlotte, and so forth. But start with the state. This is the website. This is how you can contact them and their email. So let's kind of talk about local government certifications. So each local municipality in North Carolina, and keep in mind, some of the things that I am sharing today are very specific to North Carolina, and I will be sharing some information that is federally based programs as well. So when you're thinking about local government, and I know Deborah talked a lot about Durham and the city of Durham in particularly, but also think in terms of the city of Raleigh, Durham County, city of Charlotte. Look at what their either Office of Equity Inclusion or their MWB program or their Office of Business Inclusion may have in terms of posting out projects and information. One of the other things, since I just want to say, is in order to be aware of what opportunities are available, especially with the city of Durham, they actually, and I'm pretty sure Deborah may have mentioned it, but I just want to highlight it, is you can actually get text messages of different opportunities that are coming out for where you can put in a bid to on that particular contract or that particular opportunity. I have seen where state projects you get via email. So you want to be able to monitor your email. You want to make sure you give the right and accurate contact information for you and your business. And then also sometimes on social media, I have also seen now where they're posting also opportunity for contracts in the state as well as local government. So keep in mind also, if you think about when you think about local government, people forget about school systems. That is part of the state agency, even though there's local school boards, but those are where certifications would definitely help if you're trying to do business with school systems within your region. So now we've talked about state and local certifications. So I want to now kind of share opportunities as it relates to a federal certifications. So on the federal side, we're really going to be talking about three different types of certifications: Small Business Administration, Department of Transportation, and Veteran Affairs. So now first, let's talk about SBA or Small Business Administration. And this is something that they just changed effective October 15th of this year. So this is really hot off the press information, less than a month old. So if you're looking to pursue federal government or subcontracting work, and let me just say this too, and and if Deborah shared it, maybe sometimes they say you need to hear marketing information at least 20 times before you buy. So I'm saying maybe you need to hear certain information so that you can then apply it to your business. I know a lot of people always want to go after being a prime or being the primary person on that contract. Don't overlook being a subcontractor. There is a lot of great opportunities in being a subcontractor on a project. There's a lot of great opportunities in teaming or joint venturing on a particular project. So don't just go after contracting opportunities in one way, meaning if I don't get and be the lead or the prime, as we kind of call it in the industry, that I don't want the work. You can either subcontract under someone or joint venture or team with someone and go after a contract. So that goes for anything, even on the state, local, or federal level. So on a federal level, the eligibility, of course, is small, minority women. And then now comes this term, socially and economically disadvantaged. All right, so we're going to talk a lot about that, socially and economically disadvantaged businesses, veteran-owned businesses, and then service-disabled veteran businesses. And so keep in mind that certifications are for-profit, independently owned and operated businesses. So if you are a nonprofit, certifications doesn't apply for you. Some franchises don't, certifications wouldn't apply to. So you've got to have fully control and operation of the business. So keep that in mind. The business size, of course, is defined as according to the industry characteristics by number of employees and sales volume, and then that personal net worth guidelines as well. So now let's talk about the different types of contracting programs that the SBA have under their umbrella. First, they have the women-owned small business program, so which is a federally contract program that allows the set asides or for women-owned small businesses in industries that are underrepresented. So once again, they have to be 51% owned and controlled by the woman. Okay, 51% owned and controlled by the woman. Now let's talk about 8A. So if you haven't heard of 8A certification, 8A is for a point in time. So when you get 8A certified, you want to really be more established in your industry. However, 8A really does offer more of a broad scope of assistance to firms that are owned and controlled. Once again, that magic number, 51%. And then now we go into that socially and economically disadvantaged individuals. And so you may say, what is socially and economically disadvantaged? Well, if you really think in terms of businesses like minority, veteran, disabled businesses, or areas where there has been a economic disadvantage to being able to, like I said, certification's goal is to do what? Even the playing field. Make sure that everybody has a seat at the table, making sure everybody has the opportunity to go after those contracts. So socially and economically is really is showing those businesses that have been typically intentionally left out, whether it's due to redlining, whether it's due to whatever, and then being able to now be inclusive and to include them and to even that playing field. The next certification that the SBA offers is what we call the Hub Zone. HUB. So I know I'm giving a lot of acronyms. I told you it's the alphabet soup. However, the Hub Zone is historically underutilized business zone. Okay, this is location. So now this is about where your business is operating. Hub zone areas are really a federal contract set aside for small businesses in what we call economically depressed communities. So let me tell you what that is. Typically, it is communities of color. It's communities that have been uh, where there's how to say this nicely. Well, let me just say all the resources have been stripped out of the community, meaning they may not have the infrastructure, they may not have grocery stores, they may not have all the things that other communities and other thriving communities have. So these are underserved, underrepresented communities, these communities where you probably have as you know, my grandmother probably would say, you have a liquor store on every corner or a tobacco store on every corner, but you don't have fresh fruits and vegetables. So these are typically, once again, low wealth communities, communities of color, and communities that either have just been left behind for whatever reason. So if your business is operating in one of those communities, and you can put in your address, there's a link, and you can actually type your address to see if it is, then you can have the hub zone designation as well for your business. So if you're interested in the SBA type of certifications, you can go to certifysba.gov, or you can email them at help@certifysba.gov. So now let's talk in terms of Department of Transportation, DOT. And DOT has the federal side as well as the state side. Typically, when people think about Department of Transportation, you think of construction only. But keep in mind, they have professional services like your architect. So they also hire consultants for education and training and things of that nature. So now we get into disadvantaged business enterprises, DBE, and certification. So all of the projects are transportation projects related. And remember, transportation includes highway, transit, aviation type of projects. So I always like to say it includes whether you're going via car, via plane, via train. These are all the type of projects. So it does it's a wide diversity of projects. As I mentioned, mostly construction, but they also buy retail goods and services. So don't think just because when you see transportation, you're only thinking construction. It can definitely be other type of projects as well. So, of course, the eligibility is small minority women, socially and economically disadvantaged. So, there's that term again, socially and economically disadvantaged, meaning that there has been some unprecedented disadvantage to the way that your business has the inability. And it could be around lack of access to capital, it could be lack of other resources to be able to compete in this contracting opportunity. So when you're thinking about it, if you're looking at doing business with Department of Transportation, then you would go to their site at connect at ncdot.gov and find more information as well as how to complete your DBE. So now we just had Veterans Day yesterday. So happy belated Veterans Day to all our veterans who have served in the military. And I definitely will say we thank you for your service. And if you are a veteran that is interested in starting your own business, then there's also an opportunity for you to be competitive in this environment. So, of course, there are three main programs. So one is just a veteran-owned business, meaning that you have served in any branch of the military. So by being, and you do not have to be currently active duty. So just remember that. It's just that at any point you have served in any branch of the military. Then we have what we call service disabled veteran owned small business. Now this means, and it's very specific, that you were disabled during active duty. Okay, so that the disability occurred during active duty. And so that's really important. And the last one is the Vets Verification Program. And so this is really refers to kind of that contracting and then being able to verify that you are a owned and controlled. I told you about that owned and controlled business, whether it's a veteran or service disabled veteran, and then you'll be able to compete for the set asides for your business. Also, just know in order to meet the qualifications, you'll need to have a um, they'll need to look at your DD 214 and being able to make sure that you had an honorable discharge. And if it's other than honorable, they'll work with you to see how to make sure that you would qualify. So they'll look at your DD 214 documents. So of course, just like I said, with everything, there's an intake process, an assessment process. They're going to review it and then they'll make the decision based upon the certification. So there's also some resources very specific to veterans. So the Veteran Business Outreach, which provides business counseling, matchmaking events, and things of that, which is located in Fayetteville, North Carolina, and is partnered with Fayetteville State University. The North Carolina Veterans Business Association, or NC Vet Biz, which is a membership-based organization, and they have annual procurement events and conferences and things of that nature. And they are doing things to make sure that all of our veterans can get access to the funding that they need as well, for and all of the veteran resources that are available and veteran benefits. Operation Boots to Business, which is an entrepreneurship curriculum that the SBA created to really help veterans go through how to really operate and run a successful business. And then there's the Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization, which does the verification and really does post information about your business and share that with any other upcoming contracting opportunities. And then National Veterans Small Business Engagement, which is an annual conference that happens very specifically for veteran-owned businesses. And last but definitely not least is the North Carolina Military Business Center that provides business counseling resources and procurement opportunity for veteran-owned businesses as well. So now we've talked about federal, we've talked about state, we've talked about local. So let's talk about what corporate certifications. So say you want to do business with IBM, which I think is one of the sponsors of the Black Business Expo, or if you want to do business with SAS, Cisco, Merck, any of the major corporations, even if it's even any of our banking, like Charlotte has a large number of financial institutions such as your Wells Fargo, Bank of America, any corporate companies that you're looking to do business with. So when you're thinking about corporate navigation, you want to think about in terms of typically they have a procurement officer or a supplier diversity officer to really kind of help with identifying these small firms to do business with. It is about relationships. I can't say it enough. You've got to be able to build relationships. You've got to be able to network. Typically, they do have requests for proposal, RFP, or bid meetings. So they definitely want you to be in attendance at those. And then this is the important thing. You need to have a capability statement. And I have an example of what that looks like. So here's an example of a capability statement. And I like to consider a capability statement as your business resume. It tells information about the business, its capacity, and its impact of what it's been able to do. So, as you can see in the example that we have, of course, it's got its company name, the business summary, core competency. So, being able to be very introduction statement, but very specific about what are some of the core things that you can do. What's your unique value proposition? What problem are you solving for your customers? And then past performance. Listing some past customers for whom you've done similar work, being able to really put them in categories, whether it is local, state, or federal government. So being able to share who you've done business with. And then the differentiators. What makes you unique over your competitors? Why should they hire your company over someone else? And being able to be very clear, concise. There's not a lot of room for fluff. And as like I like to say, it's not a lot of room for some BS. And then you see you've got your company logo, your address, telephone, fax, email, how to contact you, those next codes we talked about before, your cage codes, your Dun and Bradstreet, and any other certifications that you may have. So capability statement is that business resume, but it's so key and important. So now we've got what we call third-party certification agencies. Now, keep in mind when we're talking about these third-party certification agencies, most of them are sometimes they are paid services or membership based. So let's first start with the ones for women. So there's the National Women Business Owners Corporation, MWBOC. They're really focused on their membership, but of course, they're focused on women business enterprises, women-owned small business, economically disadvantaged women-owned small business, and then veteran-owned businesses. They've been around for the last 25 years or more. And what they are a membership base, so there is cost involved in these private organizations. The next is Women's Business Enterprise National Council, WBENC. And so when you think about WBENC, they really do support, once again, annual events, trying to connect women to opportunities. They also do a lot around training and business development. Once again, these are fee for services and and membership based. So you definitely need to be mindful of which one you want to join and what the associated costs would be. So when you're thinking, so first is women, now we've got ethnic minority. So the on a national level is actually called the National Council for Minority Supplier Development. Here in the region, so it covers North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia, which is called the Carolinas Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council. And they do MBE certifications. There is a cost to it, and it's a graduated cost. So it's as low as $400, and it could go as high as $1,000. So they are an nationally recognized minority-owned business enterprise certification entity. It also provides exposure to business opportunities. It gives you your business a listing in the National Minority Supplier Development Council supplier database, accessible by corporate buyers and nationwide. They do provide invitations to private networking and corporate matchmaking and procurement events. Opportunities are really to compete for prestigious local, regional, and national supplier excellent awards. So, of course, they have education and training and systems where you can really help to grow the corporations that you're trying to attract for your business. So, here's the contact information for Carolinas Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council. The last one, which is also a private or membership based, is the LGBT private organization. It your criteria is at least 51% owned operated, managed, and controlled by a LGBT person or persons who are either U.S. citizens or lawful permanent residents. Um, they exercise independence from any non-LGBT business enterprise, has its principal place of business or headquarters in the United States, and has been formed as a legal entity in the United States. The organization is based in Washington, D.C., but they cover the state, but they cover all of the U.S. And what they do is, once again, all of the certification for anyone that is LGBT. So now let's talk about other certification resources. And if you have questions, I want you to start getting your questions together for me. So first and foremost, when you're thinking in terms of certification resources, you're thinking about the North Carolina Minority Women Business Enterprise Coordinators Network. Their mission is to provide education, support, and resources to their members and business communities. Once again, this is a membership-based organization. They also provide professional development and seminars and training, periodical updates on relevant legislative and industry changes, annual education and network working retreat, and so provide marketing opportunities for your agencies, and they have quarterly meetings. In addition, we've got the Procurement Technical Assistance Centers. They're funded in part by the Department of Defense. They are on or affiliated with all of your public universities throughout North Carolina. And their mission is really to educate businesses on how to obtain contracts by providing them with that comprehensive assistance in selling products and services to local, state, and federal government entities. Their purpose is to really generate employment, improve the general economic condition of the state by assisting North Carolina companies, including those eligible for business development programs for local, state, and federal government contracts. And those the contact information for there. So now I know I have said a lot. And in that, you probably are saying, okay, I don't even know where to go. I'm still stuck on the alphabet soup of certifications that you mentioned. First and foremost, so here's the 5 next steps. So I always like to do things in either 3s or 5s. Don't know why, that's just my lucky number. However, here's the 5 next things you need to do. 1, you've got to determine if you have a product or service that a local, state, federal government entity or corporation wants to purchase. Because if you don't, then you don't need to be certified with these entities. 2, determine if you have the capacity to perform if awarded. Remember, just certification alone does not get you the contracts. You've got to be able to perform. 3, now you create a file of required documents and let's go after that first certification. And I always say the initial certification, which is 4, should always, if you're in North Carolina, the hub office, the historically underutilized business office, because that is going to cover your municipalities. It's going to give you a lot more range. Then go after your veteran certifications, your SBA women's small business certifications, your MBE with the Carolinas Minority Supply Development Council. So being able to do that. But 4 means you've got to put a plan in place and start is the hub office. And then 5, once you're certified, that's when the real work is going to begin. You got to market your business products and services. You've got to get out there. You got to tell them who you are, what you do, why somebody should want to invest and offer you a contract. So you've got to get out there and market the business. Well, as always, time flies when you're having fun, but I always just want to thank you. I'm going to answer some questions and kind of reiterate a couple of things, but I wanted to really just this is how you can contact me on via phone, via email, via my website, or a Calendly link. And so at this time, I'm going to see if there's any questions. And go there. Are there any questions? There we go. All right, let's see here. I see someone like my certification alphabet soup. All right, let's see here. All right, let's see. Anyone has any questions? We'll keep. Hey, Annette. Thank you, Sandra. All right, so I just want to so what I'll do now is just share some best practices, some tips, strategies as we're talking in reference to certification. And if there are any questions, I'll be able to answer those. So please make sure you go ahead and start putting that in the chat opportunity or the comments, and I'll be able to kind of answer. Thanks, Sandra asked, how long does it take to process? So for this hub office right now, their process is actually a lot quicker. So they've turned it around in less than 20 days. If you're getting on the federal, like the SBA, they take anywhere from about 30 to 45 days. And then with the MBE, which is through the Carolinas Virginia Minority Supply Development Council, takes anywhere from 60 to 90 days. So it depends on which certification and which one you're getting ready to apply for, of how long it may take. Veterans take anywhere from about 45 to 90 days as well. So, and I haven't had anyone or had the opportunity to work with anyone that has been applied for the LGBTQ or LGBT certification. So I'm not sure how long that takes. The other thing I just want to say in terms of certification, keep in mind, I mentioned before, you have to recertify. So you always want to make sure you're keeping, if your telephone number has changed, your email has changed, any kind of any of your contact information changed, update that with those certifying entities, because that's how you know what projects are coming available. That's how you know what things that you're going to be able to bid on. So you've got to be able to keep up and keep your contact information current in order to be able to do that. Great question. In total funds for any one of these companies, how much would you advise to have on hand? I need a little more clarification. I guess I'm trying to figure out. Let's see. Maybe clarify that question for me a little bit, Sandra, so that I can answer it. The other thing that I would say in terms of certifications that I would want you to really remember is you need to have the capacity. So don't go out here and get and apply for all the certifications at once, especially 8A. So this is the way that I kind of say. So if your business started in 2019, then by 2020, you want to start by looking for the hub certification. So hub certification wants you to go after it. If you are a women or veteran-owned businesses, then by year 3, especially if you're trying to do business on a federal level. So hub allows you to do anything with the state. So I want you to be able to have some experience doing business with the state and being able to really, and then really being able to, what you say, build that capacity for your business. Don't just go from thinking you can do state and because state and federal, it's a lot of requirements. Deborah mentioned something that's so important, payment options. So in terms of, so sometimes while our government does pay, or even if you're a subcontractor on while they may pay 90 or 120 days behind. So you really do want to make sure that you have your business cash reserves or a process, or whether it's a line of credit for to be able to kind of manage, but you need to be able to have that 90 to 120 days. And if you need to pay your employees or if you have subs. So I think that may be the question, Sandra, that you're asking. If not, just provide me a little bit more clarification so that I can answer it. But I will just say for business owners that it's so important when you're going, don't think the certifications is it. It's so important for you to have your business house in order. So that means you've got to be able to um, know your financials in order to know when you're going to get paid. You've got to know the process. A lot of things are now going automated, so you need to be able to do things electronically. It used to be, especially with construction industry, everything was fax. You fax this over, but there's some deadlines, and so now you may need to update or upgrade your technology in order to be competitive as a business. So you want to also look at those opportunities as well, and to make sure that you can be competitive. Um, and then the other thing is with your business is you have to be proactive. Once again, being certified does not necessarily mean that you're going to get the contract. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're just going to hand you or award, which is the term, award you those contract opportunities. You still got to do the work. You still got to perform. You still got to meet the deadline. So certification gives you a seat at the table, but it doesn't make sure that you can eat every day. So think about it like that. Let's see. Sandra asked if either of the companies have a fee of any type, and yes. So the MBE, which is the certifying entity, is the National Supply Development Council. They do have a fee, and the fee starts as low as $400 and can go as high as $1,000. So, and let me go back because I don't know if I said this clearly, but when you're starting out a business, I would encourage everyone to go after, especially if you're in North Carolina, the state's hub certification. Now, after you've been in business 3 to 5 years, then I want you to start looking at either your federal types of certifications. So that could be your women owned, your veteran owned, your small disadvantaged business, those type of certifications. Or DOT, if you're doing business in the construction or transportation where you have something in the DOT. For 8A certification, I would want your business to be at least 5 years or open and longer and had experience doing projects, because 8A is for a specific point in time. So about 5 years of business, then you should begin to go after 8A certification. And then you should start going after maybe corporate opportunities. So that's when you may look at being MBE certified so that you can go after corporate opportunities as well. So there is kind of a timeline or a process to when you should go after different certifications and not and stagger them. So you shouldn't go after everything when you first open the business. So let's see. Great question. So would you say that there's a lot of paperwork either online or yes. This can be a paperwork nightmare. So this is my hint is you should already have this, but if you don't, I'm gonna just tell you the simpler way to do it. Go get a notebook, a 3-ring binder notebook. In that notebook, I want you to kind of create what I call your corporate documents for your business. And this is going to really help. There's going to be 2 ways that I want you to do it. So the first way is do it via notebook. So at least you just know that you've got a physical copy of everything. So get a notebook, 3-ring binder, and get you some what they call the tab insert. So I'm taking you back to school, so go school shopping for your business. And when you do that, now you're going to create a section for all of your legal structure documents. So that's your articles of organization, your EIN, all your documents that you had to file to get in operation. Then you're going to have a section for all previous tax returns. Then you're going to have a section for everything about the owners of the business. And then you're going to just keep building that notebook. And that's going to be your master notebook. Okay. Because guess what? It is going to be paperwork intensive, but they're going to ask the exact same things over and over and over again. So if you build your master notebook, guess what? Now you've got a point in place to go to. So I said I'm going to give you 2 options of way to do it. So the first was my master notebook theory. The second is what I call creating a folder. And so you can do a folder, whether it's on your computer, and I have my little jump drive. Let's see if you can see it. Yeah. So I love these little things, and you can get them fairly reasonable or an external hard drive. But the same thing, you're going to have a folder and you're going to keep up with the same document. So that means you can scan them, and in case you have to upload it. In these same documents is going to be your driver's license, have them all saved as a PDF. Because typically they would want you to upload documents as a PDF. If you're in corporation, you may have to have your meeting notes, or if you got corporate shares, all of those things. So you can either have it in your business notebook, or you can have it in what I call your cloud-based or some type of external drive folder where it's electronically, and all you've got to do is click on it and be able to upload it to the application. But you need to have these documents. And this is not good just for certification, but for funding, for any type of things that you're doing for your business. Also, when you get ready to apply for these contract opportunities, typically they ask for the same thing. So if you've got it in a one place, guess what? You're halfway there, and you're halfway to success. And that's what we want. We want you to get to success. So being able to do that is really key, and success is really key and essential to really grow your business, to really be certified, and to really be able to use this as a way to not only sustain the business, but to really make an impact. And that's what we want you to be able to do. Thank you, Sandra, for the questions. I definitely appreciate. Uh, let's see. Yeah, I love this. As Sandra says, because people make it sound easy, but walking in, we need to know as much. Yes, it's not easy. Like I said, it is a paperwork nightmare. But what if you do either one? Like I said, I gave you 2 options of how you can do it. So even whether you create your notebook or you create your kind of online piece, either way, that's going to save you time. You won't be crying. I like that. Yes, no, I don't want nobody crying over this. And I don't want you to get frustrated. So that's why if you're proactive on the front end, it's going to work out on the back end. And I want everybody to be certified. I want everybody to be able to, break glass ceilings. I want you to be able to not just have a seat at the table, but I want you to eat the whole buffet at the table. So you want to be able to do what you need to do for your business. And I think that's the key. So in order to do that, you got to put some things in place. So it may, be hard at first, and you just got to dedicate time to say, okay, you know what, I'm gonna pull everything I need in terms of my business and then all my documents in one place. Okay. And that includes your insurance. So don't forget your insurance information. I mean, there's a lot of different things they're going to ask for. That would also include like your birth certificate, your passport, all of these things. I mean, so just having them or having a copy of them in one place. And once again, and I'm not even a fan of paper copy, but that's why I said that notebook. Uh-oh, my time must be up. Here comes Eric. All right. Well, thank you all for tuning in to Business Implications Matters. And I thank you for your time. And hopefully, you got some nuggets and that everyone will be certified.
And we know you did an awesome job. That's what I'm talking about. Latasha Best Gaddy. Tell everybody the name of your company and what you really specialize in.
All right. So the company is in Infinity Bridges Incorporated. And I really do specialize in working with minority.
And it looks like she's been bounced out. And so we're going to go right to Roz. Let's go right to Roz then. Hello? Mark, let's go right to Roz. Hello? Boy, you was doing too much, man. You're doing too much. Yes, sir.
I was just saying, Roz is just now getting back on the screen, so go ahead and talk.
And of course, as we get ready, we're going to go right to Roz.
Hold on a
Miller
second.
Choice, the expert maker. And, when you're the expert maker, it takes a few minutes to get you ready. And, of course, Roz, you need to unmute your microphone first of all. You need to unmute your microphone. There you go. There you go. Hey, Roz.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm well, thank you. Hello, everyone.
Everything is great. I'm a guy. I'm a stickler for time. People know me for the time because, I'm the guy you throw the basketball to for the last shot. So I'm always ready and in rhythm and on time. I know we got a few minutes to go, but before we start, let's just talk a little bit about you, your company, and how you got started. First of all, tell the people what your company is and what your mission is.
All right. So my company is, I'm centering an echo. Did you hear that?
Yes, and you're probably going to get an echo while I'm up with you. So this is what we're going to do, okay? I'm going to introduce you. I'm going to get out of the room, and then I'm going to let you do the great thing that you do so very, very well, okay? And ladies and gentlemen, with no further ado, all the way from wherever she is, it's Roz, the expert maker. Thank you. And I'll see you on the other side.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, Dr. Kelly. Hello, everyone. I am Roz Miller Choice, and I'm so excited about being part of this year's virtual Black Business Expo. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Roz Miller Choice, but I'm called the expert maker for a number of reasons. One main reason is people come to me when they have a specialty in a particular area, an expertise or training in a specific area, and they want to get out there. They want to be able to share their message. They want to stop being the best kept secret and be the go-to person in their industry. And I'm a personal branding specialist, and that's what I do. So let's get started. I'm going to pull up my, let's see if I can start sharing my screen. You will understand something very quickly. I am a little technically challenged, but we'll get through this. All right, start sharing my screen. All right, share screen. Okay. All right, hopefully you can see my screen at this point. There you go. Now, I am hopeful that you are able to see my screen. Move this into a slideshow presentation so that you can see. So I am also, as I mentioned to you, I am the expert maker. And what I do is help people turn their knowledge, their experience, their training into multiple streams of income. And what I'm going to talk about today is an opportunity to help you uncover your genius. I want to help you know what it is that's going on in your head in terms of your expertise, your training, that you could indeed help someone else learn and make money. Not even knowing you. Here's what I probably do know, that you've been giving away your knowledge for free, right? Come on. There's one or two of you. You know I'm talking to you. People call you for advice and you just give all that advice away for free. Well, your knowledge didn't come for free. You had to be trained, educated. You probably spent some sleepless nights up, worrying and learning and reading. So your knowledge didn't come for free. Therefore, I wouldn't advise you to give it away for free. But first, we've got to figure out what it is you know. So I'm going to help you uncover your genius. Now, Uncover Your Genius is the first lesson of my book that's soon to be released, and it's called Know It, Share It, Profit. Again, that's Know It, Share It, Profit. And you can find me at www.knowitshareitprofit. So that first lesson that comes from there is uncover your genius. So when you know something, you get to share it and then you get to profit. But first, you've got to know what you know. So let's uncover your genius. Now, this is one of the most favorite trainings that I do because this is the one that everyone goes, ah, aha. They learn something new about themselves. They they realize and discover some old passions that they used to have. And so, or realize how much they know that other people don't know. People are often shocked. It's like someone else would want to know this. What it took you, let's say, 10 years to learn, you're able to pass that on much quicker to someone that wants to know what you know and get paid for it. All right, enough of an introduction. Let's get started. So, I'm here to help you uncover your genius. Now, you are in the right place because I think sometimes people go, genius or expertise. I'm neither of those things, but I want you to know you are in the right place if one, you know you have something to offer. You know, that inkling that goes on in the back of your head, like just sort of a nudging constantly. Hmm, you're in the right place if you are naturally talented at something or really very gifted at something. And you're in the right place if you are passionate about a topic. Now, this is the number one way to know that you are in the right place in this training today. And that would be this. If you've ever received a phone call and someone said to you, let me pick your brain, they know something about you that you probably haven't figured out yet. And
Yes.
that is, you've got some information to share. So,
Roz,
yes,
Roz,
yes,
we were working on your screen. Your screen is not up. That's why I showed back up because I'm watching too because I'm just so excited. So let's figure your screen out before,
all right.
and then I'll pop off and make sure that your presentation is going as great as it is. Because I thought I was having a good time without your screen, but we'll see what we need to do to make that happen.
Will do. All right, let me get you back up. Let me find you. And let's try that again. What could be the problem? I'm going to put on my glasses and figure this out.
Mark, would you send something in the? Would you type something to me so that I can assist her, please?
I'm actually talking to you on the phone, so I'll tell you what's going on. She needs to hit share screen, and then she needs to hit enable audio, and then it should come up there. I see it now. She's good.
There we go.
There you
Can
go.
you see it now?
Yes, that's what I heard. I still don't see it. I'm waiting.
Hold on.
Mark,
All
can you
right,
see it
all
for me?
right, all right, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, with no further ado, and I'm probably going to give, matter of fact, let me just stop for a second. Roz is one of our gold medal speakers, and our gold medal speakers are they are the special speakers for us this whole entire week. So, I hadn't told Roz, but I hope I can sneak her back in for a second presentation before it's all over with. I was just thinking about that. I got her on. Y'all are gonna enjoy what she does, but hopefully we can pull her back in one more time later on in the week, okay? And with no further ado, here she is, Roz, the expert maker.
Well, all right, I guess I got a second introduction there. One of the things that I wanted to at least give you some information about is some background on me. I am the host of a television show called The Expert Maker. We are on Apple TV, Roku, and Amazon Fire Stick. In fact, we're in 72
Take me
million
off, Mark.
homes as of today. So you should be able to find us. I am on something called the Promote Her channel. We are growing constantly. It's an organization of women business owners. And in my television show, I spend a half hour showing you one of my clients, and we take them through their transition of being the best kept secret into the go-to person in their industry. And you'll watch as my team and I do a lot of marketing and branding for those clients. So we are on Thursday nights at 9 p.m. A little commercial for my television show, The Expert Maker, on the Promote Her channel. You can find us on Apple TV, Roku, and Amazon Fire Stick. All right. The lesson that I'm teaching you today comes from my book. As I mentioned, it will be released very soon. It's called The Expert Maker, Turning Your Knowledge into Multiple Streams of Income. So you're kind of getting a sneak peek into what I teach in this book. And what I'm teaching today is called Uncover Your Genius. So let's move forward. My background, I am a former television reporter. I worked in New York as a TV reporter for CNN, for CBS, for WNBC, My Nine, lots of different television stations. I have hosted a lot of different types of programs like travel shows, and I'm a journalist by trade, and I've been running my business now for several years. My specialty, my superpower, is helping people uncover their genius. And I think that came specifically from my days as a television reporter. My job was to interview people, get information from them. And once I learned how to interview people well, it's so funny. When you start to ask questions, people don't realize how much they know until you start asking them questions. So get ready. I have helped entrepreneurs in all over the world. In Spain, I have been invited to speak at the United Nations, and I've been producing video and helping people tell their stories, writing content. I'm an award-winning writer as well for more than 20 years. So that's my background, and that's what adds to how I can help people today in helping them get themselves out there to take that expertise that they have been sitting on and get it out there. Because here's what I know: you more than likely have information that you could and should be sharing that could, one, improve somebody's life, two, change someone's life, or three, depending on your knowledge, you very well could have something that could save someone's life. I'm going to tell a quick story. One of my favorite clients, Dr. Guy Gentil, he is you know what? I'm going to save that story for later. Hold on. Let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to tell you what we're going to cover today. So today I'm going to go over a step-by-step process for you to discover your knowledge and your passion. I'll reveal what makes you unique, and we'll discuss something you already know how to do and how that can change, improve, or potentially save someone's life. Now, here's what I promise. I know Dr. Kelly is going to jump back in here before I can finish everything that I need to say. So I'm going to keep it as brief as I can, but I promise you, I will have more information for you as we go further. I won't leave you without knowing how to go further with me and with what it is that you know and what we can do with it. So, what would this mean to you if you were able to stop giving away your knowledge, right? And learn how to package and market your information? This would be an additional business for you. Now that we're all inside again with COVID-19, one of the things I did not have to do was pivot my business because my expertise, I was able to create a home-based business about it. My business, I actually do have an office, but it started off as a home-based business. And it's something that you can do from home as well. It may mean more freedom for you. If you're home, if you are at home trying to do your job plus virtual school your children, you need more freedom. And this may be a way for you. And it gives you a little bit more ease. So I'm introducing you to something called the expert industry. Some people call it the influencers industry or the knowledge broker business, but it's all about taking your know-how, your knowledge, your expertise, being able to share it with others and get paid in the process. One of the things this has allowed me to do is I can say yes more often. It gives me those options of being able to say yes instead of no. And back before COVID kicked in, I had multiple trips to Europe because I am a traveler and I love to travel. I've had one in a lifetime opportunities as well. One of the things I always wanted to do was make my own perfume. And on the left side, that's me at a perfumery in the south of France, making my own perfume. I worked with what's called a nose, a professional who smells oils and they help me create the scent. And all of those oils that you see in front of me, I had to smell all of them before I could actually make my perfume. On the other side is some friends of mine, and we are in Monte Carlo, just outside of the casino, getting ready to go and make some money. And I've also had the wonderful opportunity to have some exclusive vacations. This trip, my husband and I took with a group of friends. In fact, we hosted that trip, and all of our friends just simply came to join us for their all expense paid vacation. And the other thing I'm able to do, and this I'm probably one of the things I'm just most proudly of, my mother passed away several years ago, and I was able to start a scholarship in her honor, in her name. And on an annual basis, this business allows me to fund that scholarship and help young people on their way to a higher education. And all right, so this is actually the best part of having this type of business that I can run from home. I knew that I wanted to adopt a child and I wanted to be able to work from home. And so that is our Andrew. He is now much taller than that, so it's time for me to update that picture. All right, enough about me. Let's get on with today's training. So today, I think, like I said, this is my favorite because people have aha moments. You'll get to see beyond how you normally view yourself. You'll probably rediscover some forgotten passions, and you'll reveal your interests, your real interests. So think of the possibilities. You'll have more financial control of your future if you're able to take this process that I'm giving you and move it forward. You get to be your own boss. Or if you really like your job, terrific. This is, you can create a side hustle with this. So how does this work? Once you have figured out what it is that you know, and I'm getting to that, well, I'll get to that. You then can create products and services. So what kind of products and services can you create with your knowledge? Books. You can write a book. You can become an author and sell your books. Or an audiobook. This is Jason. He was a teacher and wanted to be a life coach. He wanted to write a book. He said, Roz, I'm not the kind of person that's going to sit in front of a computer and do that. And so I was like, okay, no problem. We'll create an audiobook for you. And so he's able to sell this book when he indeed is coaching clients and out speaking. You can also offer consulting services. Let's say your knowledge is about sales and business training. You certainly can put together a program and offer it to companies. This is a former client of mine and friend who, again, a professor of a local college, and she didn't want to be in the classroom and marking papers, but she is a history buff and a political science whiz. I do mean whiz. She is genius. And there was a company that was looking for someone to teach online. So, therefore, she took that knowledge and her expertise was able to record online courses for them. Out of the classroom she went. Probably made as much, if not more, in that one day of shooting than she did an entire semester. Oh, and this is one of my lovely favorite clients, Rhonda Jennifer. She's an author who really, really, very, very shy, but had a powerful message of how to heal yourself after a traumatic experience, which she experienced as a young person. And she'd written a series of books, but she wanted to take her message to a larger audience. And so we helped her with our branding and my experts who know about marketing and content creation and video production. And we helped her become a speaker. She's now a coach and she hosts a weekly, really, really good podcast. So even if you now own a business, because I recognize that some of you are not only would-be entrepreneurs, you already own a business. This is something that you can also add to your product line, services that you can offer. Here's Guy Gentil. This is the guy that I started to tell you about in the beginning. Dr. Guy, as I love to call him, but Dr. Gentil, his formal name, is a psychotherapist in Florida. And he was seeing clients one-on-one and having to deal with insurance claims and the like. And that kind of got tiresome for him. But here was his specialty. He was a specialist in PTSD and how it affects first responders. We helped him create speeches that he could give around the country, virtually and in person, and host workshops around the country or via Zoom when it comes to COVID-19. But his workshops are about preventing suicide. Remember, I told you, depending on the information that you have to share, you could improve somebody's life, change somebody's life, or in his case, save somebody's life. The other thing you can do, I talked about this, you can have speaking engagements and be paid to speak to audiences, sharing what you know. You can produce online courses. That's one of my specialties. I love online courses. And you can start a home-based business. All right. Now your turn. Now, if you're driving, I don't expect you to pull over and do any writing. But if you are at a desk, at home, somewhere, at the beauty salon, wherever you are, if you wouldn't mind taking out a pad and pen, I'm going to just kind of ask you a couple of questions. This will get your brain sort of turning as to, let me check my time here. Oh, I'm doing well. All right. This will get your brain going as to what it is that you know that you can share. So I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. All right. Just think about these things. One, what have you done professionally or in your spare time or socially for at least 2 years? It might be your job. If it were personally, it might mean that you've been caring for an elderly parent or an elderly patient. It might mean that you have been working with a special needs child. You may have a great garden. My sister-in-law grows the biggest hostas I've ever seen. She is amazing in the garden. What is it that you've been doing for 2 years? Ask yourself this. When people come to you with a request, pick your brain, what do they want to know about? You get that phone call? It's like, hey, I had to call you because I needed to know about blank. Fill in the blank. All right, this is for you, ladies and gentlemen, who sometimes can't really see yourself. I'm going to help you with this one. What positive observations has someone made about you? Oh, he's great at project management. She's wonderful at connecting people. He's amazing at hosting events. What's somebody say about you? What challenges have you faced in your business, career, or life? And what solutions did you come up with to solve them? That's a good question. See, that's the one that will really get your wheels turning and you go, oh yeah. Because I know some of you are having some of those, oh yeah moments. Oh yeah, I do that. Oh yeah, people do come to me for that. Next, your friends, associates, or colleagues come to you when they have questions about what? Hmm? What do they want to know that they know they can come to you and get the right answers about? What two things do you love doing that you do for free? Let's keep this PG or not. No judgment. All right. Let's see. What things would you like to learn more about? Because this doesn't have to be only about what you already know. It could be something that you want to learn about and help you and go on a journey with people. As you learn, you teach. What are your natural talents? Oh, I love this one. What are those things that you can do without thinking that other people can't seem to do? What is it that you can do and you don't even have to give it any thought? It just simply comes natural. What are you known for? Oh, I know I've got some wheels turning. And here's an excellent one. What challenge have you overcome? A health crisis? A financial crisis? Having to work through something and get to the other end of it unscathed or a little bit scathed, and you can help somebody else avoid the pitfalls to get to where you've learned to come? With this exercise, here's what I want you to understand. There is someone right now praying for you, praying that someone will show up with information that they need right now. So my question to you is, who are you depriving with that information that's in your head that you haven't taken the time to share yet? Just asking. All right. So you've taken the time, you've done that. Take a real good look at it because this is the vital part. You now need to kind of choose. What is it that you want to pursue? Is it what you've been doing for 2 years? Is it that challenge that you had to overcome? Is it your natural talent? Thing that you wanted to learn more about? Well, you can choose to work with me and I'll help you further to uncover your genius or whatever it takes. But I'm here for you. I want you to choose wisely, though, because this is something that will become your passion. And it'll take some energy on your part to be able to put together the products and services in order for you to be able to share it. So is it that thing that you've done for the last 2 years? Are you a great baker or a great cook? The thing that you would do for free? Oh, or the thing that you wanted to learn more about? I don't know. Is it that thing that you wanted to overcome? These are decisions that you need to make. So as I told you before, once you know what it is you want to share, you have the ability to produce products. And there's lots of things that you can produce. I'm going to say it again. Books, online courses, workshops, coaching programs. You can coach one person. You can coach many people in a group setting or a mastermind. Would you like to host workshops? So here's what you do next. Create a blueprint of your knowledge. You've got to be able to get that information out of your head and into a guide or a blueprint or a format that lists everything that you know, how you know it, why you know it, what to do, things to avoid, all of that. Get that blueprint together. And then begin sharing your knowledge, whether it's posting online, speaking. This builds credibility. And lastly, you need to package your knowledge because that's the only way to monetize it. Oh, I hope you enjoyed that. I know you had some aha moments. I know your wheels are turning. I know you're going, "Ah, I hadn't even thought about that. I didn't even realize someone might be interested in what it is that I know." Well, it's very possible they are. So I gave you what it was you can do. Those are the next three steps: blueprint, credibility, create a product. You can do it on your own, or I can help you. I have a course called Know It, Share It, Profit. So you can go to www.knowitshareitprofit.com. And in that course, I have so much information. So lots of modules that will help you through this. There's a proven system of how to get information out of your head and into a blueprint, as I described. You can then use that all important blueprint to begin sharing your knowledge and building your credibility. There's modules on that. How to share your knowledge and become a speaker, which is one of the best ways to share what you know and build credibility because you're standing on stage, you're the one that's speaking. It is instant credibility. People will stop and listen to you. There is a step-by-step guide, by the way, to teach you how to write a speech and what tools you'll need in order to get yourself booked to speak get yourself booked as a speaker. And with that blueprint, and I can't emphasize how important that blueprint is, and that's why I have several modules in that Know It, Share It, Profit course to help you create that blueprint. Because once you have it, you can then create an online course that you can sell. You can take that blueprint and become a life or business coach, train people one-on-one or in a group coaching setting. You can also host a workshop. There's also a great module on how you set up a workshop, whether it's virtual or in person, when we are back to actually meeting in person regularly. And I teach you exactly how to do that. The first module, however, is helping you build your confidence so that you know that you'll be able to share your knowledge. Someone wants to hear from you. Someone is waiting for you. And that first module helped you build your confidence so that you can do this. So it is the Know It, Share It, Profit course. It is usually $14.97. I have lowered the price to just $9.97 specifically for this Black Business Expo, but it does go back up in, I think, 3 days automatically. Can't stop that. I guess it could, but I don't want to. I want you to jump in. $9.97. And honestly, even if you waited 4 days and you bought it at that $14.97 price, it's well worth every penny. But why do that? Just go ahead and get in at $9.97. To register, it's very, very simple. You go to www.knowitshareitprofit.com. That's www.knowitshareitprofit.com. There's a red button to register, and it will take you directly into the course. You register, you pay your $9.97, and you're in. Now, I wanted to offer something special. And Dr. Kelly didn't ask me to do this, but I wanted to do this for his group. This is a self-directed course. However, as a bonus for this group who are watching and who are participating in this renowned Olympic, I think Dr. Kelly calls it, Black Business Expo, I want to offer you two things. 2 30-minute mentoring sessions to help you along your way. They are 30 minutes with me. I'll help you to get your blueprint together. I'll help you write your speech. Whatever it is you need, I'll help you with that twice in a 30-minute session each. And of course, you'll have access to me via email throughout the process. It is a great course. I think you'll learn so much from it. All right. Oh, by the way, if it doesn't work for you, you have 30 days. I offer a 30-day, no questions asked, money back guarantee. So it's $9.97 for a limited time. You saw how much is packed in that course. I spent a lot of time to create that course to make sure there were modules there that would really help you from soup to nuts, to go from the best kept secret who's been holding on to their information to the go-to person in your field. That's what I have for you today. I'm so excited to be taking the time. I'm going to stop sharing my screen now. I don't know if I stopped sharing my screen or not. There we go. At least I hope I have. As I explained in the beginning, I tend to be a bit technically challenged. I hope you enjoyed our talk today. This expert industry, although it's relatively new, I have been doing it for several years, but it is a relatively new field, if you will. The opportunities are limitless because there's so many different areas of information that you could be sharing. And even if, and let's just address the elephant in the room, even if there's someone else who is sharing similar information, doesn't matter, because what you bring to the table is going to be unique. Your unique style, a little bit different way that you do things, your philosophy, your methodology is not and cannot be the exact same way as someone else. You know, you're going to bring you to the table. You're going to bring your personality to the table. And so people may resonate with you before they resonate with someone else. So it's fine that someone else may be sharing the same kind of information. You're going to do it your way. You're going to do it your way. You're going to reach an audience that they may not be able to reach. I'll ask you to go on over to www.knowitshareitprofit.com in order to register and be able to take advantage of those bonuses, that 30-minute sessions with me. I'll also ask you to watch my television show. As I mentioned, it's called The Expert Maker, Turning Your Knowledge into Multiple Streams of Income. We're on Roku, Apple TV, and Amazon Fire Stick. An easy way to watch an episode of my show is to go to the promoteherchannel.com. Promoteherchannel.com. You'll scroll down, you'll see this face, and it says The Expert Maker. Click on to watch an episode because they're on demand if you go to the promoteherchannel.tv.com. I hope I'm saying that right. Just Google it, Promote Her Channel TV. That'll take you to the page. You'll be able to watch the episodes that I have there, plus some master classes that I have as well. But the real reason I want you to go is because I want you to see an episode. I want you to watch me and my team create marketing products and products and services for people to sell. It's an interesting process. And I think the other thing you will realize is the change doesn't only come in your business. The change comes in your personality. When you realize that you're able to improve, change, or save someone's life, wow, that's impactful. You get to have an impact. Now, I like to say I have an impact as well, because when I help you share your information and you improve someone's life, well, I take a little credit for that. I know it's not direct, but I take some credit in that. So I look forward to you coming on into my camp, my Know It, Share It, Profit.com camp. and really being able to help you to help others. That's why I'm here. All right, that's all I have for you. Hopefully, Dr. Kelly is somewhere listening in and he can jump back in and maybe we can talk a little before my post time is up. I'll wait for him. Send him a little note. Hi, Veronica. All right, Veronica's asking me a question. Hi, Roz. Thank you for this information. I thoroughly enjoyed it. At my workplace, we have generally used Canvas, Blackboard, and Adobe Flex. I was wondering what e-learning platform you use. We use Thinkific. That's the platform we use to deliver our course.
You're not done. You have about, I believe you have 40 minutes. Your session is 40 minutes. I know you must have planned for 30, but
I
you have additional minutes. And I was just looking at that. And I was like, she's calling me, and you have some more minutes. So can you
That's
share
fine.
a few more minutes?
I absolutely can.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's see. Let me tell you about some stories in that case. Some of the people that we've helped. There is a pair of New York skateboarders, and they wanted to create a brand. One wanted to create, he was an artist. He's been an artist since he was a child. The other sews and he makes different kinds of clothing, bags and accessories and pants and shirts. And he wanted to have an affordable brand that was kind of based on skating, if you will. And so we were able to work with them. What we did was we did a great photo shoot of the young men skating all over New York. We worked with a group of experts. That's the other thing that, and if you watch the television show, you'll see this. I gather a group of experts from all different fields: sales and marketing, publicity, health and beauty. What else? Traffic and lead generation. And we put together a plan for them to, one, create their own TV show so that and it would be based on skating around New York City and going to visit artists to help them tell their stories. And in the process, start to build a, hi, Kimberly, start to build a following. And once they build a following, our marketing expert showed them how they could then glean from that following what products and services that following would need. So the show, if you will, would build their credibility and their expertise and build their followers. So therefore, then they could survey those followers, learn more about them, learn what they needed, and produce products and services specifically for their targeted market. These are really young entrepreneurs who didn't know very much about business, but we taught them. Two others. Oh, this story I love. There's an interior decorator. You can look her up. Her business is called Complete Window Fashions, and she and her daughter run Complete Window Fashions, and they are the third and fourth generation of designers, interior designers, and they wanted to create a business that was a legacy business, one that would last for generations. They understood the design portion, but how do you create that legacy? So the main person in the business, Alicia, she had 40 years of interior decorating and design knowledge. I mean, 4 decades worth. So we taught her how she could get some of that information out of her head and be able to share things about interior decorating. How do you choose colors? How do you place furniture? How do you fill a bookcase so that it doesn't look just messy? Um, we helped her to be able to showcase her designs, to share her knowledge, which built her credibility, and be able to leave that legacy with her daughter, who's part of the business, and continue that business on. All of us have information that we can share. It really just simply is about recognizing your value, big piece of it, big piece. Recognize that you have something to share. If people are calling you wanting to pick your brain, you have something to share. Ask yourself, who is it that I've been getting a nudging about, kind of a nudge about wanting to help? What group of people? And what is it that I want to help them with? And here's an opportunity for you to just get beyond yourself, give yourself permission. Sometimes that's what we need, permission to follow a dream, permission to follow that still small voice that we hear nudging us and saying, hey, there's more here for you. You could be offering more. You have so much value. You could be offering more. And so, is this an opportunity? Has somebody been saying to you, oh my gosh, you gotta tell people about this? Have people been telling about you and you giving your information away for free? And if so, it's time to stop. And I know that people are generous and you want to be able to give away your information. But here's what I've learned. When you give away your information for free, I found that you give people a disservice because of a couple of things. One, you give them cliff notes. But if you're charging someone to take advantage of your information, you're going to give it a lot more thought. You're going to give them the how to, what to, where to, step by step guide. You're going to give it much more thought in terms of the information that you're sharing with them. And so that has value. That has value, and you're valuable. The other reason I would say not to give your information away for free is because people don't give as much credence to things they receive for free. That's just human nature. They'll take the information and then will not necessarily follow through. And what was the point of you sharing your information if they're not going to follow through with it? But if they have some money out there, some skin in the game, then they're going to be more likely to do the whatever it is that you shared with them, whatever knowledge you shared with them, whatever advice, suggestions, and techniques and methods that you've given them, they'll be more apt to follow through. There's more impact. You know what I mean? There is going to be more impact. And isn't that the point of sharing your information anyway? Because you want to be impactful, you want to have an impact on them. So don't give your information away for free. I think that you do someone a disservice, and that's not why you did it originally, right? All right, I can see a little bit in the chat. Hi, Sandra Lucky. Yes, you're absolutely right. People give more thought to it. They're like, oh, that's right. Here's that information. And you know what? I think the other thing is, if indeed, let's say you gave your information away, not gave it away, but sold it in an online course. Well, they have the ability to go back to a module, go back to that information so that they can review it again, follow through, check off the tasks that you suggested that they do, check off the errands. So you're going to be able to give a broader, a more complete look at things when you've had the chance to think about it. You've packaged it properly, and I can help you with that. www.knowitshareitprofit.com, in case you forgot my website. You'll learn exactly what to do. All right. Let's see. I can't see anything else that's going on in the chat. I can see reading a note from Mark at this point. All right. There we go. I wish that I could see more in the chat. If anybody has any questions, this is an opportunity to ask me. I rarely run out of stories to tell or things to say. So if you've got something that you want to ask, I'll see if I can look at the chat. I'm going to pull up my phone. Yeah, it's true, Sandra. Haven't you done that before? And it's so annoying. Someone comes to you over, they're like, oh, I'll buy you dinner and just take all your knowledge from you and then not follow through. It's like, well, what was that? Why did you waste my time and energy? Why did you waste your time and energy over a drink? Over a meal? Come on. Your information is so much more valuable than that. And it didn't come to you for free. Somebody had to pay that price. So don't give your information away for free. All right, let's see. What else can I tell you about? You know what? Hi, Kimberly. Let me see what you're saying, Kimberly. My looks like my phone is a little bit slower. How do you select your guests? My show guests? Good question. My show guests are usually people who are clients of mine or former clients of mine. Those are the best examples that I like to use on my show so that you can really see the process that it takes to go from not sharing your information to being the person who everyone calls on. And so the guests are clients of the expert maker. They've gone through the expert maker process. We've helped them to write scripts so that they are now speakers. We create directories for them. Understand something, and I'm glad that Kimberly asked this. In the Know It, Share It, Profit course, it's self-guided, self-directed. You can do it all yourself. But there are people who want more hand-holding, if you will, want the expert maker herself and her team to work through these issues for them. And we do that. And that is a service that you can certainly call me about. Feel free to DM me. And it's like, Roz, if it is one of those situations where it's like, Roz, I do not want to take a course. I want you to do it all for me. I got you. We do those done for you services as well. So just DM me, Roz Miller Choice. That's Roz Miller Choice. DM me, and we'll set up a time so that you and I can talk, and I'll put together a plan for you and then do it all for you. As a matter of fact, I am on my way when this training is over to meet my videographer. We are going to be working with someone to create an online course. He is a commercial real estate expert. He's been doing it for 20 years. He's owned everything from condominiums to multifamilies to apartment complexes. And he's going to be sharing his expertise in the commercial real estate investing field and putting it into an online course. We've helped him to create every single module, got that information out of his head because it was all rambling around in his head with stuff that he had forgotten that he knew. We got that information out of his head, created a blueprint, wrote all of his modules for him. And this afternoon, we're going to be working with a videographer and this gentleman to create those modules for his online courses. After that, we'll work with him to write a speech and book him so that he can also become a speaker. Because when he is able to speak, he'll be able to also sell his online course from the stage. Were there any other questions? So that's how people get on the show. They are current or former clients so that you can really get a view of what the expert maker does. Any other questions? If not, I'll tell a story. Once someone said to me, um, Roz, I don't know what I know until someone asks me a question. And I think that's just true of us in general, people in general. You become so accustomed to the knowledge that you have that it becomes old hat. You forget that you know it. And worse, you forget that other people don't know what you know. It's like, oh, of course you can do this. Well, no, not everyone. Not everyone. And I have to catch myself periodically as well because I'm an award-winning writer. So I just assume everybody can write. But yeah, that's not necessarily a skill that everyone has. So I have to catch myself every once in a while and slow it down. And when I'm describing how to write an article or how to write a blog or what questions to ask in an interview setting, those are, that's sort of my expertise. Video production is my expertise. And I sometimes forget other people don't know how to do that necessarily. It's old hat to me. You know, working for CNN and CBS and NBC, that was what I was required to do under deadline every single day. And so it comes second nature to me now. And other people tend to struggle with things production oriented. You may not believe it, but I am not necessarily comfortable talking live. I, after having a career in television, as a journalist, as a television journalist, our job was to produce our stories in advance. And I might have to do a 2 second, 3 second, 5 second, 10 second live shot. And then I would throw to my packaged story that had already been done. I didn't have to be on camera all of the time. But this is something I've had to learn how to do. Now be on camera longer than anticipated. All right, so let's see. What else can I tell you about? I told you about Dr. Gee. Let me just also mention this. Dr. Guy, that's a psychotherapist who specializes in PTSD in first responders. His other specialty is marriage counseling. He's got an office in Southern Florida, and he is a client of mine. He was telling me one day, he said, listen, I've got to run because I've got a couple coming in for a 5-hour session. And I thought, a 5-hour session? Why would you put a couple in a room for 5 hours? Well, what he explained to me is couples who are one step away from divorce come to him as a last ditch effort. And he was spending 5 hours minimum with a couple in a counseling session. And when he got off the phone, I gave back some thought. And I called him back later and said, well, do you like doing those? And he said, absolutely. He goes, saving a marriage, it's like, And I, would you like to do more? How many are you doing a year? And he explained he was only doing, maybe 5 a year. And I thought, oh, and how much are you charging for that? And he told me, and I went, oh, you mean to tell me you're charging that little amount, an hourly rate? I'm charging an hourly rate. I explained to him, you are showing a couple and giving them what it took you 20 years to learn in 5 hours. And that's an expertise. Let's take this thing, let's call it something, let's market it that way. So we turned those 5-hour nebulous sessions that he was doing, and we gave him a name. We called them SAM sessions. Save My Marriage Sessions, SAM sessions. And we built an advertising campaign around it and priced it accordingly. We priced it for the value that he was giving, that valuable knowledge that he was giving for that 5 hours. And we priced it accordingly. And now he has SAM sessions as an additional product, or rather service, that he offers. And that's what I was telling you about the knowledge broker or the expert industry. If you already have a business, this would be additional services or an additional product that you can offer. This is a way to grow your existing business. I love talking to business owners because sometimes they get stuck in a place and things aren't necessarily selling off the shelves like they wanted to. But your knowledge and your intellectual property, you've got the ability to package that up and serve that to people and monetize your message. Then it's a win-win, or a win-win-win. You win, they win, and the people they help win, right? Why not? Why not? This is a great opportunity to create something that's lasting and create something that you can do from home, because COVID-19 has changed things, folks. And I am really honestly not sure when we will get back to normal. And I have a feeling normal isn't going to look like it used to. And to have the ability to have something that is home based, what could you do with that? How beneficial would that be for you to be able to work from home and help people simultaneously? I think that people are generous. And if that's something you want to do, to be able to help someone, there we go. Hi, Dr. Kelly, you're back.
Yes, indeed. Now, see, that was the whole Monty, as they say. You took us on through, you rocked us and you rolled us, and we really appreciate what you've done this evening. And we look forward to seeing all of the great things. And when you talk about the expert maker, Roz is the expert maker. I
That's
know you're
right.
gonna I know you're gonna be on listening and seeing what's going on. We got George Frazier tomorrow, and we got Fran Harris in the morning, and that's somebody that I really want you to connect with. Fran Harris is gonna be doing her thing in the morning. Check your calendar. I'm gonna be sending the information out to you, but I want you to connect with her. I think she'll be a great connection for you. Okay.
Well, thank you for connecting me with her. And I've been watching Dr. Frazier. So, yeah, I'm excited about all of the guests that you have gathered and who are sharing their information and sharing their training. This is great. And it's wonderful that you have been able to pivot this expo that could have been in person, and, just given the time, did it this way.
Well, again, we want to thank you for being on the show, but more importantly, want to make sure that you have a good time. Make sure that the class have a good time, and then leave what is your website and an email people can reach you.
Know it, share it, profit.com. That's www.knowitshareitprofit.
And thank you so very much. One of our gold medal speakers. This is the Black Business Olympics, and yes, indeed, we are going to be casting those medals out to everybody. Thanks again. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly. It was wonderful talking to your audience. I appreciate you.
And of course, Mark, as we get ready for Jason is going to be coming up just shortly. And the young man is going to be talking about business and trauma. A lot of times when we're doing business, you don't think about the trauma exit, but right. This is a time to think about your health. And of course, hey, Jason, how's it going?
Hey, Doc, how you doing? Are you able to hear me?
I'm able to hear you very good. I'm going to get out of here. I hope you enjoy your session, okay?
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I hope you're all doing well. Super excited to be here. Name is Jason T. Mahoney, better known as the Motivator. I am a certified trauma coach, certified motivational speaker, as well as a certified group facilitator. But I'm here today to talk with you about trauma, something that we typically don't talk about in the business world, or even as African Americans, we fail to talk about trauma and the impact that it has on us as African Americans, but it also has on us as business owners. But before we get started, I want to ask you guys a few questions, and you can put in the comment section or what have you guys to know. The first question I want to ask is, have you ever experienced a situation in your childhood where someone in your family suffered from a mental illness? Just process that for a second. Have you ever found yourself in a situation in your childhood where you were either hit, abused, or neglected by your family member? Has anyone in your household ever been in prison or to jail? Has there ever been a time in your life where you did not have enough food to eat or a place to lay your head at night? If you answered yes to any of the aforementioned questions, those questions come from the adverse childhood experiences. The adverse childhood experiences was a test study that consists of 10 questions. I only ask a few. And based on your responses to the questions, you receive an ACE score, which is an adverse childhood experience score. And depending on your score, there's a likelihood that in your adulthood, you will find yourself in situations. And the reason that this is important is because the adults that we're networking with, the adults that we're working with, the adults that we're hiring on our businesses, they come with ACE scores. And that's what we're going to talk about today. The trauma that some of our business owners, our colleagues, individuals that we network with, they have ACE scores, and some of our salesmen have ACE scores as well. But the important thing about it is setting up our businesses and setting up our network to be trauma informed, trauma aware, as well as trauma sensitive, for us to address those particular issues, to have good relationships with our partners in business. So we're going to get things started. So before we actually dive in, let's actually define trauma. And I'm not going to read the slide because we're all intelligent people. But when we think about trauma, we think about the 3 E's: the event, the experience, and the effect. So I would like for you all to just think about a moment in your own life where there was an event that just you didn't feel right. It may be an event of a bad marriage. It may be an event of a car accident. It may be an event that just left you with kind of like a feeling that you wasn't sure what to do. And some of you all, as you're listening, you may be in an event right now that is traumatic. So that's the first part of understanding what trauma is understanding that there is an event that is taking place that is not really comfortable for me. And then it's experienced by you. So you have the event and then you experience it. Let me kind of bring it home. So let's say there's an individual that's in an unhealthy relationship where abuse is taking place. The event is the unhealthy relationship, okay? And then now you're experiencing that event, okay? And then you have the effects of it. So let's think about individuals that have been in an event, they experienced it, and then it had an effect. Let's think about colleagues that we have and we're not understand why they do certain behaviors. Let's think about people we're trying to network with to grow our business, and they're demonstrating some behaviors and we're not sure what those behaviors are. This is how we find ourselves in these situations when it comes to trauma: the event, the experience, and the effect. So if you all have, and again, you can be very transparent or just ask the question how you would like to ask. But in the comment section, if you have found yourself in an event, experience, or an effect, either you or someone that you know, just hit yes. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that it's you, but it may mean someone else. But just say yes. If you found yourself in an event that you experienced and the effect of it, and it was traumatic, just say yes for me. Because what we're doing, we're identifying that all of us have in the business field, we have all experienced some traumatic events, okay? So just put yes in the comment section, either for you or for yourself. So that's our clean definition of trauma: event, experience, and effect, okay? So here's some examples of some traumatic events. And I promise you, we're going somewhere with this, okay? I'm just going to highlight a few. Domestic violence or family violence from dating, bad relationships, or how many of you all have tried to do a business deal with someone and it went sour? You may have lost some money. You may have lost some friends. That is trauma. That is considered a traumatic event, okay? A serious car accident, sudden or unexpected death of a loved one, a serious accident, and it even says natural disasters such as a hurricane or flood. And for those of you that are in the Raleigh-Durham area, we're right now experiencing a flood. And if you were in a flood in your earlier childhood life and it was very traumatic for you, maybe you're having some feelings that are coming up now. That goes back to you had an experience and it had an effect on you. But I want to focus on this particular presentation is from a business perspective of trauma in business. You lost the deal. Your business partner that you work with ran off with all the money. Or you're trying to get into business with someone and they're acting a little different. Or they may seem like they're very cautious and afraid to make decisions quickly, as quicker as you would like them to make. This is where we're going to start doing some unpeeling here. So again, I want us to really paint the picture of what trauma is before we really get into diving into how it relates to business. There are 4 types of trauma. The first is acute, and acute is just that one-time experience. It may be an accident, an earthquake that you find yourself in. And then you have your complex trauma. That's related to multiple traumatic events at an early age. So that goes back to your adverse childhood experiences. In your childhood, you may have experienced some things that gave you that experience and that effect. And now it may become complex because we may not have addressed it. And then we have our chronic trauma, which is traumatic experiences that are repeated, prolonged, such as ongoing exposure to community violence. So let's think about a store owner that is opening a business in a community that is not necessarily safe. Those are, and that may be some chronic trauma because of the environment or what have you, where it's taking place, where the individual may be afraid to open a business because of they grew up in a neighborhood like that. So why should I open a business in this particular neighborhood? And then you have historical trauma. Historical trauma refers to a collective group of people, such as systematic oppression. A lot of African Americans, we fall into this historical trauma because it's been some systematic oppression and it's been ongoing discrimination, harassment. And so I always like to say every human being on the earth we all have experienced some type of trauma. And we can categorize our trauma into these categories here, okay? And again, I want you all to put your business hat on as well as your trauma hat, because as a business owner, you're going to have to deal with people that have these traumatic situations. All right. And if this is good for you, if you can just put some thumbs in the comment section, let us know that this is good. You're learning some things here and you're able to make those ties together. So now let's look at the brain and trauma. So all of us have a brain because we're business owners. We're business people. We're out here to network and do some things. But we always must remember that our brain is thinking as well. So an experience becomes traumatic when it overwhelms our system for responding to stress. Okay, so when you look at the brain here, you have your thinking brain, which is the neocortex, and then your limbic system, which is your emotional brains. And what happens is when an individual continues to experience traumatic event after traumatic event, their thinking brain begins to get overwhelmed and they're not able to really respond appropriately. They may respond out of their emotions or what have you. And all of us have that family member that we always jokingly say, or even that friend or that coworker that we will jokingly say, wow, he or she goes from 0 to 100 just like that. Why is that? Sometimes we often are very judgmental to individuals that respond in those ways, but we got to remember there are always some underlying concerns. Let's peel the onion back. And this is so important because when we're making business deals and when we're networking and when we're hiring employees or working with individuals in the field, we must be mindful that everyone's story is different from our story. And we must remember that how do we work with these individuals in their story and not from a judgmental perspective? So here we go. Trauma and the workplace. Let's just look at this slide for a second. Traumatized workers. Well, let's just say traumatized people. They compromise their ability to think and manage things. And the important thing to note here is that when trauma is untreated in our employees, our colleagues, it becomes a huge expense to the organization. When you hire a worker and that worker or that business partner has not addressed their trauma, when you're working with them in those business deals, sometimes they may go silent or they may not be able to think clearly in what is being asked. And what happens is you can miss a business deal by not really working with the person from a traumatic perspective. And I know a lot of individuals often ask, okay, how does this really tie into everything? Here's how it ties in. We're all humans. We're all here to network, work on our business, increase our skill set. So if you're a business owner, and I've heard a lot of individuals that have shared that they're doing coaching, that they're opening so many organizations. But what is interesting is we're wanting our customers to come to us, but are we prepared to receive the customers that are going to come? Hypothetically, let's say someone is a credit counselor that is listening, and they are opening a business on helping individuals fix their credit. So they receive a customer and they begin to talk about the finances with the customer and what they need to do to fix their credit. And at each session, the person noticed that their customer is not being compliant with the rules and regulations to fix their credit. Okay. And then next thing you know, you close the case and you no longer want to provide the service because the person is not putting in the sweat equity. Okay. Now, if you want to peel back the layers of what is going on with that particular customer may be in an abusive relationship and their partner is not allowing them to control the funds. Or that person may be in a relationship where that person is making their partner is making bad decisions regarding their credit report. Or that may have been a customer who in their childhood, their family member utilized their social security number and created some charges or what have you based on their credit. So now if you are a trauma-informed credit counselor, you're now able to respond to that person in their trauma and be able to retain that customer and really help that customer. Far too many times we turn the doors on customers as well as turn the doors on business deals and creating opportunities because we feel that our customers and our clients and our coworkers should show up one way. But I always say, if we were to peel back your onion layer, what would we find? So we have to be mindful that when we're working with clients and our customers, that we're looking at them from a trauma-informed lens. And especially when you're about to network with someone from a business perspective. How do you know that we're making the right deal? How do you know that this person is thinking clearly doing that business deal or doing that situation? And again, trauma in the workplace is so important because when you're working with customers, be mindful that they're coming with something and we're coming with something as well. Okay. So trauma truly impacts the workplace. We don't really think about trauma from a business perspective because we see that as a human services thing. But in actual reality, as a business owner, who are your customers? I want y'all to think about that for a perspective. Who are your customers? In the comment section, if you can just write down, who are your customers? The grandmother, she's your customer, but what's her story when she can't make it to the appointment on time? The single mother, she's your customer, but why is it that she is not following the plan that you outlaid for her? The married couple that you guys are doing coaching with, what's their trauma story? The banker that is making a decision to not accept or approve that person's loan, if that person is already experiencing failure and trauma, how is denying that loan impacting that person? So think about that. Who are your customers? So if you can put in a comment, who are your customers? And how well do you know your customers? How well do you know people you're networking with? So, examples of behaviors of untreated trauma among employees. I want you all to think about my business owners that are on here, as well as those that are networking and coaching. I want you all to think about some of the customers that you're currently serving now. And they may be adults. I want you to think about them. Think about a time when they did not do a follow through with a plan. And the sticky note says, how does childhood trauma affect adulthood? Let's think about this. I always say, if a person has not addressed the issues of their childhood, they're destined to mess up their adulthood. Okay? So let's think about that employee or that business partner that you're working with, and they show up to work or they show up to a business meeting and they're extremely withdrawn. And you all begin to challenge that colleague, like, what's wrong with you? Why are you not talking? Why are you not engaged? And then now that colleague or that network person that you're networking, they may feel kind of down about themselves. And they feeling down because we don't know what took place prior to them getting there. Okay, let's think about that that employee or that colleague or that person we're networking with. Let's say you tell you make a correction on something that they submitted to you, and then when they responded back on your corrections, they were very aggressive towards you and said why and very angry. How do we know that in that person's childhood it was abusive? And nobody ever said, you said to them, good job, great job, or how can we work on this together? And now in their adulthood, they're responding out of that untreated trauma. Or let's say you're doing a business deal with someone and you guys are at the table and you all about to shake hands. I'm in the South. And so in the South, you know, when we shake hands, that's a deal. But let's say you're doing a business deal with someone and they show up at the signing and you guys are ready to sign, but now you notice that a withdrawal from that person. That person is kind of afraid to commit to the process. How do you know that that person was excited about the process that you guys were doing, but now the commitment is fearful? Because maybe in their childhood or even in their adulthood, they had previous business meetings with someone and the other person ended up breaking the agreement and they lost a lot of money. That's trauma. How many of you on this call that are listening have experienced a situation where you were going into a business deal with someone and then something happened and you ended up holding the bag, but the bag was empty? And when you're about to go into a deal with someone else, you're a little afraid, you're a little concerned. That was a traumatic event. And you begin to respond a little bit different. Let's think about that person that you're engaged. They want to be engaged, but they're not engaged. How do you know trust has not been broken with that person before in a situation? I noticed in the comments, someone said more than once that they've been in those situations where some deals have been kind of broken or what have you. All of us have experienced this, but there's something that all of us have within us as it relates to trauma. We're going to talk about that a little bit later, but every last one of us can relate to these situations because they can be very traumatic for us. Let's look at fear, anxiety, or worry. I'm just going to call these out, and if you can relate to any of these, just say yes in the comment section. How many of you have experienced either with yourself or with a colleague or a person that was networking with you, they were very fearful, or they had very anxiety, they had the jitters or what have you, or they seemed to be worried about everything that could go wrong? If you've experienced somebody like that, just say yes. The one I really like is number 2. concerns about how others will view them after the event. How many times have you encountered someone or in a business or at a networking event, and that person is always after the event, how did I do? How did I do? Do you think they like me? Do you think I'll get the business deal? How many of you have experienced those type of people? They're always concerned about how other people view them. Another one is shame, guilt, and responsibility or embarrassment. Again, if you've experienced people like this, just say yes in the comment box or just put a check mark or a smiley face or what have you. Shame, guilt, responsibility, or embarrassment. People that are easy to be embarrassed. If they make a mistake, it seems like they have an entire meltdown. And these are adults I'm talking about right now, not kids. Or someone that is that withdraws from colleagues, family, or peer activities. So that person that used to come to work or used to be excited when they saw you and excited about networking, they very withdrawn. How many of us know people like that? Or how many of us have difficulties in concentrating? We have an assignment and we're just all over the place because we're thinking about 50 million things at that one particular time. How many of us have been in that situation? Or anyone is that have angry outbursts, aggression, withdrawal. You call them to talk about a business deal and they just seem angry and upset all of a sudden. Or more intense mood swings. Now, we all have mood swings, but this is those mood swings where that person is just like, just out of sight, out of mind. How about declining work performance? That person that was once that stellar employee is now, or that stellar teammate is just kind of obsolete, kind of gone. How about an increase in risk-taking behaviors? Alcohol use, sexual abuse, sexual behaviors, fights, or either self-harm. If any of you that are listening have ever experienced someone like this in your business, in your networking field, or even in your own home, just put yes in the comment. And again, it does not state that you've experienced this, but it may be someone that you know. And these are adults. Examples of behaviors of untreated trauma among employees. So when trauma is untreated among employees, these are just a few examples of what we see in the work world. So here's some solutions here. Some solutions that we have here for trauma in the workplace is to become a trauma-aware organization, a trauma-sensitive organization, or a trauma-informed organization. And let me say this. Organizations that are not trauma-aware, trauma-sensitive, or trauma-informed, you are losing the opportunity to apply for so many grants, to apply for so many business opportunities, because trauma is something that is a worldwide discussion now, and organizations are missing the mark on becoming trauma aware, trauma sensitive, or trauma informed. Let me explain to you why. In every break room in our organizations, you have your OSHA compliance, you have all these things. And so those are just normal, pretty much self-explanatory what happens. But when you become a trauma-aware, trauma-sensitive, or trauma-informed employee or organization, you're letting business organizations know, you're letting people know that, hey, this is a safe place for individuals to come. This is a safe place for us to talk things out. And there's lots of grant money that is out there for organizations that are trauma-informed. And a lot of individuals think that trauma is only for social service organizations. No. Trauma is for all organizations, schools. Even if you are a one-person show, if you're a coach and you have your own coaching business and you're a coach by yourself, it's important that you become a trauma-informed coach, because your coaching level, you're coaching, right? But you're coaching people that have experienced trauma or is currently in traumatic events. And so when you become a trauma-informed coach, a trauma-aware coach, or a trauma-sensitive coach, what happens is you now open yourself up to lots of other opportunities where you can apply for grant funding. You can partner with organizations and receive other funding opportunities. But a lot of organizations, and I'm going to say this, a lot of African American organizations miss that mark to become trauma aware, trauma sensitive, or trauma informed. Why? Historically, we do not address mental health, health and well-being in our community. Going to therapy is okay. Talking about your feelings, it's okay. Developing support groups to help us get through issues, it's okay. And so a trauma-informed or trauma-aware, trauma-sensitive workplace, we wrap all these things in together. So let's kind of go down the pipe. And I want to say this: if your organization is interested in becoming trauma-aware, trauma-sensitive, or trauma-informed, myself and my team will be more than happy to help you do this, and also show you different grant opportunities that you can apply for your organization, as well as other different funding streams, as well as other partnerships. So trauma-aware, that's our simple one. That means that your organization, you're trauma aware. You have the information, you have the resources, you have things posted, and you're not digging as deep. You're just pretty much making your organization and customers aware that trauma's there. Trauma sensitive, most schools are trauma sensitive, and trauma sensitive pretty much relates to the idea of the concept of that when like, let's take bullying for example, that we're at school and we just don't accept that. We're sensitive to those needs and we want to make sure and address them. Now, trauma informed, that's bigger. Trauma informed is it takes hours, it takes days, it even takes months for your organization to become trauma informed. A trauma informed organization is pretty much an organization that they change their policies to a trauma informed perspective. They set their office up to be a trauma informed perspective. They engage their clients and their customers, listen to their voices. It's a lot, and they train their employees, they train their community partners. And so it's an organization that is fully engulfed in trauma. So trauma aware, easy peasy. You can bring in some trainers and get trained or what have you, and do some posters. Trauma sensitive. Most schools are trauma sensitive and can be an easy fix. And then trauma informed, it takes a more of a commitment. And let me explain to this, say this again. If you are a business owner, or if you're an organization, if you're an independent contractor, it is important that you become trauma aware, trauma sensitive, or trauma informed, because your customers that are coming to you are coming with layers. We even have layers ourselves as business owners, but they're coming with layers, and you really cannot serve that person holistically if you're not meeting the mark with all their services. And then also, let's think about the word competition. There are a million individuals that are saying, I'm a life coach, or I do this, I do that. Many individuals are saying that, but what makes you different for someone to contract with your agency? If I had $5 million right now, and I want to give it to an organization that is listening right now to say, hey, I want to do this particular services. Let's say someone's on it, they're a credit counselor. And I have $5 million, and I'm going to give that credit counselor $5 million just to do whatever they want to do with their business. But what makes your credit counseling business different than the next person's credit counseling business? I'll just let that answer, because everybody's talking about finances. Everybody's talking about fixing your credit. But who's talking about how to help the person fix their credit holistically? Because a person that has experienced trauma, if you're a trauma-informed credit counselor, you're going to help that person fix their credit, but also help them understand what they can do to continue to help their credit from a trauma-informed perspective. Hope that makes sense. You're just digging a little bit deeper and being more relating to your particular customers that you have. And what happens is, once you become, and I'm going to go back on that, once you become trauma-informed, trauma-sensitive, or trauma-aware, whichever you desire, then you can build a resilient workforce. Okay. That means you're able to set your organization up where you're teaching and helping employees and your counselors and or what have you, being able to bounce back. And I like to say resilient workforce is a workforce that is just able to bounce back. Every last one of us across the entire world is currently experiencing COVID-19. This is an extremely traumatic event for all of us. But how many of us are resilient? How many of us are able to bounce back? Is your business able to bounce back? That's where resilience come in. So when you're thinking about as an organization and as a business owner, when you're serving individuals, how resilient are they after they have participated in your service? If you're a life coach and that person finds themselves in a situation, are they able to apply the tools that you gave them to be able to bounce back? And let me explain to you how the layer works. Remember, we talked about the brain earlier. So remember, when that person has experienced so many traumatic events, they're not able to process. They're not able to really go through their emotions and really think. So if you're coaching that person and you're giving them the tools and techniques, but they have not addressed their trauma, they're not going to be able to apply the tools and techniques that you gave them. So you really just wasted some time. But when you're trauma informed or trauma aware, you're able to teach those techniques to your coachee from a trauma informed perspective. And when you're teaching them from that trauma informed perspective, they're able to receive the information, and then now they're able to be resilient based on what you taught them. But again, you must be, as an organization and business owner, you must be willing to put in the work to become a trauma informed agency. This is so important, especially when you're serving people. And this is a golden rule that I stand by when it comes to being trauma informed. The golden rule. It's about what happened to a person, not what's wrong with them. So to all my business owners, to all my coaches, to everyone that is listening, please stop asking people what's wrong with them. When you ask someone what's wrong with them, you're implying that there's a deficiency in them. You're implying that there's something wrong with who they are. Okay. But if you ask the person what happened to you, then you get a different response. Let's think about that business owner that is trying to do a deal with someone. And they're displaying some of those behaviors that we mentioned earlier about a person with untreated trauma. And you ask that person, what's wrong with you? They may be a little leery to now do this business deal with you because you have implied to them that there's something wrong with them, that there's a deficiency. Or let's say they showed up late. What's wrong with you? Why you showed up to this business meeting late? No, you were supposed to be on time. Versus what happened? And then the person may say, well, you know what? There was an issue that I was going through with my children or what have you. And that's why I'm here. That person feels more valued when you ask what happened versus what's wrong. So you work with individuals and you're doing these business deals. Do not ask what's wrong with you. Ask what happened, because that makes it more engaging. It makes it more respectful, and the person really will feel as if you care. Okay. Is that hard? Is that hard to ask the person what happened to you versus what's wrong with you? What happened to you creates relationships. What's wrong with you? It causes some turmoil in relationships. Trauma-informed golden rule. And another piece, and this is just a little tool that I can give to y'all. When you're working with clients, when you're becoming a trauma-informed organization, it's important to have resources available for your clients and what have you. So this is a little tip that you guys can use immediately, is that when you have services, let's say someone on the call is a beautician, or you have your own salon. Is your salon trauma informed? I want you to think about that for a second. when individuals come into your salon to get their hair done, how do you know if you're really helping that person? If you're in a business to help people feel good about themselves and look good or what have you, how do we know how they're feeling on the inside? So in your salon, if you were to just have these posters up to say, hey, here's a helpline, because that's becoming trauma informed, that you understand that there may be some individuals who are coming into your shop and they may have some concerns. They may be fleeing domestic violence. They may be that person may have thought about suicide before coming into your shop. But because you have this poster up there, you're letting people know that your salon is a safe place, and you're concerned not only about how they look on the outside, but how they look on the inside. Okay, so this is just a little tip that you can put in. I call them your toolboxes. If you're a life coach, what do you have in your toolbox? If you're a life coach and you're helping somebody coach to purchase a home, or whatever that coaching is, what are some other tools in your toolbox that you have to help that person on their particular journey? And if there are any questions regarding this, please let me know. But I want to go back to the adverse childhood experience questions before I end. So there are 10 questions for the adverse childhood experience questionnaire. And again, once you complete this questionnaire, you'll get what you call an ACE score. And your ACE score, it ranges, and based on the number of yeses you have, you'll get a score. So a person with a score of number 4, or a person with a score of 0. And what the ACE score represents is the higher your score, the higher likelihood that you may experience some chronic health conditions, or make some poor choices as far as it relates to relationships or what have you. And if you think about some of your customers now, if you or your customers were to take the ACE questionnaire, what would your score be? And once you have gotten your score, then look at yourself in your adulthood. Does your ACE score match? And I encourage you all to do some research on the ACE questionnaire. And again, this is all in the process about when you becoming a trauma-informed organization. Okay. So I'm going to end now, and I'm going to see if there are any questions in the comment. I see someone say it that and each layer must be approved with care and knowledge of what have been damaged. Absolutely. You cannot talk to a traumatized person as if what you think they need to do or whatnot is important. Absolutely. Someone said, what I have put in place for my client is a way to undo the damage of mindset it posed on that person so they can begin to heal the layers of the wounds. Absolutely. And being trauma informed or trauma informed organization, it is extremely important to have these open and honest conversations, because if we do not, we'll again find ourselves in situations where we're doing service and we think that we're doing a good service, but we're really doing a disservice. So if anyone have any questions about being trauma informed or what have you, can put your comment in the box. But I want to also give out a prize. This is a book called Letters to Our Brothers. It's actually one of my books. It's an Amazon. It's on the bestseller list, and I want to give this book to someone as a prize. So, best-selling book, Letters to Our Brothers. It's a book written by 44 Black men, and in the book you will hear some of the stories of some brothers who have endured trauma. Some brothers told testimonies of hope. It's really a holistic book that speaks to and encourage Black men. So I want to put out there a question as far as it relates to trauma. And if you can put in the comment section, I mentioned trauma informed, trauma sensitive, and trauma aware. Can someone just put real quick in the comment box, what does it mean by being trauma aware? Trauma aware. Let's see here. Someone said good, right? Let's see here. What does it mean by being trauma aware? If you can put that in a private comment, I'll give you guys a few minutes to get that done. As you all are in the comment box, you can put in the comment box, what does it mean to be trauma aware? And you get to win the book. Awesome. And while we're waiting on the comments to come into the book, I want to thank each and every one of you all for listening and joining in. And thank you for engaging. Trauma is so important. And if we as organizations do not engage in the trauma, assess with it, and really work with our providers, our networking opportunities, and just people in our community to address trauma, we're doing our work and our services. And we're really doing our work and our services from a perspective of doing more harm than doing good. And so I encourage, if you have a salon, if you have a barbershop, if you have a coaching business, any type of, and even if you're trying to make a business deal with someone, become trauma informed, become trauma aware, become trauma sensitive, because your customers are coming to you with some trauma. And it's important that when you work with these individuals, you open your mindset and your idea and your thought to say, we all have a story. And because I want to help with my story, because I want to help with my traumatic event, I wanted to make sure that my organization is also set up to help someone else as well with that traumatic event as well. So again, extreme thank you so very much for tuning in. Again, my name is Jason T. Mahoney, better known as The Motivator, here in Raleigh, North Carolina, representing Breaking Barriers, Catching Hope, a nonprofit organization that provides hope for those in the North Carolina area. And right now we're doing a lot of workshops focused on trauma, social determinants of health, to really help those individuals move to their next. And again, take care. God bless. Stay happy, healthy, and safe.
I'm good. And of course, as we get prepared to continue, hello, man, how's it going?
Going good. How you doing?
Look like you was enjoying yourself today.
Absolutely. Well, I enjoy talking about trauma because in the African American community, we do not talk about trauma.
Well, not only do we not talk about trauma, a lot of things in our communities that we don't talk about. And as I listen to what you're saying, I think the people got a lot out of it. And then I see, did you answer Veronica's question?
Yes. So what? So let me see. Who's the winner of the book? Let's see here.
It says recognizing the role of trauma across lives and its impact.
So it's between Sandra and Veronica who want to win the book.
Give both of them the book.
Yes, they both can get a book because they were the first to answer. So if you guys can do me a favor, email me at Jason at jtmahoney.com. And if my moderator can my email up in the address, that'll be great. And Veronica and Sandra, you can email me. I will send you a book.
Now,
yes,
Jason,
Kelly. Yes, sir.
Now, the letters to our brothers book that you finished.
Yes.
I don't know if you had an opportunity to talk a lot about that book, but can you kind of give us a synopsis of what that book is about and how it has changed the lives of, I don't know the number of men, but so many men in the book.
Yeah, absolutely. So Letters to Our Brothers is a compilation book of 44 Black men. And so pretty much what happened was 44 Black men, we came together to share words of hope, inspiration, and empowerment. Some of the brothers actually told their own personal testimony of overcoming traumatic events. And it's been really impactful. We became a bestseller within 30 days of releasing the book. It's actually currently right now in Germany in the military barracks. It's actually right now in Ghana, in a boys' school in Ghana, and they're using it in Ghana for their just to encourage young boys at school. And the impact has been way more than we envisioned because it's letting people know they have hope. We had a brother that received a book in prison, and he was able to relate to one of the brothers that's in the book that was in prison as well. That brother's now a business owner, professional counselor, And so that let that brother in prison know if he can do it, I can do it too.
Well, I know it's an inspirational manuscript, inspirational book, and we want to thank you for being on the show, being on the network today.
Thank you.
As we continue to do the things that we're going to do, and as I always say to all of the people who give their time of commitment, that we need to say thank you. A lot of times people commit, we don't say thank you. I want a person to say thank you for working with us, and I'm looking for that phone call for the 4 o'clock. But anyway, is there any last words you'd like to say to the people who listen to you and talk with you through this journey?
Absolutely. I really would encourage everyone, if you don't have a commitment to become trauma informed, become trauma aware. Because our customers that we're serving, they're coming with trauma. It doesn't matter if you're a local officer, a coach, or barber or beautician. We have a responsibility for the people that are seeking our services. And we want to make sure that we're providing them with holistic services, just versus just basic services. And Breaking Barriers would like to donate $100 to the Black Expo Scholarship.
Oh, just $100? Wait a minute now, man. Is the kid gonna go to school on $100? Now, Jason.
How much fees out there?
Go ahead and give us $500 towards a laptop computer.
$500.
That'll make a kid. That's what the kids need.
Okay, so how about we donate a laptop to you and donate a laptop?
And what was the last part?
Scholarship fund and a laptop.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay,
so that makes a difference. See, that kind of stuff makes it. And you know what? Let me tell you why I enjoy talking with you and what you just did. More of our speakers should think like you thought. You know, you said, well, before I get out of here, I know I got all this exposure. Didn't cost me anything. I'm going across the globe. People are going to hear me that don't even know I exist. You know, what can I do to help the kids? And that is the most important piece. No matter what we do, the legacy of our children is more important than us standing up and having a business. And again, thank you very much, Maxine. I call her cum laude because she's got the cum laude deal. But Maxine Phillips McCoy will get in touch with you.
Perfect.
And she will work it out with you. And thank you so very much. And we also will make sure that you know the name of the kid that gets the laptop computer and everything. And then we'll also get you in touch with the kid so that you can follow that kid as he's going through school, because you might want to do some mentoring with the kid. And also, I always say to people, you don't want to just do something and just stop.
Right. Well, we'll have a whole basket for you guys. So when she reaches out to me, we'll have your scholarship money, laptop, and then some other stuff in there.
Man, it's great when somebody can give you $700 for a laptop and another $500 for the kids. That's just awesome. I know you didn't say that. I just thought.
Well, speak into existence. You never know.
Hey, you never know. Look, I'm doing this for the kids.
Right.
A lot of people are piggybacking off of what I'm doing. You know, what's really funny is I started this 24-hour network, and there are several people who want to do the same thing. But I'm gonna have to get out of here. I got another phone call, and I'll talk to you shortly. Can you answer that last question?
All right, let's see. What was the last question here?
Good afternoon.
So the last
question, how you doing?
In your seed would be planted in ground. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Sandra.
Hello.
You all see how Dr. Eric is, right?
No, it's just that we've been getting calls and calls and calls because we're on the network.
Right.
And you know, a lot of times when you don't answer calls, people don't call you back. So I just always want to answer the call.
Right.
But anyway, can you talk a little bit about? I need to go off the screen for a minute. Can you talk a little bit about your book, because we're supposed to go to about 10 more minutes.
Okay.
You know, if you got the book, you can read some excerpts from the book also. Mark,
okay. Not a problem.
I know.
So again, a huge thank you to everyone who is listening, tuning in, and thank you, Dr. Kelly, for allowing another opportunity. But again, the book is called Letters to Our Brothers, and it's 44 Black men that came together and wrote this bestseller. We released it in 2019, and within 30 days, it became a bestseller. And it has traveled from Germany to Bahamas to Canada to Africa, Ghana in Africa. And so it's a really impactful book. And so definitely Sandra and Veronica, please make sure to send me your information so I can make sure and get the book, a copy of the book to you. As Dr. Kelly asked me to read the introduction, so I'll read the introduction in the book and share with you. The nation continues to witness the discrimination and inequality and mistreatment and marginalization of Black men. Dawn Global Magazine reports society has been discounting the Black man for hundreds of years. This is proven in the 40-year Tuskegee study of untreated syphilis in the Negro male. The increased incidence of police brutality of African-American men due 2018, and the mass incarcerations of Black males. Regardless of one's socioeconomic statuses, age, household, composition, career accomplishments, or his skin tone, if he is a Black man at any given time, he can face discrimination, inequality, mistreatment, and marginalization. But the question remains the same. What can we do to preserve ourselves? What can we do to support each other? What can we do to protect one another? What can we do to ensure that our sons have positive role models? What can we do to be present with our families? In this book, you will find the answers to the aforementioned questions. Letters to Our Brothers is a collection of stories, quotes, and prose written by Black men to encourage, motivate, support, and inspire other Black men. The writings will also challenge Black men in their thinking, actions, and decisions. The letters will provide Black men the opportunity to reflect and process their values, dreams, goals, and life in its entirety. Authors of the letters who come from different socioeconomic statuses, diverse childhoods, careers, ages, household compositions, religious beliefs. Some of the authors have shared their personal stories of overcoming adversity, while others provided tools and techniques for success. Overall, the authors were intentional about ensuring their brothers received a message of hope and love. You may be listening to me at this moment and decide to purchase this book for yourself or someone else. Regardless, however you have encountered this book, it was placed in your hand for a purpose. See, what you hold here is a masterpiece of African American history. It is an instant collectible, an item that can be shared with generations to come. No matter the moment in time, this book will serve as a tool and as a guide for future generations. Letters to Our Brothers is our call to action to empower, motivate, and encourage Black men from one another. It is our prayer that this book cultivates a deeper sense of self-worth, builds character, and sets a standard of living for every Black man whose hands it is placed. So again, 44 Black men, which is unheard of. We came together united to write this book. And the hope is that it encourages us, because as Black men, we are facing challenges. You know, look at George Floyd. Look at so many situations that we found ourselves in. And this book is a tool. And the thing is, it's not only for Black men, but also it's for women as well. Because you may be a single mom raising a son, or you may be a grandmother and you want to provide something to your grandsons or your granddaughters as a legacy. And that's what this book is. It's a living, breathing document. Wherever you find yourself in life, you can pick this book up and just hold on to it. Some of the titles that you hear in the book, one of the titles is Recess is Over. And Recess is Over talks about we have to stop playing. We have played too long, and it's time to move on. Another one is What You Need is Available to You. Find your place in this world. Break free from the lies. What I have, I give to you, which is a legacy. Don't forget your charger, history makers, your greatness. Embrace your life detoured route. Walk the road. Always believe in yourself. And if I can just read a piece from Recess is Over. Recess is over. We no longer have time to play around, hide our talent, stunt our growth, or our dreams, live in fear, disrespect one another, and degrade ourselves. Our women are hurting, our children are fearful, and our communities are infested with ignorance. And our image as a Black man is being distorted. My brother, recess is over. It's time to get off the sliding board. Each trip to the top is not worth it when you only find excitement by sliding to the bottom. Please stop swinging back and forth on the monkey bars, because there's no accomplishments when you're unstable in your decisions. Stop swinging on the swing set and waiting for someone to push you forward, for you will never reach your goal by sitting and depending upon someone else to get you there. Get out of the sandbox. There's no need to build a masterpiece on a sinking ground. It is time for you to get off the merry-go-round. You will never get to your destination by going around and around. Get off the playground. You will never change society. Feel your true potential and build future generations when you're always playing around. The bell has rung and the whistle has blown. Playtime is over and now it's time to learn. Class is in session. Recess is over. And when we think about recess is over in this book, it talked about building a masterpiece. Get off the playground and get off the sandbox, because there's no need to build a masterpiece on quicksand or on a sandbox. How many of you out there that are business owners, how are you building your business? Going back to trauma, if you have not addressed your trauma and you're opening a business, you're building that business in a sandbox because it's not a firm foundation. If you're continuing to build a playground and truly not addressing what's kind of going on, recess is over. And that's what this book talks about. And it provides you in the back the opportunity for you to write your own letter. So I charge and I challenge everyone to take a moment to get the book. And someone said, I want to ask if you would come and speak with the men of my program once it gets up and running. There have been so many people to say, Sandra, you don't need to include men in your program. My answer is always lies you tell. I must continue to do what God says. My information, absolutely, Sandra, I will be more than happy to do that for you. I got your information. I'll copy your information and make sure to reach out to you. We are doing some virtual things as well. So if you have a group and you want to do something virtual, we'll do it virtual with you as well. But that is so true. I believe that it is so important, even for mentoring programs where it's a girls mentoring program. It is important for you to have African-American men also be guest speakers for your female mentoring program. Why? Because society is showing so many negative images of us as Black men, and so our young people, they're watching TV, they're watching they're hearing the news, they're staying on social media, they're staying on TikTok, and they're seeing so much negativity. So it's important for us to show up so we can be seen. And Sandra, thank you so very much for what you're doing. And so I'll be more than happy to support your mentoring organization and support your organization and learn more about it. Definitely something we can partner on. I believe in partnership, because at the end of the day, we cannot do this work alone. We cannot work in silos. I always go back to the idea of when we first arrived in 1619, when the ship brought us over. When on that ship, you had some individuals that were from different cultures from Africa. They may have been from different tribes, but on that boat, that didn't matter when they were on the boat. So on the boat, they had to all become one to survive all the years, and we still have to do the same thing. So it's time for us to let's do some networking. Let's really work together and be intentional. Absolutely, Veronica. It is Jason, Jason, at the letter J, the letter T, Mahoney at yahoo.com. That's Jason, Jason, at the letter J, letter T, Mahoney, that's Mahoney.com. And you can also Google me. You can just Google Jason T. Mahoney, and something should pop up. So something should pop up to connect you with me, or you can just Google "Letters to Our Brothers," Jason T. Mahoney, and you'll find and then I'll come up. So there's different ways that you can find me. Do we have any more questions about trauma? If you want me to come and talk about trauma to your organization, I'll be more than happy to do that. Just share a wealth of resources. So do we have any more questions to our listening audience regarding trauma, regarding the book Letters to Our Brothers? We would love to get into the hands of every Black man, and also just the hands of everyone. I tell people a joke I made about the book is that when at the hospital, when a child is born and it is a Black male child, give the baby his bottle as well as give him a copy of the book. So we want this book to be from the baby crib or the high chair all the way to the rocking chair. We want everyone to have a copy of this book. And if you want to order the book in bulk, we do have it at a discounted rate if you want to purchase it in bulk. So different opportunities to get there. And so I'm going to now turn it back over to Dr. Kelly. I don't want him to kick me out of the studio, but he did give me an extra few moments, and so I definitely appreciate that. How many of the men have gotten back to a life that they? So interesting enough, every male in this book, when you read it and hear their story, Miss Sandra, you will be like, wow. Some of the brothers in the book, again, we had one brother that lived a life of crime, substance use, and all those things of that particular nature. And this brother is now a business owner, and he actually has a credential and a job that society would have said, no, you can't do that because of your history. But this brother showed his perseverance here. Just lots of things. We have a brother who experienced a terrible murder. Well, almost was murdered. Where the gun was placed in his head, but the trigger there were bullets in the gun, but for some reason it just didn't work. You have another brother that's in the book. He at 13, 14 years old, he found his mom dead in the bed and prevailed his story. So lots of stories here. So you're back, Dr. Kelly. You're back.
Yes, indeed. And as we get ready to go to the next one, I'm going to have to rush out of here. It's about 1 minute before the next speaker gets up. Thank you so very much. I look forward to talking to you again. I'll give you a call on the phone. Maxine will reach out to you. And thank you so very much.
No problem. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Well, I believe that right now I'm getting ready to go to the other room, so I'm going to be bouncing out of here. And I hope I'm doing the right thing at this moment. But we have different rooms that we're dealing with. And so as we deal with different rooms, we deal with different people. And so the Black Business Network is continuing to work hard to continue to serve you. Thank you.